Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as the legendary Orochimaru with the Mad Scientist System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 221, Orochimaru's sudden marriage proposal left Tsunade stunned. This was entirely out of character for him. Orochimaru was never the type to take the initiative in such matters. But her astonishment at his proposal was quickly overshadowed by something far more incredible. Orochimaru could fly. Standing outside Konoha village, Tsunade wasn't surprised that Orochimaru had used the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them. But these enormous black wings? And the ability to fly freely in the air? That was something she couldn't ignore. Her sharp eyes immediately recognized the source. This is magnet release? That black material, it's iron sand. Tsunade murmured to herself. Then her disbelief deepened. But how? How are you using magnet release? Orochimaru gave her a faint smile, his raspy voice breaking the silence. This is what I wanted to show you. When you see this, you should be able to piece things together. Hearing his words, Tsunade's mind began to race. Her initial surprise faded as understanding dawned. Would release. Magnet release. Wait. Don't tell me you've somehow fused other people's bloodline limits into yourself? Tsunade's eyes widened in shock. No way. Orochimaru remained silent, simply descending to the ground with Tsunade in his arms. As they landed, he reached for the Flying Thunder God kunai embedded in the ground. With the kunai in hand, he turned to Tsunade. His vertical golden pupils shifted, gradually morphing into a vivid scarlet, the unmistakable Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. You're absolutely right, he said simply. Tsunade stood frozen, struggling to process what she was seeing. Is that the Sharingan? She stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. The contrast between Orochimaru's black wings and the glowing red of his Sharingan gave him a demonic aura, making him appear almost otherworldly. Coupled with his immortality and mastery of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he seemed more like a myth than a man. Oh my god! Tsunade was overwhelmed. As a ninja, she understood the implications of what she was witnessing. Orochimaru wasn't just revealing ordinary techniques, these were abilities that could shake the entire ninja world to its core. Why would you tell me something like this? Tsunade asked, her voice trembling. For a ninja, revealing one's abilities to another was a matter of great trust. Sharing such information exposed vulnerabilities, which could be exploited by enemies. Orochimaru's willingness to show her these secrets went beyond the trust of comrades, it was a declaration of something far deeper. I told you, Orochimaru said, his tone calm. This is my way of showing sincerity. Sincerity? Tsunade repeated, her mind flashing back to his earlier proposal. Are you saying this is part of your sincerity for marriage? But this is. For Tsunade, the value of what Orochimaru had revealed far exceeded anything material. It was the ultimate display of trust. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru said, his lips curling into a faint smile as he dispelled the Sharingan and reabsorbed the iron sand into nothingness. As long as you don't tell anyone, no one will know, right? Of course I won't tell, Tsunade replied earnestly. But then she hesitated, her gaze softening. Orochimaru, are you really willing to marry me? What do you think? He replied, his voice carrying a rare gentleness. And so, it was decided, Orochimaru and Tsunade's wedding date was set for June 6th, year 36 of Konoha's founding, just a month away. The news spread quickly throughout Konoha, creating a mix of shock and excitement. For the villagers and shinobi, the announcement was both surprising and expected. While the timing felt abrupt, many saw it as a natural step. After all, the two had been together for so long. Wasn't it only a matter of time? Orochimaru, it seems I made the right decision not bringing you into Root, Danzo remarked coolly, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. The two were meeting in the dimly lit headquarters of Root, where Danzo's eyes bore into Orochimaru. Root's recruitment process was notoriously strict. To qualify, members had to be orphans with no emotional attachments, no connections, no distractions. Only then could they become the perfect tools for the organization. At one point, Danzo had considered bringing Orochimaru into route, but his relationship with Tsunade had made that impossible. Falling in love? Getting married? Such attachments were incompatible with route. Orochimaru responded with a dismissive wave. Where I work doesn't matter. It doesn't affect my goals. Is that so? Danzo's sharp gaze lingered on him. How much does Tsunade know? Not much, Orochimaru replied evenly. Good, Danzo said. I'd hate for her to ruin our plans. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile, though he said nothing in return. Naturally, the news of the wedding also reached the third Hokage. As the former teacher of both Orochimaru and Tsunade, Hiruzen felt obligated to take on most of the preparations. With both of them having lost their parents, and as their nominal guardian, he took on the role of overseeing their big day. The elders of Konoha agreed it was appropriate, though what truly surprised them was the budget. Over 200 million ryo. It was an astonishing figure, one that raised countless eyebrows. Had the combined wealth of the Senju clan's inheritance and Orochimaru's personal savings all been poured into this single event? It seemed excessive, even for a wedding. The Senju clan's resources had largely been distributed to the village after their decline, leaving Tsunade with only the remaining wealth from her family's coffers. Orochimaru's research, while self-sustaining, wasn't known for generating vast profits. How, then, had they amassed such a sum? Back at Orochimaru's home, Tsunade sat in stunned silence, her earlier happiness replaced with disbelief. 200 million ryo, she exclaimed. Orochimaru, are you out of your mind? Where am I supposed to find that kind of money? Orochimaru, calmly fiddling with a scroll, glanced at her and waved dismissively. I didn't say you had to pay for it. Then where did you get it? Tsunade demanded. There's no way your village could have earned that much. You don't even take on missions. Orochimaru smirked faintly. Don't worry about it. Just tell people it's our combined savings. That's not the point. Tsunade huffed, her frustration boiling over. Spending 200 million on a wedding is insane. If you have that much extra money, you might as well help me fulfill my childhood dream. Your childhood dream? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Oh, you mean, winning every casino in the world? Chapter 222, Tsunade had a childhood dream, one that very few people knew about. It wasn't to become Hokage, as most would expect. Instead, her dream was to win at every casino in the world. Only Jiraiya and Orochimaru knew of this particular dream. However, everyone also knew that Tsunade's gambling luck was legendarily bad. Winning? That was something that happened purely by accident and rarely at that. Hey, you actually remembered? Tsunade said, blushing slightly, a sheepish smile tugging at her lips. Having her childhood dream exposed by Orochimaru was beyond embarrassing, especially since she had nearly forgotten it herself. But before she could defend herself further, Orochimaru delivered a line that nearly made her dizzy. This childhood dream of yours is practically impossible, he said matter-of-factly. Even if I gave you another 200 million, you still wouldn't be able to achieve it. Honestly, if I were to put effort into something that difficult, I might as well work on achieving world peace, it'd probably be easier. You! How can you say that? Tsunade snapped, clearly annoyed. Is my gambling really that bad? This isn't about your gambling skills, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. Let's stop talking about this. Go call Kushina for me. My sealing technique needs some adjustments. Tsunade sighed, clearly unwilling to let the conversation end on his terms, but ultimately gave in. Fine. But 200 million. She muttered under her breath as she walked away. It's enough to make me want to cry. Everyone in Konoha knew about Orochimaru and Tsunade's upcoming wedding, and within days, nearly all of them had received invitations. The news of their extravagant wedding budget exceeding 200 million ryo quickly became the hottest topic in the village. If there had been social media in this world, the story would have undoubtedly trended for a solid week, dominating every conversation. After all, 200 million ryo was an astronomical sum for ninjas. Even the wealthiest jonin wouldn't have been able to save that much in several lifetimes. Time flew by, and soon, the day of their wedding arrived. June 6th, Konoha year 36. The entire village of Konoha was buzzing with excitement. From early morning, the wedding venue and open-air space dedicated to large gatherings was already packed to capacity. The term empty streets didn't even begin to describe the scene. Nearly the entire village had shown up, and the crowd stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a wedding unlike any other. The sheer scale and grandeur were a testament to the 200 million ryo budget. The guest list included nearly every prominent clan in Konoha: the Hyuga, Uchiha, Aburame, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Inazuka clans, among others. Even Hiruzen and the village's top brass were in attendance. Kushina and many other civilians joined the celebrations, while only a few ninjas assigned to border patrols or critical missions were absent. Even Jiraiya had returned from the Sound Village upon hearing the news. The guest count approached nearly 10,000 people. "It's incredible," Mikoto said in awe, her tone filled with both surprise and admiration as she looked out at the sea of people. Konoha had never seen a wedding like this before. While ninjas typically took their weddings seriously, they rarely went to such extremes. Even Hiruzen's own wedding hadn't been this grand; it had been a private affair attended only by key figures. But this broke all records. Standing near the entrance, Kushina tugged on Orochimaru's sleeve, her expression filled with concern. "Orochimaru-sama, isn't this a little too much? I mean, all this money spent on one event." Her mind wandered to the war orphans who struggled to survive each day, often going without food. To her, the extravagant display felt wasteful. Orochimaru, however, didn't seem to share her sentiment. Gazing at the large crowd, he murmured to himself, "No, it's not a waste at all." Unlike most ninjas, Orochimaru had a unique perspective on wealth. In the ninja world, money was often spent on missions, weapons, or military resources. To spend it on a personal celebration like this was practically unheard of. The chaos of the open-air venue, the unprecedented guest count, these were things Orochimaru could ignore. For him, this was more than just a wedding; it was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and he wanted to do it his way. If it took 200 million ryo to make it happen, so be it. The ceremony itself was grand yet chaotic, with so many attendees struggling to find space. But none of it mattered to Tsunade, who looked radiant in her bridal makeup, her beauty amplified by the joyous occasion. Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiraiya finally found Orochimaru and Tsunade. "Ha ha ha! Orochimaru, Tsunade, you two finally made it!" Jiraiya exclaimed with a wide grin. His feelings for Tsunade were long buried. After realizing the depth of her bond with Orochimaru, he had quietly let go of any lingering emotions. His only reason for returning to Konoha was to offer his heartfelt congratulations. Jiraiya, Orochimaru greeted, his usual indifference replaced with a rare warmth. Unlike most people, Jiraiya's presence was meaningful to him. As one of the few he considered a true friend, Orochimaru valued his words in a way he didn't for others. For the first time in a long while, Orochimaru drank freely. By the end of the day, the festivities wound down, and Orochimaru found himself lying on his bed, his vision slightly hazy from the alcohol. Turning his head, he watched Tsunade removing her bridal makeup, her radiant appearance still fresh in his mind. He smiled faintly. So this is what it feels like to get married. The thought lingered briefly, but it didn't feel particularly special to him. He quickly closed his eyes, allowing sleep to claim him. Tsunade, meanwhile, gazed at Orochimaru's sleeping form. The memories of their years together, from childhood to this very moment, rushed through her mind. Did I really marry him? She couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself. Quietly, she walked over, taking off his shoes and cloak before covering him with a blanket. Afterward, she slipped out of her own wedding attire and climbed into bed beside him. Turning off the light, she wrapped her arms around him, holding him close as sleep overtook her. Chapter 223, Tsunade's quiet actions, such as carefully covering Orochimaru with a blanket, were naturally unknown to him. Having drunk more than usual, Orochimaru was completely defenseless, something uncharacteristic of him. If someone had the intent to assassinate him, this moment would have been their best opportunity. Unfortunately for any would-be assassins, this was Konoha, one of the safest places in the ninja world. And with Tsunade by his side, the chance of such an attempt was virtually non-existent. Despite Konoha's notorious internal political struggles, it remained far safer than the ninja villages of smaller nations, where the risks of betrayal or sudden attacks were significantly higher. Here, under Tsunade's watchful protection, Orochimaru had nothing to fear. In truth, Orochimaru's relationships with the other ninjas of Konoha were distant at best. While his name was known by all, he had always been a solitary figure, more preoccupied with his research than with forming connections. The wedding, as grand and lively as it appeared, was attended by many who came out of curiosity or simply for the spectacle rather than genuine affection. This dark reality left Orochimaru with a peculiar sense of loneliness amidst the crowd. Tens of thousands had come to celebrate his wedding, yet only a handful were people he truly knew or cared for. And among them, there were no real family members to speak of, a feeling only a true orphan could understand. The extravagant wedding stirred Konoha for days, with its astonishing cost of 200 million ryo becoming the talk of the village. However, despite the buzz, no one dared attempt to replicate such a spectacle. The sheer price tag was beyond the reach of ordinary citizens and even most ninja clans. As the excitement gradually faded, Konoha's life returned to its usual rhythm. For Orochimaru, however, marriage wasn't the end, it was the beginning. What changed in his life after marriage? Not much. If asked, Orochimaru would likely respond that there was no significant difference at all. Having known Tsunade for so long, the formalities of marriage didn't alter their day-to-day lives. It was little more than a label, a recognition of what had already existed between them. After the wedding, Jiraiya, who had briefly returned to Konoha for the event, found himself restless. Unable to remain idle, he soon left again, making his way back to the Sound Ninja village, where his work awaited him. Meanwhile, Danzo began searching throughout Konoha for new experimental subjects to meet his and Orochimaru's requirements. With these things in motion, Orochimaru found himself with an unusual amount of free time. And being someone who detested idleness, he naturally sought out a new project to occupy his mind, the development of androids. Although conducting large-scale experiments in Konoha was out of the question, theoretical research and small-scale verifications were still possible. One afternoon, Tsunade curiously approached him as he worked. "Orochimaru," she asked, "how exactly did you manage to merge bloodline limits? What's your secret?" "Science," Orochimaru replied simply. "Science?" Tsunade echoed, thinking it over. "That makes sense. If you'd had this ability as a child, I would have known about it." Orochimaru didn't elaborate further, leaving her to draw her own conclusions. Although he had shared a great deal with Tsunade over time, there were still things he kept from her, such as the existence of his system. Nonetheless, he had been unusually open with her about his other abilities. Even his possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't a secret to her. By now, Tsunade also understood the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage. It wasn't just luck or divine intervention that had brought the Kazekage down, it was Orochimaru's calculated and methodical work. The conversation drifted toward ninjutsu, a topic that always fascinated Tsunade. "Ninjutsu. The more, the better, right?" she mused aloud. Orochimaru shook his head. "Not necessarily. A wide variety of skills is meaningless if you lack mastery or focus. Take Kakashi, for instance. He knows 1,000 techniques, but in battle, he relies primarily on a handful, the Sharingan and Raikiri. His point was clear quality over quantity. For Orochimaru, the path of development was equally selective. His focus was on techniques that complemented his goals and personal strengths, the Sharingan, wood release, magnet release, the Flying Thunder God technique, and Senjutsu. Combining these abilities gave him the versatility and power to handle any situation. By July of Konoha year 36, the village had settled into a peaceful routine. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen stood by the large floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the bustling streets below. With the war behind them, the third Hokage's attention turned inward, focusing on Konoha's development. While occasional border skirmishes persisted, they posed no significant threat. Under Tsunade's persistent advocacy, a professional training institution for medical ninjas had been established, even though her proposal to integrate medical ninjas into every team had yet to gain full approval. Konoha's schools, medical facilities, research programs, and training systems were all progressing steadily. Yet, even with these successes, one concern lingered in Hiruzen's mind: Danzo. Danzo had been a thorn in his side since their youth, but his ongoing collaboration with Orochimaru was what truly worried the third Hokage. Orochimaru was his most talented and cherished disciple, someone with limitless potential. But the frequent interactions between Orochimaru and Danzo were a troubling sign. If their actions strayed too far, the consequences could be dire. Hiruzen sighed deeply, a shadow of unease clouding his expression. I can only hope neither of you does anything that can't be undone. That night, on the outskirts of Konoha, within a concealed laboratory, Orochimaru stood before a group of 7 or 8 children, each varying in height and build. A faint smile crossed his lips. Have they been prepared properly? Danzo, standing nearby, nodded. As instructed. They've been cleaned, fed, and haven't consumed any water. Good, Orochimaru replied, pulling out several pristine syringes filled with a clear, shimmering liquid. As he began to draw doses from the vial, Danzo's expression darkened slightly. Orochimaru, Sarutobi is likely aware of our frequent interactions, Danzo said, his voice low and serious. Isn't that to be expected? Orochimaru replied without looking up, his tone calm. Expected, yes. But we must remain cautious. If he discovers the full extent of these experiments, it'll be disastrous for both of us. What's your plan? I've ordered my subordinates to construct additional labs elsewhere. If this one is discovered, we'll abandon it, Orochimaru finished for him, nodding slightly. That aligns with your usual methods. Danzo nodded as well. Do you need anything else here? There's one thing, Orochimaru said, injecting the first child with the diluted genetic enhancement serum. He glanced at Danzo. The first Hokage's cells. We're still lacking. How much more do you need? Orochimaru paused, his golden eyes gleaming faintly. Take me to the remains of the first Hokage, he said, his voice steady. Danzo considered this for a moment before nodding. Very well. Finish your work here first. I'll wait for you outside. Without another word, Danzo exited the lab. Orochimaru methodically injected each child, their frightened eyes betraying their terror as the serum entered their veins. Once the procedure was complete, he left the laboratory, following Danzo out. Danzo gave instructions to his root operatives to monitor the children and ensure their survival before leading Orochimaru to a hidden location near Konoha. Deep within a heavily guarded chamber lay a reinforced coffin, bound with thick iron chains and surrounded by intricate seals. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on the coffin, his expression calm yet calculating. This must be where the remains of the first Hokage are kept. Chapter 224, Danzo unconditionally supported Orochimaru's research. After all, Orochimaru was creating talents for him, an invaluable asset to his ambitions. Danzo had no reason to object. Moreover, the first Hokage's cells might have been a closely guarded secret to others, but to Orochimaru, it was hardly classified information. For that reason, Danzo didn't hesitate to bring him to see the remains of Senju Hashirama. Open it, Danzo ordered. 2 root operatives stepped forward, quickly unlocking the thick chains and removing the seals. As the heavy locks clicked open, the solid lid of the coffin was lifted. Inside lay the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a black-haired man dressed in simple trousers but shirtless, his body unnervingly well preserved. Orochimaru stepped forward slowly, his golden eyes studying the legendary figure in the coffin. Even he couldn't help but marvel. This truly is the god of the shinobi world, he thought. Even in death, Hashirama's body radiated an otherworldly vitality. His cells continued to regenerate and reproduce, a phenomenon unheard of in normal humans. Uchiha Madara had bitten off a piece of Hashirama's flesh in the past, and even Danzo had once grafted the cells onto his own body. Yet now, Hashirama's body appeared completely whole, with no sign of the previous wounds. It was miraculous. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't surprised that Hashirama's body hadn't decayed. Preservation techniques were common enough, and if ordinary ninja could preserve corpses, it was no stretch to assume Konoha's upper echelon had access to far more advanced methods. Orochimaru reached out, his hand glowing faintly with chakra. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on Hashirama's forehead. "Orochimaru, what are you doing?" Danzo asked sharply, frowning as he watched. "Nothing much," Orochimaru replied calmly. "Just checking something." "Checking? Checking what?" Danzo asked, his suspicion growing. "Does he think the first Hokage is still alive?" "It's difficult to explain," Orochimaru said vaguely, withdrawing his hand. In truth, he had been probing for traces of Asura's chakra within Hashirama's body. Orochimaru still wasn't entirely certain what Asura and Indra's chakras were in essence. Were they simply a type of energy, or did they represent something physical? According to his understanding of how Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan, Madara's chakra was tied to Indra, while Hashirama's chakra belonged to Asura. But if both had died, did that chakra still exist? If it did, how could it reincarnate into others? And if it didn't, then why did Hashirama's cells still exhibit such astonishing vitality? Surely that vitality was tied to Asura's chakra, yet it continued to thrive even now. Orochimaru sighed and shook his head, pushing the thought aside. This wasn't something he could resolve at the moment. "I'll need a larger sample this time," he said finally, his voice steady. "Twice the amount as last time." Danzo nodded and motioned for the operatives to proceed. One of them stepped forward and carefully cut a piece of flesh from Hashirama's arm, placing it into a specialized potion vial. After undergoing further processing and sealing, the sample was ready. Orochimaru and Danzo left the secret chamber together. With Orochimaru's expertise, there was technically no need to repeatedly obtain fresh samples. Through cloning and cell division, he could regenerate unlimited quantities of the cells. However, the small amount of material he'd obtained previously had been largely used up. Cultivating more with what remained would have been time-consuming and inefficient, so it made sense to collect additional material while he had the opportunity. This time, the quantity should be sufficient. The days that followed were consumed by experiments. Orochimaru spent most of his time shuttling between Konoha and his laboratory, focusing on refining his genetic modification techniques. His approach was straightforward: use diluted genetic enhancement fluid to improve the children's physiques gradually. Genetic modification was distinct from genetic fusion. The goal wasn't to create a perfect transformation, but rather to establish a strong foundational physique. A single dose of the primary enhancement fluid, when diluted, could strengthen nearly 10 subjects. It was an efficient and relatively low-cost method, though Danzo bore the financial burden entirely. Unbeknownst to Danzo, Orochimaru was using his proprietary strengthening fluid for the experiments. Danzo provided 3 groups of children in total, each consisting of about 8 individuals. Orochimaru divided them into separate batches for transformation, ensuring he could closely monitor their progress. For half a year, Orochimaru remained grounded, unable to venture far due to the need for daily observations and meticulous record-keeping. 6 months later, on a remote mountaintop several miles from Konoha, the ground was littered with craters and debris. 2 figures, a man and a woman, faced off in the clearing. "Take this!" Tsunade shouted, her fists slamming into the earth with a thunderous impact. The ground trembled under the force, splitting into wide fissures as the shockwaves spread. Orochimaru nimbly leapt backward, avoiding the brunt of the attack. Tsunade, Your punches are powerful, I'll give you that, he said with a smirk. But your speed leaves much to be desired. Stop running your mouth and fight me properly. Tsunade retorted, pushing off the ground with her toes and launching herself high into the air. With a resounding cry, she came crashing down like a meteor, her fists smashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater nearly 100 meters wide. The shockwaves sent rocks and debris flying in all directions. Standing amidst the chaos, Tsunade flexed her fingers. Ever since I awakened my sage body, my strength's grown exponentially. You know what'll happen if I land a clean hit on you, don't you, Orochimaru? Don't worry, Orochimaru replied smoothly, dodging the attack with ease. I won't give you that chance. Before Tsunade could respond, she noticed something unusual. The dust began to clear, revealing countless glimmering blades hovering in midair. What are those? Tsunade murmured, her eyes widening as she recognized the iconic shape. Kusanagi blades? So many? With a confident smile, Orochimaru gestured toward the floating swords. Do you know what I call this move? What? I call it 10,000 swords formation. With a flick of his wrist, the swarm of Kusanagi swords descended toward Tsunade in an unrelenting wave, their sharp edges glinting menacingly. The sheer scale of the attack left no room for escape. The sound of blades slicing through the air filled the clearing as the ground, already battered, was further torn apart by the onslaught. Don't expect me to hold back just because we're married, Orochimaru called out, his voice laced with playful mockery. Ha! You think you can beat me with a cheap trick like this? Tsunade's voice rang out defiantly from within the smoke and debris. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, intrigued by her confidence. As the dust settled, his curiosity turned into genuine surprise. Standing amidst the wreckage was a massive, otherworldly gate, its design both imposing and ominous. This... Rashomon? Orochimaru exclaimed. When did you learn that technique? Chapter 225, Orochimaru's 10,000 Swords Formation, a combination of magnetic release and shuriken shadow clone jutsu, was a visually spectacular attack. By applying the principle of shuriken shadow cloning to his Kusanagi sword, he was able to create multiple copies and control them with magnetic release, launching a large-scale offensive. But in truth, it was inefficient and impractical. The chakra consumption was immense, and its destructive potential was easily countered by a strong enough earth wall. Even if the attack could breach such a defense, the delay would give most opponents ample time to dodge. Orochimaru wasn't worried about using this technique against Tsunade. He assumed she would simply counterattack by throwing boulders or debris at him. What he didn't expect was Tsunade summoning Rashomon instead. When the massive, hellish gate materialized and stopped every single one of his Kusanagi swords, Orochimaru felt a twinge of unease. Rashomon was originally developed by the first Hokage as an ultimate defensive jutsu. Even summoning just one gate required a significant amount of chakra. Hashirama could summon 5. Orochimaru himself had managed to summon 3 gates during his collaboration with Danzo, using the first Hokage's cells as a basis. But Tsunade? I never had enough chakra before, Tsunade said with a proud smile, stepping out from behind the towering gate. I always had to save my chakra for healing my comrades, so I didn't bother learning it. But now, well, things are different. She flexed her fists, her tone confident. With the chakra reserves of my sage body, I can finally master techniques that I couldn't even attempt before. I nearly forgot, Orochimaru said, his expression unreadable. This technique originally belonged to your grandfather. It was true. He had momentarily overlooked Tsunade's lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage. With her newfound immortal body and increased chakra reserves, it was only natural that she would revisit her family's legacy and learn techniques like Rashomon. As the two exchanged words, white smoke began to rise across the battlefield. The Rashomon gate vanished, along with the countless Kusanagi swords, which reformed into a single blade and flew back to Orochimaru's hand. Well then, shall we continue, husband? Tsunade teased, her smirk widening. At the mention of husband, Orochimaru felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Since their marriage, Tsunade had taken to addressing him this way whenever she could. While it initially caught him off guard, he had grown used to it. He waved his hand dismissively and returned the Kusanagi sword to its alternate dimension. Let's call it a day. We're not far from Konoha, and with all this noise, someone will come looking for us soon. Fine, fine. Let's head back, Tsunade agreed. In a flash, Orochimaru appeared beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. With 2 quick teleportations using the Flying Thunder God technique, the pair returned to Konoha. The kunai he had buried in advance made the journey effortless, highlighting once again the sheer convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique. Not only was it a powerful combat skill, but it was also the ultimate tool for travel. As long as a Flying Thunder God mark existed, the user could teleport anywhere instantly, as if exploiting a loophole in reality itself. Of course, their sparring session wasn't due to any personal conflict. Both understood that a peaceful life could dull their combat abilities, so they sparred to keep themselves sharp. And their choice of a secluded battlefield was to protect the secrecy of their respective abilities. It wasn't just Orochimaru's techniques that needed to be kept hidden, Tsunade's use of wood release was just as sensitive. Later, back in their home, Tsunade brought up a curious detail from their earlier battle. You said your Mangekyo Sharingan has a different dimension? She asked. Orochimaru affirmed. Then when you stored away the Kusanagi sword earlier, why didn't you activate your Mangekyo? Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then deflected with an offhand comment. Don't worry about such details. Tsunade narrowed her eyes but let the matter drop. In truth, Orochimaru's Mangekyo Sharingan did grant him access to a personal alternate dimension, allowing him to store items within it. However, its functionality was limited compared to Uchiha Bito's Kamui. Unlike Obito, Orochimaru couldn't enter his own dimension, nor could he send others into it. His alternate dimension was essentially a storage space, useful only for sealing ninja tools or other items. Its one advantage was speed. Orochimaru's Mangekyo allowed him to absorb objects such as thrown kunai or shuriken instantly, simply by focusing on them. As for storing items without using his Mangekyo, that was thanks to his system. Tsunade had her suspicions about some of his abilities, but ultimately, she didn't question them too deeply. Whatever explanation Orochimaru gave her, she found herself accepting without hesitation. The same went for the topic of having children. Orochimaru had dismissed the idea, saying, now isn't the right time. If we have a child now, I won't have the time to raise or teach them properly. Though disappointed, Tsunade relented. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door broke the afternoon's tranquility. Orochimaru, who had just returned from their sparring session, frowned. It was 4 in the afternoon, an odd time for visitors. Who could it be? When he opened the door, he found himself face to face with a young woman with long black hair. Mikoto? What are you doing here? Orochimaru asked, his confusion evident. Uchiha Mikoto looked embarrassed, her face slightly flushed. Tsunade-sama asked me to come. Tsunade? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. What reason could Tsunade possibly have for calling Mikoto over? The two didn't exactly have the friendliest relationship, considering both familial and personal grudges between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Tsunade, he called out, why is Mikoto here? Tsunade's voice rang out from another room. I asked her to come. Let her in. Orochimaru allowed Mikoto inside and soon learned the reason for her visit. Apparently, Tsunade had called her over to clean the house. After their marriage, Tsunade had moved in with Orochimaru, leaving Nawaki to live alone in the Senju compound. While Tsunade could handle basic household chores, she was far lazier than Orochimaru and often delegated the cleaning to others. But what puzzled Orochimaru was that Tsunade specifically sought out Uchiha Mikoto for this task every single time. You've been asking her to clean the house regularly? Orochimaru asked, sitting with Tsunade in the living room. That's right, Tsunade replied casually. Why her? Tsunade smirked, imitating Orochimaru's usual aloof expression. Don't you think she's getting more and more beautiful? What does that have to do with making her clean the house? Orochimaru asked, bewildered. So that you can see her more often, of course. Orochimaru was left speechless. Chapter 226. After Tsunade's explanation, Orochimaru quickly understood her reasoning. It was entirely intentional on Tsunade's part to have Mikoto come over regularly. Her purpose was simple: she wanted to inject some fun into their otherwise monotonous lives. The current ninja world lacked entertainment. There were no theaters, no games, no proper distractions. As a married couple without children, Orochimaru and Tsunade found themselves with plenty of free time. At their level of strength, there was no need to train endlessly, and for someone as energetic as Tsunade, idle time quickly became boredom. Initially, she would gamble occasionally, but after Orochimaru called her out on it a couple of times, she eventually stopped. From then on, she started looking for new ways to amuse herself. Uchiha Mikoto, it seemed, had become one of her many outlets for entertainment. Tsunade had noticed something curious: Mikoto seemed to harbor a subtle interest in Orochimaru. She hadn't acted on it, of course, but as one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade easily picked up on the fleeting looks and subconscious expressions Mikoto occasionally displayed. Orochimaru, with his sharper instincts, had naturally noticed it as well. Orochimaru sighed, his suspicions confirmed. Tsunade's unrestrained attitude was undoubtedly a result of her carefree, albeit mischievous nature, heightened by their peaceful life together. "Mikoto, can you make us a pot of tea?" Tsunade suddenly called out. "Of course, Tsunade-sama." "Please wait a moment," came Mikoto's soft and gentle reply from the kitchen. Watching the scene unfold, Orochimaru stood up, shaking his head helplessly. "You're so boring," he muttered. "Oh, husband, don't leave now," Tsunade teased, her tone light-hearted. "I don't have time for your games," Orochimaru said, waving her off as he began walking toward the backyard. "I need to focus on improving my Flying Thunder God technique." Tsunade didn't stop him. As Orochimaru left, she chuckled to herself, clearly entertained. In truth, Orochimaru had agreed to marry Tsunade for a rather personal reason. He had wanted to experience a sense of spiritual fulfillment, a home that he had never had before. In her presence, he found something akin to that feeling. But as for Konoha itself? He didn't hate the village, but he couldn't bring himself to truly love it either. In the backyard, Orochimaru focused on his training. The space shimmered faintly as several Flying Thunder God kunai flew into the air, hovering briefly before spreading out in different directions. Orochimaru's current focus wasn't the Flying Thunder God technique itself but the intervals between each teleportation. In his memory, Minato's mastery of the technique was seamless. His movements in battle teleporting forward, backward, and side to side were executed without the slightest pause. By contrast, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had a slight delay between each teleportation. Though it was only a second or two, even such a minuscule pause could prove fatal in battle. Orochimaru was determined to close that gap. Inside the house, Tsunade glanced toward the backyard, where Orochimaru was engrossed in his training. She suddenly felt a little bored. Her gaze shifted toward the kitchen, where Mikoto was diligently preparing tea. An idea formed in Tsunade's mind. She stood up and walked over to the younger woman. "Mikoto," she began, her tone casual, "why don't you teach me how to make tea?" "Huh? Tsunade-sama, you want to learn this?" Mikoto asked, surprised. "Why not? I'm just sitting around anyway." And so, in the kitchen of Orochimaru's mansion, two women, one from the Uchiha clan and the other from the Senju clan, stood together, discussing the art of tea-making. The sight was unusual, almost surreal. If anyone else had witnessed it, it would have surely become the talk of Konoha. The premature end of the Second Ninja War had given the major nations a rare opportunity to rest and rebuild. Konoha used the time to grow rapidly, and the other great nations weren't idle either. Each was focused on development, diplomacy, and strategic preparation. To the north of the Land of Fire lay the Land of Frost, a small, unremarkable country often overlooked. Its lack of notable features meant it rarely crossed anyone's mind. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, it would become a prominent battlefield. At present, the Land of Frost bordered the Land of Waterfall to the west and faced the open sea to the north. A massive ship sailed across these northern waters, its deck occupied by a group of dark-skinned ninjas wearing the forehead protectors of the Hidden Cloud Village. At the helm of the ship stood an old man with dark skin, long light yellow hair, and a thick beard. His muscular frame radiated power, and the tattoo of the kanji 4 Thunder was emblazoned on his right shoulder. He was the third Reikage, renowned as both the strongest spear and the strongest shield. With his arms folded, the third Reikage gazed silently westward over the calm sea, lost in thought. Seagulls occasionally flew past, their cries breaking the quiet. "Reikage-sama, everything is ready," a cloud ninja carrying a sword reported respectfully. The third Reikage gave a slight nod. "Let everyone rest for now." "Yes, sir." Standing behind him was a younger man who bore a striking resemblance to him, sharing at least 70% of his features. This was none other than his son, the future fourth Reikage. Frowned slightly, his voice tinged with confusion. "Father, why are we meeting them at sea? If there's a conflict, this terrain puts us at a disadvantage." Despite his brash nature, the young man possessed the keen eye of a future Kage. It was obvious that water-based combat would weaken the Hidden Cloud forces. With most of their chakra attuned to lightning, fighting on the sea would handicap them just as much as forcing a water-style master to fight in the desert. The third Reikage's deep voice rumbled in response. "This location is close enough to our land for a safe retreat. If things go wrong, they won't be able to stop us." He paused, his gaze unwavering. "Besides, the fact that they agreed to meet us here after traveling such a distance shows their sincerity." I nodded, reluctantly accepting his father's reasoning. "That makes sense. Wait, look. They're here!" Chapter 227, the sky stretched wide and blue, like an endless sheet of pristine paper. A few thin clouds drifted lazily, their edges softened by the sunlight. Suddenly, tiny black dots appeared on the horizon, hovering over the tranquil sea. At first, they were too far away to discern clearly, their details obscured by distance. However, it quickly became apparent that they were moving, flying, in fact, and approaching at a remarkable speed. Within moments, their outlines became visible. They weren't ships or birds, they were people. 14 individuals in total, soaring through the air. Leading the group was a diminutive old man draped in a red scarf and wearing a green-striped vest. Beside him was a broad, muscular man in a khaki uniform. Behind the two were 12 subordinates, all clad in the attire of elite IWA ninjas. The sight of 14 people flying together through the sky was nothing short of spectacular. "Unbelievable," one Kumo ninja muttered from the ship below, his voice tinged with awe. "Unbelievable? It's enough to make anyone jealous," another added, shaking his head in amazement. "Yeah. I've heard rumors about this technique before, but seeing it in person is something else entirely." Their admiration wasn't unwarranted. The ability to fly was rare across the entire ninja world, especially the kind of flight achieved through one's own power. There was no mistaking the identities of the figures in the air. The short old man was none other than Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of IWA, while the burly man beside him was his son, Kitsuchi. Behind them were 12 elite jonin of IWA, forming a disciplined and formidable entourage. Once Inoki and his group approached the ship, the Tsuchikage raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to halt. Hovering above the deck, Inoki glanced down at the third Reikage standing below and greeted him with his usual air of superiority. "Third Reikage," Inoki said, his tone laced with mock courtesy. "I must say, it's such a burden to call on you like this." His words, though seemingly polite, carried a condescending undertone. As soon as he spoke, the ninjas on both sides instinctively prepared themselves for any potential confrontation, the tension in the air palpable. The third Reikage, however, remained calm. Raising his head, he replied, "Given the state of relations between our two nations, isn't a little hardship to be expected? Don't you agree, Tsuchikage?" Anoki chuckled faintly. Indeed. If it weren't for such pressing matters, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to meet with you. Pressing matters? The third Rakich's expression grew serious, his sharp gaze locking onto Anoki. Around him, the Kumo ninjas exchanged wary glances. What could be so important that you, Tsuchikage, would make such an effort to negotiate with me personally? Given the ongoing hostility between their nations, a meeting like this was highly unusual. For the Kage of two rival villages to meet face-to-face was a dangerous gamble, requiring numerous negotiations and careful arrangements to even become possible. The time, location, and security of the meeting had all been meticulously planned to minimize risk. Anoki's face grew stern. Rakage, let me get straight to the point. Are you familiar with Konoha's Orochimaru? Orochimaru? The third Rakich's expression darkened at the mention of the name. Around him, the Kumo ninjas whispered amongst themselves. From their reactions, it was clear that the name was well known. Of course I know of him, the Rakich said, his tone measured but firm. He defeated Hanzo of the Hidden Rain village and killed the third Kazekage. An impressive individual, to say the least. Anoki's lips curled into a faint sneer. It seems your understanding of him is rather superficial. What do you mean? The third Rakich's frown deepened, his curiosity piqued. Anoki's expression turned serious. Orochimaru is far more dangerous than you realize. Without hesitation, Anoki began recounting the information IWA had gathered about Orochimaru. During the war, IWA had managed to capture a number of prisoners, and through interrogations, they had uncovered startling details about Orochimaru's capabilities, details that went far beyond what most of the ninja world knew. As Anoki explained, the Kumo ninjas listened in stunned silence. A scientific genius, one Kumo ninja muttered in disbelief. Inventing ninja tools? Is he serious? That sounds absurd. A young man in his 20s with Kage-level strength and advanced research skills? How is that even possible? The third Rakich glanced at his son and subordinates, gauging their reactions, before falling into deep thought. The mention of Orochimaru triggered a memory, the failed attempt to kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If you recall correctly, Orochimaru had been involved in thwarting that operation. Yes, Anoki continued, sensing the growing tension among the Kumo ninjas. Even I was shocked when I first learned about his capabilities. He pressed on, his tone sharp. Thanks to the prisoners we captured during the war, we've uncovered just how much of a threat he poses. If it weren't for these interrogations, we wouldn't know half of what we do now. The third Rakich looked up, his eyes narrowing. Even so, what does this have to do with us? Orochimaru may be talented, but he's still just a Konoha ninja. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Anoki's expression grew cold. Don't you understand yet, Rakich? Because of Orochimaru, Konoha has completely disrupted the balance of power between the five great nations. Or do you really think it was mere coincidence that we, the IWA ninjas, decided to cease our war with the Sand Village? He chuckled bitterly. And yet, you Kumo ninjas blindly assisted Konoha in attacking us. If it weren't for your interference, our losses wouldn't have been nearly as severe. Anoki's mocking tone was like a dagger, cutting deep. Tsuchikage, the third Rakich said, his voice icy, I suggest you watch your words. We joined this war because we are allies with Konoha. Allies? Anoki's laugh was harsh and derisive. You're the only ones who believe that nonsense. Tell me, Rakich, what did Kumo gain from this so-called alliance? What benefits did you reap from this war? It was true that Kumo had gained little from the war. Aside from the war funds provided by Konoha, there were no tangible benefits. Worse, their motives were questioned, and they were accused of trying to steal the Nine-Tails. Tsuchikage, the third Rakich said at last, his tone heavy with suspicion, enough with the posturing. Tell me why you've called me here. End our hostilities and join forces against Konoha, he declared. What? The voice wasn't the third Rakich's, it was his son's, the future fourth Rakich. His anger flared, his fists clenched. Are you joking, Tsuchikage? Growled. We've been locked in battle with IWA, and now you expect us to just stop and turn our attention to Konoha? Do you think we're that fickle? The third Reikage's eyes narrowed. I agree. Explain yourself, Inoki. Do you think I'd joke about something like this? Inoki's gaze was piercing. Konoha has already upset the balance between the great nations, and it's only a matter of time before they turn their sights on you. If you don't act now, you'll find yourselves destroyed. Inoki's voice grew more intense. We need to work together to pressure Konoha. Even if we can't start a full-scale war, we must at least force them to hand over Orochimaru. Chapter 228. In the ninja world, it was a well-known reality: the strong preyed on the weak. Large nations oppressed smaller ones, while smaller nations struggled to survive, maneuvering in the cracks left by the powerful. The survival of small countries wasn't a coincidence. Some allied with the great nations, others relied on unique secret techniques, and some took advantage of naturally defensive terrain. In short, they became thorns that even the great powers found hard to remove. For the most part, the major nations, too busy fighting amongst themselves, had no time to deal with these nuisances. This allowed the smaller nations to endure. Originally, there was a precarious balance between the five great powers. However, when the first Hokage established Konoha, he distributed the nine-tailed beasts among the major nations to ensure equilibrium. This act created a strange but functional balance of power. This delicate balance kept the five major countries locked in a constant cycle of conflict without outright annihilation. Every nation knew they had their own tailed beast, making any attempts to destroy one another a daunting and often futile task. But Orochimaru's emergence began to disrupt this balance. Before, his reputation in the original timeline wasn't built on overwhelming combat strength. His greatest asset was his almost unkillable survivability, a trait comparable to that of a cockroach. His direct combat ability wasn't particularly impressive. For example, he required Kimimaro and others' help to kill the fourth Kazekage. In his battle against the aging third Hokage, Orochimaru barely came out alive. He even struggled against a four-tailed Naruto. But now, Orochimaru's strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. He had reached the Super Kage level, capable of saving an entire battlefield single-handedly and even killing the third Kazekage in direct combat. That accomplishment alone had sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. What's more, his scientific research capable of boosting the combat effectiveness of an entire village posed an even greater threat. The leaders of the other great nations believed that, given a few more years, Konoha could potentially use Orochimaru's abilities to annex any of the major ninja villages. The thought was enough to make them restless. Unless Orochimaru was dealt with, they would never feel secure. But targeting Orochimaru was no simple task. Even leaving aside whether Konoha would ever agree to surrender him, there were serious internal hurdles to overcome in forming an alliance between these nations. Would Kumo simply follow Inoki's suggestion and turn on Konoha? Of course not. The third Reikage only promised to consider Inoki's proposal but made no immediate decision. He knew that even if they decided to act against Konoha, they would need a sound justification. Inoki understood this as well. He wasn't in a rush, he had already waited a long time and could afford to wait a little longer. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had no idea that the other great nations were plotting against him. Even if he had known, it was unlikely he'd have cared. His current strength gave him an unshakable confidence. With abilities like Flying Thunder God, Orochimaru knew he was exceptionally difficult to corner. If worst came to worst, he could always retreat. What? The second Hokage, who also used Flying Thunder God, still died? That was different. The second Hokage intentionally lured the enemy to ensure his comrades could escape. Orochimaru had no intention of playing the martyr. His use of the Flying Thunder God technique was purely pragmatic. If things got dangerous, he'd simply leave. In just half an hour, if this first batch of kids survives, the experiment will be a success. Inside a secret laboratory, Orochimaru stood calmly, observing the 8 experimental chambers filled with specialized fluid. Genetic modification was no challenge for him anymore. If the power of the first Hokage's cells was too overwhelming, it could be diluted. If a child's body was too weak to handle the procedure, their physique could be enhanced. Creating a batch of inferior would release users was not a difficult feat for him at this point. Danzo, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction at Orochimaru's words. Judging from their vital signs, they should all survive. Orochimaru, your methods never cease to amaze me. In front of them were 8 children who had undergone the genetic modifications. If properly nurtured, each child could easily become an elite Jonin in the future. It's just a minor matter, Orochimaru said casually, waving a hand. If you want, I can even give them Sharingan. Danzo's eyes briefly lit up at the thought but quickly dimmed. Sharingan and would release? That combination would be frighteningly powerful, but no, the Sharingan supply is already stretched thin. Danzo knew that managing and controlling children with such overwhelming power would be a monumental challenge. Orochimaru smirked faintly but didn't press the issue. Danzo-sama, we have a situation. The sudden voice of a root ninja broke through the silence. Danzo's face darkened. What's wrong? We've detected signs of enemy ninja activity nearby. What? Danzo's expression shifted immediately. Take me to see. It took less than 10 minutes for Danzo to return, his face grim. Orochimaru, we may have been compromised, he said flatly. Compromised? Has someone found us? Orochimaru asked, his tone calm, though his golden eyes sharpened slightly. Danzo nodded. Yes. Based on the traces we found, someone was here recently. If they report their findings to Sarutobi, we're finished here. What a pity for this lab, Orochimaru remarked with mock regret, though his tone carried no real emotion. There's no other choice. Danzo sighed deeply. You leave first, I'll take care of this. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. You sure? Danzo nodded firmly. Sarutobi already suspects our collaboration, but I can't let him find concrete evidence. I'll handle it. Well, if you insist. Orochimaru smiled faintly and began packing his tools without haste. Minutes later, he walked out of the laboratory. Once out of sight, he activated the Flying Thunder God and vanished into thin air. Danzo, meanwhile, had prepared for such a scenario from the start. Once the experiment was complete, he ordered his subordinates to evacuate the 8 children, then set up a soundproof barrier around the lab. The entire area was rigged with countless explosive tags. Boom! The laboratory was reduced to rubble in a series of deafening explosions. Finally, Danzo's Earth-release ninjas worked together to bury the remains of the lab deep underground, ensuring it would never be discovered again. Chapter 229. It was unlikely that Hiruzen truly understood the full extent of Danzo's schemes. Their relationship had always been delicate. As long as Danzo didn't cross certain lines, Hiruzen preferred to turn a blind eye, even if he had his suspicions. He understood all too well that a fallout between him and Danzo would benefit no one. While their ideologies clashed, Danzo's ultimate goal still aligned with Konoha's protection. He hadn't yet done anything that outright harmed the village. That was the primary reason Hiruzen chose to tolerate his actions. That being said, this time, it wasn't Hiruzen who had stumbled upon Danzo's activities. On the streets of Konoha, a pale blue-haired ninja with an aloof expression strolled forward, his thoughts swirling. It was evening, and he had just returned from a mission with his teammates. Strange, the man muttered to himself. At this hour, why would Danzo-sama's subordinates be active outside the village? He furrowed his brow. It was an odd sight, especially so late in the day when most would be resting. Still, he quickly shook his head. As a respected figure in Konoha, Danzo often acted in ways that others couldn't understand. And despite being an elite Jonin himself, he wasn't about to question someone of Danzo's status. Whatever Danzo was up to wasn't something he could, or should, try to figure out. Uncle! A sweet, childlike voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned his head to see a young girl with short black hair, no older than 4 years, clutching a skewer of meatballs in her hands. She gazed at him in surprise. "Ah, Shizune," he said warmly. "Did you come out here alone to buy meatballs?" "Yes," Shizune replied with a hint of shyness. "There wasn't anything to eat at home, and I got hungry, so—" Her soft voice trailed off as she looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "I see," he replied with a chuckle. "How about I buy you a couple more skewers?" "Really? That'd be great." Shizune's face lit up with delight. After paying for 2 more skewers and handing them to her, he noticed that Shizune was staring off into the distance, distracted by something. He followed her gaze and froze when he saw the figure she was looking at, a blonde woman walking hand in hand with a pale-skinned man. It was Tsunade. And beside her, Orochimaru. Dan's smile faltered, but he quickly composed himself. His armor-clad figure stiffened ever so slightly, though he forced a polite nod in their direction. Tsunade, who had also noticed him, felt momentarily awkward. She shot a quick glance at Orochimaru, only to find his expression completely neutral. The only thing unusual was where his golden eyes were focused, on Shizune. Tsunade's brow twitched. After an exchange of polite nods, the two groups passed each other without further interaction. As they walked away, Tsunade couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Orochimaru, why were you staring at that little girl just now?" "No reason," Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. "I just found her interesting." "Interesting?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "You've never met her before. What's so interesting?" "It's hard to explain," he said dismissively. Then, with a playful glint in his eye, he added, "Why don't you focus on more important things, like what you're going to wear tonight?" Tsunade's face turned red in an instant. Tsunade and Orochimaru's marriage had added a layer of playfulness to their relationship. While the two had been together for years, marriage brought new dynamics. One of these included certain experiments in their private life. "Maybe something simple," Tsunade murmured, her face flushed. "But I don't think a nurse uniform fits me. The buttons won't close." "Who told you to grow so much?" Orochimaru teased, his lips curling into a sly grin while playing with the buds. "What? Are you saying you don't like it? You said you did back then." Orochimaru opened his mouth but quickly shut it. He had no idea how to respond. After all, he'd heard of people complaining about being too small, but too big? That was a first. At the Hokage's office, a Konoha ninja knelt before Hiruzen, delivering a report. "Lord Hokage, reports indicate that children from surrounding villages have been disappearing without a trace," the ninja said solemnly. Hiruzen frowned as he scanned the mission report in his hands. "All children?" he asked after a moment. "And the total number of missing cases?" "Over 20 so far," the ninja confirmed grimly. Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke from his pipe, deep in thought. "I see. I'll send someone to investigate immediately." "You're dismissed." The ninja bowed and left, leaving the third Hokage to ponder the situation. Something about this didn't sit right with him. He could feel it in his gut. Wasting no time, he summoned a team of ANBU to look into the matter. Midnight. He was fully equipped, with dirt on his boots, fresh from outside the village, Orochimaru mused to himself, sitting in the dim light of his home. Could it really have been you, Dan? Given the current circumstances, Orochimaru had been cautious. After returning to Konoha via Flying Thunder God earlier in the day, he'd immediately taken Tsunade out, only to run into Kato Dan near the village entrance. It was enough to make him suspicious. But even if Dan had stumbled upon something, Orochimaru wasn't particularly worried. Without direct orders from the Hokage, Dan wouldn't dare to investigate further. Still, Orochimaru's golden eyes gleamed in the dark. "It's best to secure everything I need sooner rather than later." In their bedroom, Tsunade raised her head from Orochimaru's chest, looking slightly apologetic. "Did I bite you too hard?" she asked. "It's fine," Orochimaru said with a faint smirk, running a hand through her hair. You can continue. A playful glint appeared in his eyes as he guided her closer. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Aren't you tired of me yet? How could I ever get tired of you, Tsunade-hime? Orochimaru replied, his tone low and smooth. In that moment, his gaze softened ever so slightly. If there was one thing he didn't tire of, it was her presence. Chapter 230, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was unquestionably in her prime at this moment in time. She was young and beautiful, full of life and energy, standing at 163 centimeters tall. Her figure was flawless, with curves that accentuated her beauty. While her chest was far more developed than the average woman's, the rest of her features were strikingly well proportioned. Especially after being handled by Orochimaru. Orochimaru still recalled the effort it had taken to guide Tsunade from being hesitant to enthusiastic, and from enthusiastic to completely uninhibited. Tsunade blushed when Orochimaru teased her, but instead of responding, she quietly looked down and puffed on her pipe. After so many years together, she was well aware of Orochimaru's preferences. She also knew how much he enjoyed seeing her in certain unconventional outfits. At first, she had been curious about where Orochimaru had picked up these peculiar habits. However, over time and with Orochimaru's persistence, she found herself indulging in these quirks as well, to the point where she occasionally found them enjoyable. In short, while Tsunade sometimes thought Orochimaru had changed too much, she didn't dislike it. It was a strange contradiction, one she didn't fully understand. More than half an hour later, Tsunade lay curled up in Orochimaru's arms. Orochimaru, have you ever had thoughts about that girl Makoto? She asked suddenly. Do you want the truth or a lie? Orochimaru responded casually. Of course, the truth, Tsunade demanded. It's crossed my mind before, Orochimaru admitted without hesitation. He saw no reason to deny it. Tsunade had asked him the same question in the past, and he had been forthright then as well. And now, she pressed. Even now, yes, Orochimaru replied calmly. But it's unlikely anything will come of it. Why not? Tsunade frowned. She seems to like you well enough. If you so much as beckon to her, I'm sure she'd run straight into your arms. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. What makes you think that? It's your fault, isn't it? Tsunade retorted, her voice tinged with annoyance. If you hadn't planted that idea in my head, I wouldn't even be entertaining it. You! Hey, Orochimaru, why don't you give it a shot? Orochimaru let out a laugh. I never knew I had a knack for teaching women to think this way. Stop joking around, Tsunade said impatiently, shaking his arm. So? Are you going to try or not? Don't be ridiculous, Orochimaru said, his tone more serious now. I may not care about my reputation, but you should care about yours. Enough of this nonsense, get some rest. Don't you have anything better to think about? Isn't it enough that you take care of the serious matters? Tsunade replied nonchalantly as she stretched out on the bed, resting her head on her hands. Orochimaru was her husband, and with his overwhelming strength and intellect, there was little she could do that he couldn't handle better. Besides, wasn't it natural for her to focus on enjoying life when he had everything else under control? Still, Orochimaru was right. Getting involved with Makoto? It might be fine if no one ever found out, but if the truth came to light, it would be humiliating for everyone involved. Wait! What's wrong with me? Why am I even thinking about this? Tsunade suddenly froze, stunned by her own thoughts. Was she seriously entertaining the idea of sharing her man with another woman and even suggesting it herself? Oh my God, I must be losing it. She muttered to herself, glancing at Orochimaru lying beside her. But no, it wasn't an illusion. Nor was it Jinjutsu. If Orochimaru had used Jinjutsu on her, she would have noticed it immediately. Tsunade racked her brain for an explanation but found none. Eventually, she gave up, shook her head, and pulled the blanket over herself. The next morning, outside the Uchiha clan's district, two figures stood facing each other. With Tsunade off helping at the hospital, Orochimaru had wandered here out of boredom. Makoto, he said directly, you agreed to help with Tsunade's duties because you have something you need from me, didn't you? When Orochimaru had first noticed Uchiha Makoto cleaning his home, he'd already suspected something was off. The subsequent visits only confirmed his hunch. Still, he hadn't confronted her. She hadn't said anything, and he hadn't seen a reason to pry. But now! Yes. Makoto admitted timidly, her gaze dropping to the ground. She knew better than to lie to Orochimaru. Someone of his intellect and perception would see through her immediately. Besides, she had a feeling her honesty might work in her favor. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Let's find a more private place to talk. Sir! Makoto looked up, startled. Just follow me, Orochimaru said, waving his hand dismissively. Without further words, he led Makoto to an open area on the right side of the Hokage rock. When they arrived, Orochimaru turned to face her. All right, this will do. Makoto, you've spent enough time around me to know I don't like wasting time. Just tell me what you want. If it's not too unreasonable, I may consider helping you. Thank you, sir. Makoto replied, her voice barely above a whisper. It's like this. She hesitated for a moment but eventually explained the mission her father had given her. As Makoto spoke, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly. Enhancement serum, he echoed, his voice laced with curiosity. Yes, sir, Makoto said, nodding. My father said it could help the clan better control the Sharingan. That's why I... She trailed off, but Orochimaru understood the implication. Ah, I see. He mused, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. So it's because those with awakened Sharingan are prone to emotional extremes, isn't it? It seems your Uchiha clan is more divided than I thought. Your father must belong to the peace-loving faction. Yes, sir, Makoto replied, a bit surprised. She had always been aware of the tension within the Uchiha clan and their relationship with the village. But Orochimaru's knowledge of the matter seemed even more thorough than hers. As expected of Orochimaru-sama. Well, Orochimaru continued, his smirk deepening, there's one thing I'm curious about. How are you so sure I still have this enhancement serum? Chapter 231, the conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village was an open secret among the adult members of the Uchiha clan. However, even within the clan itself, opinions were far from unified. After all, people's perspectives differ. Some members value peace, believing that coexisting harmoniously with the village was ideal. They saw no reason to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Konoha over the Hokage seat. Others, however, refused to accept being subordinate. They believed that as an integral part of the village, the Uchiha clan deserved to have one of their own as Hokage. This internal conflict mirrored the broader tension between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership. That said, the current situation was relatively stable, and the peace-oriented faction held the majority. But because the Sharingan was deeply influenced by emotions, it often caused clan members' thoughts to veer toward extremes. To ensure peaceful coexistence between the Uchiha and the village, the peace faction hoped to help the war faction better control their Sharingan to prevent any reckless actions. In the past, they could only rely on time and nature to temper such impulses. But Orochimaru's emergence had changed everything, presenting a new possibility. This was why Makoto sought out Orochimaru. Her relationship with him was the starting point for the Uchiha clan's approach. No one else in the clan had such an opportunity to interact with Orochimaru, let alone uncover such secrets. Faced with Orochimaru's pointed question, Makoto felt slightly flustered. Well, my father said that you're not the type of person to leave yourself completely unprepared, so... Oh? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, amused. Your father is quite perceptive. While his words aren't exactly flattering, he's not wrong. Makoto looked at him expectantly. Then, Lord Orochimaru. Actually, Makoto, Orochimaru cut her off, his voice calm, the conflict between your clan and the village isn't something a few vials of strengthening fluid can resolve. But since you've asked, I'll provide some for now. Really? Thank you, my lord. Of course, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. But you'll need to do something for me in return. Anything, my lord. Just say the word. Fugaku Uchiha and Obito Uchiha? Later that afternoon, within the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Akihara was dumbfounded. Yes, father, Mikoto confirmed. He didn't ask for anything else? Akihara couldn't believe what he was hearing. Orochimaru has such low demands? No, Mikoto replied. I told you before, Lord Orochimaru is approachable. You were the one who insisted I use this method to get close to him. Now, I feel like... What do you know? Akihara interrupted, frowning. I had you approach him not just for this reason. What do you mean, father? What else could it mean? Akihara sighed heavily and sat down. In our clan, you're the only one who has the opportunity to get close to him. But there's no point discussing this further now. I'll inform the clan leader first. Oh, right, he added as an afterthought, who is this Uchiha Obito? Is there even someone with that name in our clan? Mikoto hesitated, a little uncertain herself. I haven't heard much about him either. But Lord Orochimaru said he saw him once, a young child, only a few years old. He mentioned that the boy seemed to have good potential. Is that so? Akihara muttered, skeptical. Why did it feel like Orochimaru knew more about the Uchiha clan than he, a core member, did? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further and quickly sought out Uchiha Soyama, the clan leader. When Soyama summoned both Fugaku and Obito, he and Akihara couldn't help but question Orochimaru's judgment. Uchiha Fugaku, now nearly 22 years old, was a man of considerable talent and status, widely regarded as the next clan leader. His abilities were impressive, making him a natural candidate for Orochimaru's interest in genetic research. But the child standing beside him? The boy, no more than 4 or 5 years old, looked confused and rather ordinary. His unassuming and clumsy demeanor hardly screamed talented. Is your name really Uchiha Obito? Akihara asked, narrowing his eyes. Why yes, Uncle Akihara, Obito stammered nervously, swallowing hard. As a young and unremarkable member of the Uchiha clan, Obito was completely bewildered by the sudden attention from the clan leader. He couldn't help but wonder if he had done something wrong. But Uchiha Soyama didn't waste time. After double-checking Obito's background and confirming his identity, he nodded. Obito, still feeling nervous, barely had time to react before Akihara drew a sample of his blood. The next morning, at Orochimaru's residence. Orochimaru held up 2 vials of blood, his tone calm and analytical. Inheritance is often unpredictable. It's not uncommon for traits to skip generations, and the Uchiha clan's genes are no exception. Hearing this, Tsunade, seated nearby, appeared thoughtful. So, even if the parents don't awaken the Sharingan, it's still possible for their child to do so, she asked. Exactly, Orochimaru confirmed. He continued, according to the Uchiha clan's records, this boy, Obito, doesn't come from a particularly distinguished lineage. His ancestors haven't displayed notable talent for generations. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smirk. Obito must be the result of a genetic mutation. Occasionally, 2 ordinary genes combine to form an advanced one. The probability is low, but it does happen. I see, Tsunade murmured, nodding in understanding. Being one of the few aware of Orochimaru's experiments, she often discussed such matters with him in private. After a moment, she suddenly asked, by the way, Orochimaru, with your current strength surpassing even your teachers, have you ever thought about becoming Hokage? No, Orochimaru replied bluntly, placing the vials into a sealed compartment. Some people are meant to lead from the front as generals, while others are better suited to advising in the background. Forcing the wrong person into the wrong role will only lead to disaster. You understand what I mean, don't you? You're just saying you're not interested in being Hokage, Tsunade said with a wry smile. Fine, I get it. But if there were an election for the next Hokage, who do you think would be the best candidate, besides you. Obviously, it's you. Me? Tsunade blinked, pointing to herself in disbelief. Are you serious? I am, Orochimaru said with a faint grin. Don't you think it would be entertaining for you to be Hokage? Chapter 232, Letting his wife become Hokage? Now that was truly an amusing idea. For Orochimaru, there was more satisfaction in being the husband of the Hokage than being Hokage himself. Besides, in his memory, Tsunade had indeed become Hokage in the original timeline, so it didn't seem far-fetched at all. Why was Minato Namikaze the fourth Hokage in the original storyline? It didn't take much analysis to figure out. Under normal circumstances, if Hiruzen truly abdicated, the Hokage position would naturally pass to his son or one of his disciples. But at the time, his eldest son had died, and his second son, Asuma, was too young. This left only the legendary Sannin as viable candidates. Of the three, Hiruzen's most cherished and talented disciple was Orochimaru. If Orochimaru had stayed on the normal path, his ascension to the Hokage's seat would have been all but certain. However, Orochimaru's ambitions, nurtured under Danzo's influence, ultimately disqualified him from consideration. Among the remaining two, Tsunade had lost herself in grief after the deaths of her brother and lover. By the end of the Third Shinobi World War, she had left Konoha and disappeared into a self-imposed exile. As for Jiraiya, he had always been a wanderer, and his commitment to finding the child of prophecy ensured that he too left the village. Thus, Hiruzen had no choice but to turn to Jiraiya's disciple, Namikaze Minato, as the next Hokage. Minato's ideals aligned with Hiruzen's, and he was both capable and loyal, a perfect candidate. But now, the situation had changed. In this timeline, Tsunade's brother hadn't died, and she had never been in love with Kato Dan. Even though Hiruzen might be wary of her because of her marriage to Orochimaru, Tsunade's chances of becoming Hokage were much higher than Minato's. You're kidding, right? Tsunade said offhandedly. How could I possibly be qualified to be Hokage? Besides, have you ever seen a village led by a female Kage? Orochimaru was momentarily at a loss for words. The future fifth Hokage herself, claiming to be unqualified? How ironic. And yet, she wasn't entirely wrong. Up until now, no village had ever had a female Kage. Historically, all leaders had been men. In the original timeline, the first female Kage was Terumi Mei, the fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist. But at this moment, Mei was still just a child. Fine, you make a good point, Orochimaru conceded, shaking his head. He decided not to argue further. After all, the third Hokage was still in his prime and hadn't made any major mistakes. Discussing the succession of the Hokage's seat was premature. After exchanging a few more words with Tsunade, Orochimaru fell silent, turning his attention instead to the 2 blood samples he had collected. The Sharingan was renowned for its immense spiritual power, and the Mangekyo Sharingan possessed even greater potential. What intrigued him was whether these 2 genetic samples could be fused with his own to induce a qualitative leap in his mental energy, perhaps even reaching the level of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He wasn't entirely sure. But what he was certain of was that the research would allow him to assist Nagato in awakening the Rinnegan. That much was within his reach. June, year 39 of Konoha. Orochimaru and Tsunade had been married for 3 years. This year, they both turned 29. During this time, Orochimaru had rarely left the village, dedicating himself to assisting Danzo with his experiments. The number of completed human experiments had risen from over 20 to over 60, with more than 30 children currently undergoing cultivation. It was also this year that Kakashi and Gai's class began their academy enrollment. And this year, a message from the Land of Lightning arrived at the third Hokage's desk. Hiruzen sat in the Hokage's office, holding the scroll in his hands. Beside it lay another scroll, and beside that, yet another. He smoked cigarette after cigarette, his face shadowed with unease. "What's wrong, Sarutobi?" Several advisors entered the conference room, immediately noticing his somber expression. Without a word, Hiruzen tossed the 3 scrolls onto the table. Hamura, the most senior of the advisors, picked up one of the scrolls and began to read. His expression soon turned grim. The Land of Lightning wants to dissolve its alliance with us? Why? It doesn't make sense, Koharu said in shock. Our relationship with them has been stable for years. What could have changed? Have you forgotten what happened 3 months ago? Hiruzen replied with a weary sigh, puffing on his pipe. 3 months ago? Danzo furrowed his brow. Humph, ridiculous. This is just an excuse to dissolve the alliance. Even if we know it's an excuse, what can we do? Hiruzen exhaled a long plume of smoke, looking more tired than ever. 3 months earlier, the Land of Lightning had sent a formal request, claiming they had suffered heavy losses during the last war. They argued that Konoha had become too strong, jeopardizing the balance between the two nations. To strengthen their alliance, they demanded that Konoha share its research advancements with them. Share? Share what? Sharing their village's hard-earned technology with another nation was laughable. Naturally, Konoha had refused. The Land of Lightning had then used this as a pretext to dissolve their alliance. But for the advisors and Hokage, the true reason behind the dissolution was obvious. Why do they really want to dissolve the alliance? Koharu pressed, narrowing her eyes. You'll understand after reading the other 2 scrolls, Hiruzen replied. Koharu immediately grabbed the remaining scrolls and scanned their contents. What? The 3 villages formed an alliance? How is that possible? Hamura's disbelief mirrored Koharu's. Even Danzo frowned deeply. Their animosity toward each other runs deep. How could they possibly form an alliance? It's because of Orochimaru. Koharu's gaze sharpened as she spoke, fully understanding the implications. Orochimaru? She nodded. Orochimaru's performance during the last war was too outstanding. He assassinated the Kazekage from a distance, dominated the battlefield, and his research could further strengthen Konoha. They're afraid of Konoha becoming too powerful, which would threaten their own interests. By allying, they're trying to stop us before it's too late. So, they've united to target us? Hamura asked. Precisely, Koharu confirmed. Their demand is clear, hand over Orochimaru, or we'll face the combined forces of 3 ninja villages. What? Danzo slammed his fist on the table, his anger evident. Ridiculous. Bastards. Chapter 233, the news of 3 major ninja villages preparing to besiege Konoha sent the village's top leaders into an uneasy silence. While Konoha had famously stood victorious in the Third Shinobi War, fighting against multiple nations, the reality of that conflict was more fragmented than most would recall. The war had been a series of staggered battles rather than a united assault. First, Konoha faced the Sand Village, then the Stone Village. As the Sand retreated, the Cloud Village entered the fray. After the Stone and Sand withdrew, the Mist Village joined the conflict. It was as if the nations were taking turns, one after another, like a game of rescuing a trapped grandparent, each stepping in only after the previous one stepped back. Most importantly, there had been no alliances between these nations. Konoha had never been forced to face 3 allied nations at the same time. Even so, the toll from that war had been devastating. Konoha's resources had been stretched thin, to the point that 7- and 8-year-old children had been sent to the battlefield. It was a grim reminder of how costly the war had been. Now, Konoha's new generation, Kakashi, Guy, and others had just started their academy years. The village was far from ready to withstand another large-scale conflict. Facing even 2 nations at once would be daunting, let alone 3. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha had only survived thanks to the heroics of figures like Hatake Tsukumo and Orochimaru, as well as temporary assistance from the Cloud Village. Without those key factors, Konoha would have faced even greater losses. This time, the other nations had made their demand clear: sacrifice Orochimaru to secure temporary peace or prepare for war that would cost tens of thousands of lives. Konoha now faced a grim choice. Meanwhile, at Orochimaru's house, he remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing around him. His attention was focused entirely on the shy girl kneeling before him. The girl, dressed in a white t-shirt and shorts, had her long hair falling over her shoulders. She knelt awkwardly, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Makoto, are you serious?" Orochimaru asked, unable to hide his disbelief. The idea seemed absurd to him. "Yes, my lord. I've always admired you." Makoto's voice was barely audible, as soft as the buzz of a mosquito. Her face was scarlet, and her head hung low, overwhelmed with shame. Orochimaru didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the teacup Makoto had prepared and took a slow sip. "Did Tsunade put you up to this?" "No, no. This has nothing to do with Tsunade-sama. It's my own decision." "Really?" Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Only now did he fully understand the peculiar dynamics of his household. Who would have thought that teaching one's wife harmony could lead to this? Of course, it helped to have a wife who was willing to share what she had learned. For some time now, Tsunade had been finding excuses to bring Makoto over, sometimes to help clean, sometimes to learn tea-making or cooking. Whatever the task, Tsunade always found a way to involve her. As a result, Orochimaru had grown accustomed to seeing Makoto frequently. At first, Makoto had merely stolen glances at him. But over time, her behavior grew more obvious, blushing whenever she saw him, avoiding eye contact, and fidgeting nervously. Orochimaru had been curious about her odd behavior and once asked Tsunade if she knew what was going on. Tsunade had simply brushed it off, giving him no clear answer. It wasn't until Orochimaru secretly observed one of Tsunade's conversations with Makoto that he realized just how outrageous things had gotten. The conversations were far from innocent, filled with intimate discussions on topics like preferences, techniques, and even certain prohibited zones to touch or not touch. Initially, Makoto had tried to tune out such conversations, but Tsunade was a skilled medical ninja and could couch her advice in terms of anatomical knowledge, which quickly piqued Makoto's interest. Over time, the two women had grown closer, and Tsunade had begun speaking even more candidly. She once casually told Makoto that she didn't mind if the younger woman admired Orochimaru. Makoto, who had harbored feelings for Orochimaru for a long time, was shocked. While her pride initially made her reject the idea, Tsunade's encouragement planted a seed of temptation in her heart. Then, one day, Tsunade gave Makoto a small dose of a special pharmaceutical powder. While the dose was subtle and didn't compel her to act, it left her thoughts consumed with images of Orochimaru. From that moment, Makoto had been unable to suppress her feelings any longer. Without Orochimaru having to do anything, Tsunade had already paved the way. To Orochimaru, the whole situation was surreal, a bizarre twist in his understanding of life. "Come here." Orochimaru beckoned with his finger. Yes, my lord." Makoto stammered, rising slowly and sitting next to him. Orochimaru gently lifted her chin with a single finger, a faint smile playing on his lips. "To be honest, I've never been with anyone other than Tsunade." "My lord," Makoto whispered, her voice trembling. "Look at me," Orochimaru said, his voice low and magnetic. Makoto instinctively raised her eyes, her gaze full of admiration and shyness. Seeing her expression, Orochimaru's smile deepened. "Have you really made up your mind?" Makoto didn't answer verbally, but her flustered expression and the way she tried to look away said it all. Satisfied, Orochimaru released her chin and lifted her into his arms effortlessly. Makoto panicked but didn't resist. Instead, her pale arms wrapped around his neck. Compared to Tsunade, she was much lighter, which brought a touch of amusement to Orochimaru's expression. "Haha, Tsunade is truly a fascinating woman," he murmured. Click! With that, the doors and windows of the room shut automatically, leaving the two alone. Despite the lack of romantic foundation between them, the moment unfolded purely on instinct. Tsunade had given her tacit approval, and Orochimaru felt no guilt about what was happening. At the Senju clan compound, Tsunade stood by the window, gazing in the direction of Orochimaru's mansion. She let out a long sigh. "What's wrong, sis? Did you have a fight with Orochimaru?" The now adult Nawaki looked at his sister, who wore a purple robe, and asked curiously. Tsunade snapped out of her thoughts. "No. Don't talk nonsense. If you're not fighting, why are you here? Don't you only come back when you've had a fight?" Nawaki pressed, looking genuinely confused. "I said no, didn't I?" "Stop prattling on and go to bed," Tsunade said, laughing lightly as she scolded him. Fine, I'll go. Do whatever you want." Nawaki chuckled sheepishly, retreating to his room. Even as a jonin, he still didn't dare talk back to his sister. Once Nawaki was gone, Tsunade exhaled deeply and leaned against the windowsill, her gaze once again drifting toward Orochimaru's mansion. "Even though I feel uncomfortable, I know you'll love me more because of this. Right, Orochimaru?" She murmured softly, as though reassuring herself of a decision she had clearly thought about for a long time. Chapter 234. Whether it was through her understanding of his thoughts or habits, Tsunade knew Orochimaru better than anyone, and she understood what was on his mind. That's why she made this decision. For her, it was better to confront the issue directly than to let it fester and worry. The uncertainty was far more exhausting than simply dealing with the situation head-on. Orochimaru, for his part, also understood Tsunade. Her actions, while unexpected, didn't completely surprise him. What did pique his curiosity, however, was the connection between Mikoto and Fugaku. Both were descendants of the Uchiha clan's core members. Their union seemed inevitable, a match dictated by destiny. Yet Orochimaru had unknowingly altered that path. According to Mikoto, Fugaku was now in love with someone named Uchiha Keiko, a revelation Orochimaru had not anticipated. The next morning, Orochimaru glanced at the petite figure lying under the quilt beside him. Mikoto's face was flushed with embarrassment, her gaze downcast. "Even though it's your first time, your body is far too weak," Orochimaru remarked calmly. "I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama," Mikoto stammered, her voice trembling. "There's no need to apologize," Orochimaru said, flipping his wrist. 3 small vials of a liquid appeared in his hand. "Take these. 1 vial per month, used in sequence from light to dark." This, what is it?" Mikoto asked hesitantly. "You'll find out once you use it," Orochimaru replied curtly. He didn't bother explaining further. After one use, she would understand its effects well enough. "But remember," he added, his tone serious, "this is for your use only. Do not share it with your family, not even your parents." "Yes. I understand." Mikoto nodded obediently. While Orochimaru felt no guilt for what had happened, Mikoto did. As her initial fervor subsided, she found herself reflecting on her actions, unsure of how things had escalated to this point. But Orochimaru's demeanor and actions quickly suppressed her lingering doubts. She looked at the 3 vials resting on the quilt and felt as though her emotions were spiraling out of control. Orochimaru paid her no further mind. He got dressed and stepped out of the room, only to find Tsunade already sitting in the living room. It was rare for Orochimaru to be caught off guard, but seeing her there made him pause briefly. "Orochimaru, how did you feel about yesterday?" she asked with a playful smile, sitting casually on the sofa in her coat. "You?" Orochimaru sighed in exasperation. "What made you decide to do something like this?" While he wasn't entirely shocked, it still left him with questions. Even in his previous life, something like this would have been unimaginable. Tsunade wasn't the type of woman to indulge in reckless or senseless behavior. No matter how much he tried to influence her, she wasn't someone who would easily agree to such a thing. When he questioned her further, Tsunade seemed ready to respond but ultimately evaded his inquiries. Frustrated, Orochimaru decided to drop the matter altogether. Mikoto, meanwhile, left the house quickly and didn't return for some time. It was evident that she didn't know how to face either Orochimaru or Tsunade. Orochimaru didn't care much about her absence. The next few days passed peacefully. A week later. That evening, Orochimaru received an urgent summons from the Hokage's ANBU. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, he was met with Hiruzen's somber expression. "They're threatening to besiege Konoha if you don't hand me over?" Orochimaru asked after hearing the news, his tone calm but curious. "Yes," Hiruzen confirmed, his fingers interlocked on the desk as he stared intently at his former student. "They've learned about your research and the development of scientific ninja tools. They're afraid of your abilities." Orochimaru frowned slightly, deep in thought. His mind raced as he processed the information. After a moment, his lips curled into a faint smile. "So, what's the decision?" he asked, his voice sharp and direct. "Or rather, Sensei, what have you decided?" Hiruzen let out a long sigh, guilt flashing in his eyes. "Orochimaru, you are my most talented student. But this matter concerns the lives of tens of thousands of people in the village. I'm asking you to sacrifice myself for the village?" Orochimaru interrupted, a trace of mockery in his smile. "My life for the lives of tens of thousands. Heh, it seems my life is worth quite a lot. Your sensei doesn't want this either." Hiruzen began, his voice faltering. "Enough, sensei." "There's no need to explain," Orochimaru said, cutting him off once again. "I understand your predicament. After all, what is one life compared to the lives of an entire village of shinobi?" "Orochimaru." Hiruzen's voice wavered, his guilt deepening as he saw the calmness in his student's expression. "So," Orochimaru continued, his tone laced with sarcasm, "what's the plan? Hand me over alive? Or kill me first and present my corpse to the other nations?" His words left Hiruzen speechless. After a long silence, the third Hokage took a deep breath, tears welling in his eyes. "Orochimaru. I'm sorry. I truly am." Late at night, under the dim lights of Konoha's streets, a figure with long hair cast a shadow that stretched far ahead. The shadow moved slowly, eventually swallowed by the darkness. Orochimaru walked aimlessly, his mind heavy. A strange sense of desolation settled in his heart. He had overestimated Hiruzen. In the end, Konoha couldn't withstand the pressure from the three great ninja villages. They had chosen to hand him over. Was this betrayal any different from the fate of Pakura, who was sacrificed by the Sand Village? Or the tragedy of Hisashi Hyuga, who was forced to die to preserve the clan's interests? Perhaps it was even a mix of both. Orochimaru let out a bitter laugh. If a shinobi couldn't trust their own village, no matter how much they contributed, they were always at risk of being cast aside. Only now did he fully understand why he had never felt a true sense of belonging to Konoha. Once someone became Hokage, their decisions were governed by the village's interests. Personal relationships became secondary. Hiruzen's choice had made that painfully clear. Even Orochimaru, his prized student, was expendable if it meant saving the village. At least, Orochimaru thought, Hiruzen had the decency to inform him directly. He wasn't going to meet the same end as Pakura, dying without understanding why. But, would he really die? No. He wouldn't die. He wouldn't allow it. In fact, he would live even better than before. It was a good thing he had no children. Fewer attachments meant fewer vulnerabilities. The only thing that gave him pause was Tsunade. Leaving her behind. Huh? Tsunade? Chapter 235, Under the dim lights of Konoha's streets, two figures moved silently in the same direction, one following the other. Their footsteps were slow and deliberate. The one in front carried an air of calm, while the one trailing behind seemed uncertain, their gaze darting around nervously. Neither noticed the dark figure perched on a nearby rooftop, watching them from the shadows. The two eventually reached a secluded corner in the village. Suddenly, the trailing figure came to a halt. A cold, clear voice cut through the quiet night. "That's far enough, Dan. Let's stop here." Hearing this, Dan stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. His eyes settled on the figure of the woman behind him, her posture steady and her expression composed. Tsunade, it's not easy to find a moment to talk to you alone, Dan said, smiling softly. Even under the dim light of the evening, Tsunade could clearly see the gentle expression on his face. Enough with the pleasantries, Tsunade said, crossing her arms, her hands resting over her ample chest. She took a deep breath to steady herself. Let's skip to the point. You said you had something important to tell me, something about Orochimaru? Dan chuckled lightly, his smile never wavering. Yes, but must everything with you revolve around Orochimaru? Can't we talk about anything else? I'm sorry, but I have nothing else to discuss with you. And it's late. If Orochimaru returns and I'm not home. All right. Dan raised his hands in mock surrender, his tone still calm. I'll get straight to it then. The truth is, I wanted to tell you something you don't know. Something I don't know? Tsunade frowned slightly, her eyes narrowing. Dan nodded. Yes. Though I know it may seem inappropriate for me to say this about Orochimaru, I feel you need to hear it. Tsunade, you chose the wrong person. Kato Dan, you. Wait, he interrupted, his tone still gentle. Please, just hear me out. He began to speak, telling Tsunade everything he had been holding back for years. Kato Dan didn't know when he first became aware of Tsunade. Perhaps it was during their academy days, or maybe after their graduation. At this point, it no longer mattered. What mattered was that he had admired her for a long time. For anyone who has ever had a crush, the experience is a unique kind of torment. But the difference between them had always been glaring. Tsunade was the esteemed princess of the Senju clan, while he was a talented shinobi from a much smaller family. There was no intersection between their worlds. When they grew older, Dan finally caught Tsunade's attention during a Jonin meeting. But by the time he gathered the courage to approach her, it was already too late. Her relationship with Orochimaru had already progressed. He wasn't just upset, he was bitter. He had watched her cry because of Orochimaru, only to see her smile radiantly when they reconciled. Jealousy had rooted itself deeply in his heart. He envied Orochimaru's strength, his talent, and most of all, the fact that he had Tsunade. Why should a man who made her cry deserve her? But despite his personal feelings, Dan couldn't deny Orochimaru's accomplishments. Whether it was his battlefield achievements, his groundbreaking work in ninja tools, or even his extravagant 200 million ryo wedding, Orochimaru was in a league of his own. So Dan could only swallow his jealousy, watching from the sidelines as Tsunade and Orochimaru built a life together. And then he discovered something. Something that could destroy everything Orochimaru had built. In vivo experiments? On children? Tsunade's voice trembled as she repeated his words. Her eyes widened in shock. Dan nodded solemnly. As much as I didn't want to believe it, it's true. And impossible. Tsunade interrupted, her voice sharp. She quickly regained her composure, fixing Kato Dan with a hard stare. Look, I know you've always had feelings for me, but I'm married to Orochimaru now. Do you think it's appropriate to slander him like this? Her voice was firm, but deep down, a small voice in her mind whispered that Kato Dan might not be lying. Tsunade, Dan pressed, his tone more serious. Do you think I would joke about something like this? I'm a ninja of Konoha. Even if I don't like Orochimaru, I wouldn't accuse him of something that isn't true. Enough! Tsunade snapped. Even if Orochimaru is conducting experiments, I'm sure he has his reasons. But you knew about this, and instead of reporting it to the Hokage, you came to me first? What does that say about your intentions? Her words left Dan stunned. He hesitated for a moment before letting out a bitter laugh. So, this is how you've always seen me, he murmured. For your information, Tsunade, I did report it to the Hokage 3 days ago. Tsunade faltered but quickly regained her footing. I came to you because I wanted to give you a chance to prepare, Dan continued, his tone now tinged with disappointment. But I see now that you've completely misjudged me. Forget it. Goodbye. Without waiting for a response, Dan turned on his heel and walked away. Tsunade watched his retreating figure but didn't call after him. Her mind was already racing. She didn't care about Dan, what mattered was Orochimaru. She needed answers, and she needed them now. At Dan's house, he poured himself a glass of wine and stared at the empty room. The disgust he had seen in Tsunade's eyes lingered in his mind. It didn't matter that he had long since given up hope of being with her. That look still stung. Downing his drink, he poured another, muttering bitterly to himself. Why even bother? Before he could take another sip, a voice broke the silence. Drowning your sorrows, are we? The voice startled Dan so much that he dropped the glass. His body tensed, every hair on his body standing on end. Who's there? Instinctively, he leapt backward, creating distance from the source of the voice. Then he saw him. Standing casually in the shadows with his hands in his pockets was Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Dan stammered, his voice betraying his fear. Orochimaru stepped forward, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. Kato Dan. Ha ha ha. I'm curious, don't you realize that Tsunade is a married woman? Yet here you are, making excuses to meet her alone. And no, you misunderstand, Dan stuttered, his voice cracking. I only wanted to discuss something important with her. Is that so? Orochimaru's smile widened, his tone darkening. What a shame, then. Since you've explained yourself so earnestly. I suppose I shouldn't say anything more. For a brief moment, Dan relaxed slightly. But then Orochimaru's smile turned sinister. However, he continued, his voice cold and cutting, be sure to rid yourself of this bad habit, in your next life. Chapter 236. The moment Dan saw Orochimaru standing in his home, his heart sank with dread. He couldn't understand how Orochimaru had appeared here without warning, but the timing of his visit right after his meeting with Tsunade left no room for doubt. He knew he was in the wrong for what he had said about Orochimaru. He was about to apologize, but Orochimaru's next words stopped him in his tracks. Next life? Orochimaru-sama, what do you mean by that? Dan asked, his voice shaking. What do I mean? Orochimaru smiled faintly. Don't you understand? Before Dan could respond, Orochimaru's figure vanished. Whoosh! Instincts honed from years as an elite Jonin kicked in, and Dan immediately drew a kunai, leaping backward to create distance. But as he moved, something felt off. Why did his movements feel sluggish? And why would Orochimaru want to kill him? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he suddenly felt a cold chill run down his back. Swish! The sharp gleam of a kunai pierced his back with precision. So fast. Dan thought, gritting his teeth as pain shot through him. Without hesitation, he twisted his wrist, holding his kunai in a reverse grip, and blindly stabbed backward. If nothing else, he needed to force Orochimaru to retreat. But at this close range, having lost the initiative, Dan was no match for Orochimaru. With his Sharingan active, Orochimaru anticipated every one of Dan's movements. Effortlessly, he caught Kato Dan's wrist, twisting it with inhuman strength and wrenching the kunai from his hand. Without missing a beat, Orochimaru flipped the weapon and slashed downward, severing Dan's arm. Ugh! Dan groaned in pain, but Orochimaru quickly silenced him by covering his mouth. Swish! The kunai tore across Dan's throat in one swift, merciless motion. What a pity, Orochimaru said with a faint smirk as he released Dan's body, letting it slump to the ground. I don't have time to test your spirit transformation technique. It could have been interesting. Unbothered by the sight of blood pooling beneath Dan, Orochimaru calmly walked to a nearby table, picking up a tissue to wipe the blood from his hands and the kunai. Dan clutched at his throat, blood seeping through his fingers as he fell to his knees. His eyes were wide with disbelief as he looked at Orochimaru. Why? Dan choked out, his voice barely audible. Why did you kill me? Why? He didn't have the time or clarity to question the Sharingan glowing in Orochimaru's eyes, nor to process why his movements had felt so sluggish earlier. All he wanted to know was why. He was an elite jonin who had dedicated himself to Konoha. What possible reason could Orochimaru have for killing him? Was it just because he had met with Tsunade? Or because he knew about Orochimaru's experiments? He couldn't make sense of it. Orochimaru tossed the bloodstained tissue to the floor and crouched down in front of Kato Dan, his tone calm and detached. "It's nothing personal," he said, his voice low and hoarse. "I was in a bad mood today, and your actions annoyed me. That's all. Just because of that." Dan gasped, struggling to form words. "Isn't that reason enough?" Orochimaru replied with a cold smile. You're a traitor to the village." Dan's voice was faint and halting, the life draining from him. "A traitor?" Orochimaru chuckled. "If that's what you want to call it, then so be it." Standing upright, Orochimaru placed the kunai back into a personal storage space. "Remember this in your next life," he said, his tone sharp and mocking. "Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you." With those final words, Orochimaru vanished as swiftly as he had appeared. Dan collapsed onto the floor. His lifeless eyes remained wide open, filled with confusion and disbelief. Blood continued to pool around his body, soaking into the wooden floorboards. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why Orochimaru had killed him. As his thoughts faded into darkness, Dan's last fragmented words echoed faintly in his mind. I don't want to die. There are still things I haven't done, still things I need to do." And then, there was only silence. Back at Orochimaru's home, Tsunade paced anxiously in the living room, her arms crossed as she glanced at the clock. Dan's words had left her uneasy. Orochimaru was the person she trusted most, but if there was even a kernel of truth to what Dan had said, she needed to hear it from Orochimaru directly. While she didn't believe Orochimaru would ever go too far for the sake of his experiments, the possibility lingered in the back of her mind. Whoosh! Orochimaru's figure appeared in the room, the faint shimmer of the flying thunder god fading behind him. Tsunade immediately turned to him, relief washing over her face before she paused, sniffing the air. "This smell," she muttered, stepping closer. Her expression darkened. "Orochimaru, is that blood? What have you done?" Orochimaru glanced at his hands, then smiled faintly. "It's nothing of importance," he said casually. "What do you mean nothing?" Tsunade snapped. Her sharp gaze darted to his hands, where she could still sense faint traces of blood despite their pristine appearance. Orochimaru, however, didn't let her press further. "Tsunade," he said, his voice calm but firm. "What?" "I came back to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Tsunade froze, her eyes narrowing. "It's the middle of the night. Where are you going?" "I'm leaving Konoha." "Leaving Konoha," she repeated, her voice rising slightly. "What do you mean? You can't just—" "I mean I'm leaving for good," Orochimaru interrupted, his tone decisive. Tsunade stared at him, her expression one of disbelief. "What? Why? What happened?" "I don't have time to explain everything to you right now," Orochimaru said as he began gathering a few belongings. "If you want answers, go ask the third Hokage tomorrow." "Orochimaru, stop!" Tsunade grabbed his arm, panic creeping into her voice. "You can't just leave. What about me? What about us? Why won't you take me with you? Did something happen between us?" Orochimaru paused and looked at her. His golden eyes softened briefly, but his voice remained firm. "Take you with me? No. You can't follow me and become a traitor." After finishing his preparations, he stepped closer to her. Gently, he cupped her chin and leaned in, pressing a kiss to her lips. When he pulled back, his voice softened. "Stay in Konoha, Tsunade. Wait for my news." Chapter 237, Stay in the village and wait for news? Tsunade froze, her mind struggling to process Orochimaru's words. She didn't have time to think deeply about it now, though Orochimaru was leaving. Do you really have to go? She asked softly, her voice tinged with reluctance. Yes, Orochimaru replied firmly. And you won't take me with you? It's not that I don't want to, Orochimaru said calmly. It's that I can't. However, don't be too upset. You know where I'm going, and you can always contact me if necessary. That's easy for you to say, but... Enough, Tsunade, Orochimaru interrupted. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, a rare display of tenderness. If you want answers, you'll have to wait until dawn. Now, goodbye, Tsunade. Whoosh! Before she could say another word, Orochimaru vanished, leaving the room eerily quiet. Tsunade stood frozen in place, staring at the empty space where Orochimaru had just been. The suddenness of it all left her stunned. She hadn't been given enough time to ask the questions burning in her mind or to process what had just happened. Her thoughts spiraled as she tried to piece everything together. Why had Orochimaru left so abruptly? Could Dan's accusations be true? No, she shook her head. Orochimaru was too important to Konoha. Even if he were conducting experiments on children, the third Hokage wouldn't drive him out of the village over it. There was no reason for Orochimaru to leave for something like that. But if it wasn't because of the experiments, then why? What was the real reason? As she wrestled with these thoughts, Tsunade's instincts urged her to go straight to the Hokage's office to demand answers. She took a few steps toward the door, but then stopped, remembering Orochimaru's words, "If you want answers, wait until dawn." Damn it, Tsunade muttered under her breath. Why couldn't he just explain everything before he left? The night was quiet and still, with only the chirping of insects and the bright moon overhead to accompany Orochimaru as he walked through the forest surrounding Konoha. His mind wandered back to Dan's words. So, the live experiments have been exposed, he murmured to himself. It seems Hiruzen thought this through carefully before giving up on me. Orochimaru knew better than anyone how much he had contributed to Konoha, countless missions, inventions, and battlefield victories. Yet, despite all of that, the third Hokage had chosen to sacrifice him. Why? It wasn't just fear of the three allied ninja villages threatening to attack Konoha. It was also because Orochimaru had aligned himself with Danzo. In Hiruzen's eyes, Orochimaru no longer belonged to him. His allegiance had shifted. Add to that the experiments on living subjects, and it was enough for Hiruzen to make the decision to let him go. As for why he had killed Dan, in truth, there wasn't any grand reason behind it. When Orochimaru encountered Dan meeting Tsunade in secret, he had been in a foul mood. Normally, he might have just given Dan a warning or roughened him up a bit. Even the discovery of his experiments wouldn't have warranted such drastic action. Orochimaru had long been prepared for that eventuality. But when he thought of Dan's connection to Tsunade in another timeline, and then of Konoha abandoning him, he decided to act decisively. He couldn't stomach the idea of Dan potentially becoming a future threat. An outcast, huh? Orochimaru whispered to himself, his voice low and bitter. I thought I was prepared for this, but when the moment finally came, it still stings a little. That night, Orochimaru left Konoha. That same night Dan died. And Tsunade, left alone with her unanswered questions, couldn't sleep. Yet despite all this, Konoha remained quiet and peaceful, as though nothing had changed. The next morning, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed out at the village with a heavy heart. Sacrificing a ninja for the sake of peace, especially a disciple, was never easy. Even though Orochimaru had distanced himself from him and aligned with Danzo, it didn't change the fact that he was one of his proudest students. But the weight of Konoha's survival ultimately took precedence over personal attachments. Boom, boom, boom. A sharp knock on the door broke his train of thought. Come in, he called out. The door creaked open, and an ANBU agent entered, kneeling on one knee before the Hokage. Report, Hokage-sama. Speak. The user of the laboratory has been confirmed. It was indeed Lord Orochimaru. Do you have evidence? Hiruzen asked, his expression darkening. Yes, the ANBU replied, hesitating briefly before continuing. Several of the children who were experimented on managed to escape. According to their accounts, no one but Lord Orochimaru could have performed such experiments. The third Hokage's eyes widened slightly. What? Would release? And multiple users of it? Before the ANBU could respond, a voice rang out from the hallway. Hokage-sama. Tsunade stormed into the office, her expression frantic. Sarutobi turned to her, already expecting her arrival. Tsunade. You're here. Why did Orochimaru leave the village? She demanded, skipping all formalities. I want to know the truth. Hiruzen sighed, motioning for the ANBU to leave. Once they were alone, he began explaining the full story. 10 minutes later, Tsunade stood in stunned silence. What? A siege? By 3 villages? Yes, Hiruzen said heavily. We failed to keep Orochimaru's research confidential, and this is the result. And your solution is to hand Orochimaru over to die? Tsunade's voice rose sharply as she slammed her hand on the desk. He has done so much for this village, he's made so many sacrifices. And this is how you repay him? Her anger was palpable, but beneath it, there was also a deep sense of disappointment. Was this truly the kind of village worth dedicating their lives to? What else could I have done? Hiruzen shot back, his tone firm. Do you think I wanted this? He clenched his fists, forcing himself to stay composed. Konoha cannot withstand an attack from 3 villages right now. If we didn't hand Orochimaru over, then you fight. Tsunade interrupted, her voice trembling. You don't just throw him to the wolves. He agreed to this, Tsunade, Hiruzen said suddenly, his voice softer. What? Orochimaru made this decision himself. Tsunade froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. What are you saying? I said, Hiruzen repeated, this was Orochimaru's choice. Chapter 238, Orochimaru's own decision? Hearing this, Tsunade frowned deeply, her mind unable to reconcile what she'd just heard. Orochimaru voluntarily gave up his life? How could that be possible? If Orochimaru had truly decided to sacrifice himself, he wouldn't have said what he did to her last night. The third Hokage exhaled heavily, his expression weary as he began to explain. I considered this matter for a long time, Hiruzen admitted. There were 2 options for dealing with Orochimaru. The first was to handle it ourselves, to hand over his body directly. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her jaw tightening as she bit back her frustration. Ignoring her reaction, Hiruzen continued, the second option was to assign him a secret mission, one that would send him directly into their ambush. The Hokage took a long puff from his pipe, his shoulders slumping slightly. But Orochimaru is not just my disciple, he's also a hero of Konoha. Naturally, I couldn't bring myself to choose the first option. That would cross a line for both me and the village. In other words, you chose the second method, Tsunade said coldly, her voice tinged with anger. Yes, Hiruzen replied, his tone heavy. Normally, such a plan would be carried out without the target's knowledge. But Orochimaru. He hesitated before continuing, I didn't want him to die without understanding why. Before he left the village, I told him everything. I even thought that, after learning the truth, he would rebel against the village. In his position, defecting would have been the logical choice. But instead, he agreed to go and die, Tsunade finished for him, her voice trembling slightly. Orochimaru had no family, no parents, no children, no attachments to hold him back. Knowing that he had been abandoned by the village he had served so loyally, it would have been easy for him to defect. And yet, he hadn't. As Orochimaru's wife, Tsunade could imagine the betrayal and disappointment he must have felt at that moment. The village he had dedicated his life to had turned its back on him when he needed it most. Nothing could have hurt him more than that. But why had he chosen to go through with the mission instead of rebelling? Tsunade had her suspicions, but they only added to the ache in her heart. Before she could voice her thoughts, an urgent voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Hokage-sama. It's an emergency. A patrol ninja stumbled into the office, his breathing ragged. What's wrong? Hiruzen asked, his frown deepening. The elite Jonin Kato Dan, he's dead. What? Kato Dan? Both Hiruzen and Tsunade were stunned by the sudden news. Take me there immediately. Hiruzen barked, rising from his chair. Tsunade, already filled with unease, followed close behind without hesitation. When the Hokage and Tsunade arrived at Kato Dan's house, accompanied by several ANBU, they were greeted by a grim scene. A lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, one arm severed. The surrounding floor was slick with dried, congealed blood. Hiruzen's expression darkened as he stared at the corpse. How did this happen? He murmured, letting out a weary sigh. Prepare his body for burial. To him, the death of Dan was a tragedy, but it paled in comparison to the larger crisis at hand. He could sacrifice Orochimaru, so Dan's death was little more than a footnote in the chaos. Still, appearances had to be maintained. Investigate thoroughly, Hiruzen ordered the ANBU. Yes, Hokage-sama, the ANBU responded before dispersing to begin their work. Tsunade, however, remained rooted in place, her gaze fixed on Dan's body. I'm going to find Orochimaru, she said suddenly, her voice resolute. You can't, Hiruzen said firmly. There are enemies waiting for him. Even if I die, I'll die with him. Tsunade shouted, her voice filled with determination. She didn't care about the dangers or the consequences. She had forgotten all of Orochimaru's instructions to stay in Konoha. All she could think about now was finding him. Tsunade, you! Hiruzen tried to stop her but ultimately gave up, letting out a long sigh. Fine, he muttered, his voice laced with resignation. Do whatever you want. As far as Hiruzen was concerned, whether Tsunade or Orochimaru lived or died no longer had anything to do with him. But what else could he do? 3 days passed since Orochimaru left the village. In the land of frost, Orochimaru wandered through a mountainous region, dressed in a simple robe from the land of grass. The jagged peaks and lush greenery reminded him somewhat of the land of fire, but there was an unfamiliar crispness to the air. For the first time in years, Orochimaru felt a strange sense of peace. He had no home, no organization, and no allies to worry about. And yet, he felt freer than he ever had before. So this is what freedom feels like, he murmured to himself, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. For most ninjas, Konoha was a sanctuary, a place of safety and stability. For Orochimaru, it had always been a cage. The third Hokage's betrayal had severed his last connection to the village, and with it, all the obligations and restraints that had held him back. From now on, he owed Konoha nothing. No longer did he have to conceal his power or tiptoe around the complex relationships of master and disciple. Konoha had sold him out, and in doing so, had freed him from its grasp. Even though Hiruzen had not been completely ruthless, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel the injustice of it all. A shinobi who had contributed so much to the village, so much technology, so many victories, was discarded like a pawn on a chessboard. Who could endure such betrayal without retaliating? The fact that Orochimaru hadn't immediately turned against Konoha was, perhaps, his final act of mercy. Originally, Orochimaru's defection was to occur years later. But now, thanks to Hiruzen's actions, he had left more than a decade earlier. Whether this would make things better or worse for him, Orochimaru didn't know. Boom! The sudden tremor of the ground snapped him out of his thoughts. Before he could react, the sound of kunai cutting through the air reached his ears. Whoosh! 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 3 kunai streaked toward him, their metallic gleam reflecting the sunlight. I see. You couldn't wait, could you? Orochimaru muttered, a mocking smile forming on his lips. With a slight movement, he sidestepped the kunai with ease. But the assault didn't stop there. Kunai and shuriken rained down from all directions, each one rigged with explosive tags. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rocked the valley, the shockwaves echoing off the cliffs. "Is it over?" "Not a chance," a voice replied. "This is Orochimaru we're talking about, one of the legendary Sannin. Even so, there's no way he survived that unscathed." As the smoke and debris began to clear, Orochimaru's surroundings came into view. The valley was now completely enclosed. The entrance behind him had been sealed with massive boulders, cutting off any escape route. To his left, atop a ridge, stood the third Raikage and a group of Kumo ninjas. To his right, Inoki the Tsuchikage and his IWA shinobi stood ready. Directly ahead, at the valley's only remaining exit, stood a young man with brown hair, surrounded by Sunagakure shinobi. "Ha ha ha," Orochimaru chuckled, his golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "Three great ninja villages, working together? I must say, I'm flattered." Chapter 239, Did Orochimaru come here for the sake of the village? No, such noble intentions were far beyond him. Did he come just to see the people who orchestrated his downfall? Perhaps. Killing a few along the way would be his style. But even he didn't anticipate seeing Kages from the three great nations gathered here. Unbelievable. After all, while these major powers might appear to be allies on the surface, their private conflicts are utterly irreconcilable. Even if their Kage showed interest in forming alliances, it would only be on the battlefield. Outside of that, cooperation would be nothing short of impossible. And yet, did they really come together? Orochimaru couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was his reputation truly so grand that it warranted such a response? As shocked as Orochimaru was, the people around him were even more stunned. Hey, what's with that black substance? This is... No way, could it be? This guy. How could this happen? The young ninja leading the Sand Village forces frowned deeply. The iron sand of the third Kazekage? What is this guy doing with it? Below the valley, black iron sand formed a massive sphere, shielding Orochimaru within its impenetrable shell. Only his golden, snake-like pupils peeked out from the dark surface. So many kunai, so many shuriken, so many explosive tags. Without some kind of special defense, even Orochimaru would have been turned into a sieve. So, he had relied on magnet release and the sand iron defense. All the kunai and shuriken halted a meter away from Orochimaru, suspended in midair. The explosive tags? They were blocked entirely by the thick shell of sand iron. Orochimaru's iron sand was stored in the system space, allowing him to summon vast amounts of it instantaneously. This made his defenses not only formidable but also astonishingly fast. Even though I expected it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Orochimaru muttered. From the cliff above, Inoki's eyes were locked on the scene below, glaring at the black iron sand encasing Orochimaru. The third Kazekage's magnet release? How is that possible? How did he manage to steal the third Kazekage's abilities? Incredible. Yeah, it's unbelievable. There's definitely something wrong with this guy, said, standing behind his father, the third Raikage. Although he had never personally witnessed the third Kazekage's magnet release, the reputation of the technique had reached even his ears. And now, seeing Orochimaru wield it, he immediately recognized it for what it was. Were the three great nations truly cooperating to kill Orochimaru? No. That was impossible. Orochimaru wasn't important enough to warrant such an effort. Even if they knew Orochimaru had killed the third Kazekage, that alone wouldn't have been enough to push them to set aside their differences and work together. From the beginning, the only reason these nations gathered here was simple, to watch Orochimaru die. If any one village had tried to eliminate Orochimaru on its own, the other two would have been uneasy. No one wanted the others to secretly recruit Orochimaru. Recruit him? A ridiculous thought, perhaps, but not entirely impossible given the current circumstances. Orochimaru's talents were undeniable, and now that Konoha had failed to properly protect him, he had been left exposed. Under the combined pressure of the three great nations, Konoha had no choice but to relinquish him. In this situation, Orochimaru undoubtedly harbored deep resentment toward Konoha. Other villages could take advantage of this animosity and possibly win his allegiance. With Konoha's history of covert operations, it wasn't unreasonable to assume they might try to hide Orochimaru instead. So, after some deliberation, the three villages decided to act together. Their goal wasn't to recruit Orochimaru. It was to ensure the other villages didn't recruit him either. But now, watching Orochimaru's magnet release in action below the valley, they couldn't help but frown. They understood the immense power of the technique. With such a defense, most standard ninja attacks would prove completely ineffective. Of course, at this moment, neither Anoki nor the third Raikage had any intention of stepping onto the battlefield themselves. As Kage, they had their pride and unique skills. Why waste their time when so many subordinates were present? In addition to the forces above, there are also many hidden ninja around the valley, Orochimaru noted. Hidden within the black sand iron sphere, his lips curled into a smirk. He had faced many opponents in his life, but never so many at once. Well then, he murmured, let's start by testing the waters with a single move. With a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru released 4 invisible flies that darted out of his protective sphere. Along with them, a large amount of black iron sand surged into the sky. The flies acted as his scouts, allowing him to observe the situation outside and pinpoint the locations of several concealed ninjas. Ah, so there are a few Kumo shinobi hiding nearby, are there? Orochimaru's grin widened as his hands came together in a seal. Let's start with you. Magnet release, iron sand boundary. With a loud rush, countless particles of black iron sand rose high into the sky before crashing down like an iron rain. The sheer scale and density of the attack were overwhelming, far surpassing anything the third Kazekage had achieved in his time. Boom! 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 The ground erupted violently as the iron sand pierced it with merciless precision. The Kumo ninja tasked with this ambush mission quickly realized the danger. Some managed to dodge the onslaught, leaping away just in time. But the coverage area of Orochimaru's attack was massive, and the black iron sand fell too densely to avoid entirely. Move! Get out of the way! Damn it! Is this guy seriously using such a chakra-draining technique right from the start? He doesn't fight by any rules. Stop standing there, counterattack. Team 3, Team 4, Team 6, focus your attacks on him. Got it! Swish, swish. With that command, countless Kumo ninja burst from their hiding spots, forming hand seals midair. Destroy his shield first. Understood. Lightning style, Thunderball. Lightning style, Thunder Serpent. Lightning style, Thunder Bind. Crack! Crack! Blinding bolts of lightning shot toward Orochimaru's position, roaring with destructive power. These Kumo ninja were elites, chosen specifically for this mission. Their coordination and combat skills were top-notch. Iron Sand defense? They knew lightning was its weakness. As long as they disrupted it for even a moment, Orochimaru would be left vulnerable to their overwhelming numbers. Using lightning to magnetize my iron sand? Orochimaru chuckled. Not a bad strategy, but... His smile widened. I don't rely on magnet release to fight. As the iron sand faltered under the onslaught of lightning attacks, gaps began to form in Orochimaru's defenses. But at that moment, under the influence of his magnet release, countless kunai shot outward in every direction, spreading like a deadly storm. Flying Thunder God Technique. Chapter 240, The Flying Thunder God Technique, a move once used by the second Hokage to kill Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Back then, the technique was still in its infancy. It lacked speed and fluidity, the movements far from seamless. But now! So fast. Be careful. TCH. Don't underestimate us. Clang! Metal clashed as two swords collided. One was Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword, imbued with wind chakra, and the other was a finely crafted ninja blade infused with lightning chakra. There was a clear disparity between the weapons, and the incompatible chakra properties only heightened the difference. When the two blades met, the outcome was decided in an instant. The Kumo ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. Time seemed to slow as he stared at his shattered ninja blade and the scarlet glint of Orochimaru's eyes. SHHHK. The sharp edge of the Kusanagi sword pierced through his chest like paper. He couldn't even register the pain before Orochimaru vanished, leaving behind only the chill of death. So fast. The second Hokage's flying thunder god had always been devastating, but it lacked follow-up. The technique wasn't fluid enough to chain attacks together. But Orochimaru had perfected it. He not only improved the speed and continuity but also added his own overwhelming strength and the sharp precision of his Kusanagi sword. Earlier, over 30 kunai had scattered into the battlefield simultaneously. And with the precision of Orochimaru's Sharingan? Even without formal swordsmanship training, his sheer combat efficiency was terrifying. Bodies fell as the light of his blade flashed across the field. To the onlookers, Orochimaru was nothing more than a ghostly figure darting through the chaos. Each time he appeared, another life was taken. Most of the Kumo ninja didn't even catch a glimpse of him before they were struck down, stabbed through the heart, throat slit, or decapitated in a single clean strike. Facing these enemies who sought his life, Orochimaru unleashed the violence in his heart without hesitation or mercy. Damn it! Is this really the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage? Fall back. The Suna ninjas, having previously witnessed Orochimaru's fight with the third Kazekage, were already somewhat familiar with his version of the technique. They had shared this knowledge with the Kumo ninjas, but even so, only a handful had reacted in time just now. This technique, it's terrifying. What kind of speed is that? The Kumo ninja who had stepped into Orochimaru's kunai-covered zone were now nothing more than lifeless corpses, littering the ground in mere moments. Above the valley, the ninja observing the battle all frowned deeply. In the midst of the chaos, Orochimaru stood in the battlefield holding the blood-streaked Kusanagi sword. His crimson eyes swept over the fallen bodies, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. The remnants of his Saiyan iron boundary technique hovered behind him, forming a circular shield that guarded his back. Though many Kumo ninja remained at least 50 by a rough count, they were hesitant now, unwilling to approach the range of Orochimaru's Flying Thunder God marked kunai. Is he using those kunai to move at high speeds? If we stay clear of the kunai, we won't be caught off guard. That's right. But there are so many kunai. We can't even get close to him. The Kumo ninja held their swords tightly, warily observing Orochimaru while trying to formulate a plan. Orochimaru, meanwhile, showed no urgency. His golden pupils glimmered with amusement as he studied their hesitation. The kunai scattered around him formed a network of marked points, with Orochimaru at the center, creating a 150-meter radius of danger. If the Kumo ninja wanted to attack, they'd either have to strike from beyond that range or find a way to neutralize the marked kunai. I have an idea, one Kumo ninja suddenly declared. Oh! The ninja gestured to his comrades, who immediately understood his intent. Let's work together and keep an eye on the location of those kunai. Understood! The Kumo ninjas stepped forward again, blades in hand, moving with renewed determination. Watching their movements, Orochimaru silently acknowledged their adaptability. They had begun working in pairs, collecting his Flying Thunder God kunai as they advanced. But the distance between the kunai wasn't small, and their caution slowed them down. Even if they managed to avoid his attacks, their approach would take too long to pose any real threat. It's inefficient, Orochimaru murmured, raising his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he recalled all the marked kunai into the system storage space, erasing the network of danger that had surrounded him. The Kumo ninja didn't hesitate. Seizing the opportunity, they charged toward Orochimaru. Their swordsmanship was superb, and their speed was extraordinary. But did they truly believe Orochimaru would abandon the Flying Thunder God technique to engage them in pure swordplay? He had no such intention. Got you! One Kumo ninja leapt into the air, bypassing the sand iron shield, and swung his blade horizontally at Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru didn't flinch. His scarlet Sharingan flickered, tracking the trajectory of the blade. He tilted his head slightly, effortlessly avoiding the strike. In the same instant, he spun around, the Kusanagi sword flashing as it struck. SHHHK. Blood sprayed. Another Kumo ninja fell. Orochimaru moved swiftly. The space around him warped as the Kusanagi sword vanished from his grip. With a swift kick to the fallen ninja's abdomen, Orochimaru propelled himself backward while simultaneously forming hand seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Whoosh! A massive gust of wind roared forward with devastating force, its cutting edge sharp enough to shred anything in its path. Fueled by an enormous amount of chakra, the technique's power reached an S-rank level. Damn it! How is this possible? Caught in the center of the storm, the Kumo ninja screamed in agony as they were torn apart. Above the battlefield, everyone watching froze in shock. Doesn't this guy ever conserve chakra? Every move is a big one. Orochimaru wasn't concerned about their remarks. As he forced back the enemies before him, his hands began forming seals for another attack. But suddenly, his senses flared in alarm. Instinctively, he turned to his right. Boom! A towering figure, wrapped in lightning, came crashing down from above. Damn brat! I'll be your opponent. Asterisk lightning release, thunderclap axe. Bang! The figure's descent mirrored the devastating power of Tsunade's heavenly foot of pain, striking with thunderous force. The ground shattered instantly, splitting apart as cracks raced outward in all directions. Rocks exploded into the air, and thick clouds of dust rose, obscuring everyone's vision. Is it over? Chapter 241, Why were all the Kumo ninjas tasked with ambushing Orochimaru in the valley this time? It was because the other two villages had already cooperated in an earlier operation, and Kumo had only recently reached an agreement to align with them. To demonstrate their sincerity in this alliance, it was decided that Kumo would handle the assassination attempt. Since this was a mission to eliminate a specific target, thorough research into Orochimaru's abilities was essential to minimize losses. Naturally, Konoha wouldn't hand over any information about Orochimaru. After all, having so many forces target a single individual would be a humiliation for Konoha if they were forced to provide intel. It would appear as though Konoha was capitulating to the demands of others, which would undermine their standing. Moreover, allowing Orochimaru's personal information to fall into enemy hands could lead to further complications. Thus, Kumo had to rely entirely on their own battlefield analysis to gather intelligence. Perception skills, snake-based ninjutsu, flying thunder god, and other techniques, these were the fragments of information they had pieced together about Orochimaru. Even though they were prepared, their ambush still failed. Orochimaru not only evaded their attack but completely turned the situation around, catching them off guard. It was an unexpected turn of events. Not only could this man use magnet release, but he could also summon a multitude of flying thunder god kunai from another dimension? What was supposed to be a guaranteed kill had turned into a massacre for Kumo. Orochimaru had killed so many of them before they could take him down. This was something they had not anticipated. As the casualties among his subordinates piled up, impatient and hot-tempered as always, finally decided to act personally. He leapt down into the valley, timing his strike perfectly as Orochimaru was in the middle of casting a jutsu. Was still young, only in his 20s, but years of practicing the lightning chakra armor had left him with a fiery temperament. The lightning chakra armor enveloped the user in a cloak of chakra infused with lightning, drastically enhancing speed, strength, and defense. The lightning also amplified nerve conduction speed, making reaction times almost instantaneous. The stronger the lightning release chakra, the greater the increase in defense and mobility. Both A and the Third Reikage had perfected their use of this technique, combining it with their incredible physical abilities to develop unique ninjutsu that embodied the power of the Cloud Village. This combination of speed, strength, and defense was what made the Reikage a near unstoppable force on the battlefield. Did that do it? If this hit him directly, Orochimaru should be dead, right? I'm not so sure. The Kumo ninjas had retreated far from the impact zone, their eyes locked on the scene in the valley with heavy expressions. A's intervention should have guaranteed success. But after witnessing Orochimaru's earlier feats, no one dared to make any definitive conclusions. As the dust and debris began to settle, the battlefield was revealed once again. What they saw left everyone in stunned silence. In the center of the shattered valley, A still stood, his body crackling with violent thunder chakra. He hadn't even moved from his slashing posture. But opposite him stood something impossible, a skeletal figure condensed from pure white chakra. The chakra skeleton, half buried in the cracked earth, only had an upper body. Yet, it was this very structure that had blocked A's devastating strike. Although the skeleton's torso had been split open by the attack, it had undeniably withstood the full force of the Raikage blow. What is that? The third Raikage's expression darkened, while Inoki, hovering nearby, was visibly shaken. Susanoo? How is this possible? Susanoo was a legendary ability unique to the Uchiha clan, one of the most feared powers of the Sharingan. But now Orochimaru, someone outside the Uchiha bloodline, had summoned it? Inoki's confusion deepened. He had personally experienced the terror of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo in his youth. The sight of it had haunted him ever since. Now, seeing Orochimaru wield a similar power was incomprehensible. Though the color of this Susanoo was different, there was no doubt this was the real thing. How could Orochimaru possibly use Susanoo? This has to be a joke. In the battlefield below, Orochimaru stood casually amidst the destruction, his thin smile unwavering as he observed the muscular figure before him. Haha, it seems someone important has decided to join the fight. With that, Susanoo's skeletal arm suddenly grew, swinging toward A with tremendous force. However, A's speed was unmatched. He retreated instantly, evading the attack with ease. Orochimaru, using Susanoo's immense power, took a few steps back as well, maintaining a safe distance. Enough talk. Take another hit from me. A's furious roar echoed through the valley. Before Orochimaru could make another move, his figure disappeared in a flash. He was so fast that the only evidence of his movement was the deep footprint left where he had stood moments earlier and the cracks spreading outward from it. When he reappeared, he was already behind Orochimaru. Boom! The impact of A's elbow strike shook the valley. The ground caved in under the force of their collision, sending massive shockwaves of chakra rippling outward. Rocks and debris were hurled into the air, and the resulting wind scattered the lingering smoke. The Kumo ninjas watching from a distance were astounded. In the center of the battlefield, I stared in disbelief at the massive skeletal fist that had blocked his strike. This can't be. Just the Sharingan alone? It actually predicted my movements and countered me? How is that possible? Orochimaru's grin widened. His scarlet Sharingan spun ominously as he responded. Now it's my turn. Take this! Before he could react, Susanoo's other skeletal arm swung forward. Bang! The punch landed squarely, sending a flying. Did he hit him? What just happened? The onlookers were horrified. Unknown for his incredible speed, had failed to dodge? How could this be? But before their shock subsided, the scene on the battlefield took another startling turn. Orochimaru's Susanoo began to transform. Within 2 seconds, the skeletal frame was repaired. Muscles and tendons grew, followed by armor and weapons. Though it still lacked legs, it was now far more complete, and far more dangerous. The transformation took less than 2 seconds, but that wasn't the most alarming part. What drew everyone's attention was the massive chakra weapon now resting on Susanoo's shoulder, a rocket launcher. With the weapon already aimed at the spot where it had been thrown, Orochimaru smiled darkly. Goodbye. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A rocket formed entirely of white chakra shot forward, carrying immense destructive pressure. I had just landed and was still recovering from the earlier blow. Dodging was impossible. His only option was to rely on his lightning chakra armor for defense. But before the rocket could hit, another figure surged forward, lightning chakra radiating from their body. The powerful form of another Kumo ninja appeared in front of A, intercepting the attack. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the valley. Chapter 242. I had always been known for his bad temper, and even after seeing Orochimaru's Susanoo, the thought of retreating never crossed his mind. In his eyes, with his speed and strength, not even the Susanoo should pose a challenge. As for Orochimaru's Flying Thunder God, once he understood how the technique worked, he was confident he could counter it. However, what I couldn't have anticipated was Orochimaru's Mangekyo ability, space confinement. Originally requiring a full minute to activate, the technique's preparation time had been reduced to just 20 seconds thanks to Orochimaru's incorporation of the genes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Bito. Additionally, the confinement range had been expanded from a mere 5 meters to an impressive 15 meters. As soon as Orochimaru noticed A entering the battle, he immediately began preparing to use this technique. He knew that while the Flying Thunder God was incredibly fast, it would be insufficient to overcome A's lightning release armor. After all, the lightning armor had previously withstood devastating attacks like the Raisin Shuriken, and even the piercing thrust of Chidori failed to penetrate it. Relying solely on the Flying Thunder God wouldn't work. Breaking through such formidable defense required something far stronger, something only his ocular power could provide. This is why Orochimaru activated his space confinement technique. The moment it launched his powerful strike, Orochimaru used the confined space to counter and land a direct punch. After 10 seconds of preparation, the technique reduced the A's speed by at least 50%. And with that opening, missing his target was no longer an option. When the strike landed, Orochimaru followed up with a rocket blast, ensuring his attack hit with devastating precision. The clash between Orochimaru and A just moments ago was nothing short of a Kaguya-level battle. It was a display of overwhelming destructive power and unimaginable speed. Ordinary ninjas couldn't hope to intervene in such a fight. Since their initial ambush had failed, the Kumo ninjas could do nothing now but watch as the battle unfolded. But if A's display could be considered Kaguya level, then Orochimaru's performance had already surpassed that. He was undeniably fighting at the Super Kaguya level. From start to finish, he maintained complete control of the battlefield. The massive explosion that followed the rocket attack shook the earth, leaving the battlefield utterly devastated. Dozens of meters around the impact site had been reduced to rubble. Within the ruins, 2 figures stood amidst the debris, one larger, one smaller, both shrouded in the crackling glow of lightning-released chakra armor. The third Reikage stood at the forefront, his expression grave, while he stood behind him, his breathing labored. Though incredibly strong, it was clear he was still inexperienced and not yet at his peak. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, taking in the scene. The defense of that lightning armor, it's ridiculously strong. It can't even be pierced by this? Meanwhile, the third Reikage's eyes locked on Orochimaru, his voice heavy with tension. Tsuchikage. Suna ninja, are you really just going to stand there and watch? The third Reikage's words carried weight. While he despised the idea of ganging up on a single opponent, it was clear Orochimaru's abilities were far beyond what he had anticipated. This wasn't a battle that could be won half-heartedly. And besides, their alliance with the other villages wasn't built on trust. What if the other 2 Kage stood back and let the Reikage fight to the death, only to reap the rewards afterward? Unwilling to take that risk, he chose to drag the others into the fray. Hearing the third Reikage's call, Orochimaru smiled coldly, dismissing his Susanoo. Well then, all of you can come at me together. I don't have the time to waste. Boy, I admit your strength is impressive, the third Reikage growled, but arrogance will get you nowhere. Arrogance? Orochimaru smirked mockingly. You sent so many people to ambush me, and now you're lecturing me? 3 great ninja villages teaming up to take down just one man? Truly commendable. We had no choice but to do this, Inoki said calmly as he floated closer. If you want someone to blame, blame your own village for failing to protect you. Your death was inevitable. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with amusement at the Tsuchikige's words. Indeed, Orochimaru was a prodigy. Every village would have loved to claim such a talent for themselves. But when a genius like him emerged in someone else's village, the only solution was destruction. If they couldn't have him, no one could. What a warm welcome, Orochimaru sneered. His gaze swept over the 4 individuals now surrounding him in a triangular formation. So, the third Tsuchikage? The third Reikage? And the one over there is Raza from the Sand Village? Hearing his name, the young Raza, who had just arrived, froze in shock. At only 19 years old, Raza wasn't yet the Kazekage. He was just an ambitious young ninja with modest Kage-level strength. In terms of power, he couldn't compare to Orochimaru. Even their magnet release abilities weren't on the same level. And when it came to reputation, he wasn't even in the same league. So, hearing someone like Orochimaru call out his name left him utterly stunned. You know me?" Raza asked, clearly surprised. Orochimaru's lips curled into a smile. "I've heard your name once or twice. I'm honored." "Honored, are you?" Orochimaru's tone turned mocking. "Well, I suppose I should feel honored as well. To think it would take the combined forces of the 3 great ninja villages to deal with me. Truly flattering." Being surrounded by so many powerful figures, Orochimaru couldn't help but mock the situation. Such treatment was rare, usually reserved for legends like Uchiha Madara during the 4th Ninja War. Orochimaru's words made Inoki and the 3rd Reikage flush with embarrassment. They were seasoned veterans, long established as Kage. Yet here they were, forced to gang up on Orochimaru. But given Orochimaru's earlier display of strength, there was no other choice. Just as Inoki opened his mouth to speak, Orochimaru interrupted him. "Do you really think that just because you've joined forces, you can kill me?" "What?" Inoki's expression hardened. "Do you think you can survive against all of us? Even with your teleportation technique? Join forces?" Orochimaru interrupted, his tone dripping with disdain. "Do you really believe your so-called alliance will hold? Let me remind you, when it comes to numbers, I've always held the advantage." The moment he finished speaking, a sharp cracking sound echoed from behind him. Orochimaru's back split open, and moments later, 5 identical clones emerged. "What the?" Before Inoki and the 3rd Reikage could process what was happening, the 5 Orochimaru clones had already scattered, positioning themselves to face each of the Kage individually. White chakra flared as the clones summoned Susanoo. Bones, meridians, armor, and even legs materialized, forming 5 fully armored Susanoo warriors. Each Susanoo carried a rocket launcher, their towering forms radiating overwhelming power. "In this scenario," Orochimaru said with a smirk, "it looks like I have the numbers advantage." "Would release clones?" Inoki gasped. "Does he know how to use would release too?" Chapter 243, Would release clones, a superior technique compared to ordinary shadow clones. Not only were these clones far more durable and stable, but they were also harder to see through. Because would release carried an immense amount of life force, these clones could use bloodline limit techniques that ordinary shadow clones couldn't. For example, the Sharingan. Or, as was the case now, Susanoo. To a Kage-level fighter, the 4th form of Susanoo wasn't necessarily unbeatable. In the original story, Inoki, with the help of the other 4 Kage, was able to destroy 25 Susanoo clones wielded by Uchiha Madara. Even earlier, Inoki had been able to hold his ground against 5 Susanoo on his own. But the key difference here was the person using these bloodline techniques, Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. A ninja with no ties to the Senju or Uchiha clans. How could someone like Orochimaru wield the Sharingan and would release at the same time? Not to mention his earlier use of magnet release. What was he? How was he capable of mastering so many bloodline limits? This is bad. Inoki's expression shifted, and he quickly flew out of harm's way. Boom! One of Orochimaru's Susanoo stomped the ground, shattering stone and shaking the earth. Though the fourth form of Susanoo wasn't exceptionally large and only carried a single weapon, its combat strength was undeniably at the Kage level. But Orochimaru's Susanoo, equipped with long-range rocket launchers, moved far too slowly to pose a significant threat in close combat. For shinobi like A and the Third Raikage, whose speed was their greatest strength, or Inoki with his ability to fly, avoiding the Susanoo's attacks was relatively easy. Still, it was important to remember, Orochimaru wasn't on equal footing. He was surrounded and outnumbered on the battlefield. Even so, he held his ground. The battle between Orochimaru's 5 Susanoo and the 4 Kage had begun. The Raikage are fast and their defenses are strong, but taking down a Susanoo or targeting me directly won't happen anytime soon, Orochimaru muttered to himself, his crimson Sharingan glowing as he observed the fight. As for Raza, Orochimaru noted how limited the young ninja's capabilities were outside of a desert. His gold dust techniques were far less effective here, making him the weakest among the 4. He might be decent at defense, but attacking Orochimaru directly? Out of the question. The only one who posed a real threat was Inoki. The Tsuchikage's dust release boasted devastating power, but his defense left much to be desired. Take out Inoki first, Orochimaru decided instantly. Unlike Madara, he had no interest in toying with his opponents. Buzz! Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Inoki deftly dodged the swings of one Susanoo and flew behind it, releasing a massive cube of energy that engulfed the construct. Dust release, a technique that combined wind, earth, and fire chakra natures, had the dual properties of destruction and disintegration. It surpassed ordinary bloodline limits, allowing its wielder to break down objects into atoms. The cube radiated with blinding energy before completely disintegrating the Susanoo, leaving no trace behind. As the first Susanoo was obliterated, Inoki let out a small sigh of relief. He prepared to target the next one but suddenly tensed, his instincts screaming danger. He turned abruptly. Whoosh! Orochimaru, now equipped with black iron sand wings, had appeared silently beside him. How did he get up here? Inoki's pupils shrank, but he had no time to think. He quickly retreated, narrowly dodging a kunai aimed at his side. The kunai grazed his robe, cutting through the fabric but missing its mark. Your reflexes are bad, Orochimaru remarked with a sneer, wasting no time as he raised his hand. Countless small particles of sand iron shot forward like a hail of bullets. Magnet release, iron sand shower. Earth release, clay wall. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The barrage of sand iron pelted the earth wall Inoki had summoned in midair, creating the sound of rapid gunfire. What's with this guy? Inoki thought grimly, his expression shifting as he noticed Orochimaru's next move. Before he could react, Orochimaru appeared in front of him again, holding a kunai marked for the Flying Thunder God. Boom! With a swift kick, Orochimaru struck Inoki's arm, sending him flying backward several meters. Inoki barely managed to stabilize himself midair, his arm throbbing from the impact. Space-time ninjutsu? You can summon the kunai directly to my position? Inoki asked, his voice trembling slightly. As expected of you, Inoki, Orochimaru said with a grin. You catch on quickly. Before Inoki could respond, Orochimaru lunged at him again, kunai in hand. Buzz! This time, Inoki reacted faster, activating his dust release once more. A glowing cube of energy enveloped Orochimaru. You brat! Don't underestimate me! Inoki shouted, pouring his chakra into the technique. He prepared to disintegrate Orochimaru on the spot, but what happened next stunned him. Orochimaru didn't use the Flying Thunder God to escape. Instead, he casually stepped out of the energy cube by opening a gap in its wall. What? Inoki's face froze in shock. For the first time in his life, someone had escaped his dust release by directly disrupting the energy structure. Caught off guard and unable to dodge, Inoki gritted his teeth as Orochimaru closed the distance. SHHK. The kunai pierced Inoki's left shoulder, drawing a splash of blood. Inoki grunted in pain, flying backward in an attempt to put distance between them, but Orochimaru relentlessly pursued him, refusing to let him escape. "Damn it!" Inoki hissed, enduring the pain as he reached out to grab Orochimaru's wrist. But Orochimaru anticipated this, letting go of the kunai and retreating with a flap of his sand iron wings. "Reikage, Raza, this guy can't be killed. We need to retreat," Inoki shouted, making a swift decision. Without waiting for their response, he yanked the kunai from his shoulder, tossed it to the ground, and flew back toward his camp. The power Orochimaru had displayed far exceeded the bounds of a typical shinobi, and Inoki had no intention of risking his life further. Fighting any longer wasn't worth the cost. As Inoki retreated, Orochimaru contemplated chasing after him but quickly realized that the Tsuchikage's flying speed far outpaced his own. The distance between them also placed Inoki beyond the range of the Flying Thunder God's teleportation. "Fine," Orochimaru muttered, his gaze shifting toward the ground. "I'll deal with the Reikage instead." Without hesitation, Orochimaru flew toward the third Reikage, who had just finished crushing one of the Susanoo and was scanning the battlefield. The Reikage noticed Orochimaru's approach too late. In an instant, Orochimaru's crimson Sharingan flared, and his kunai plunged into the Reikage's back. "Pierced." "Impossible." "Father," whispered A, his voice trembling as he watched the scene unfold. Chapter 244, seeing Orochimaru's kunai stabbing into his father's back, A let out a furious roar. His father, the third Reikage, was known as the strongest shield and the strongest spear, a man who had once fought the Eight Tails head-on and withstood countless devastating attacks, including Orochimaru's Susanoo cannon strikes. How could someone like him be stabbed by a kunai? Could that even be possible? But he didn't have the time to dwell on it. As Susanoo's attack loomed behind him, he rushed to his father's side. "Damn brat!" The third Reikage roared in fury, twisting around to grab Orochimaru. But Orochimaru, always prepared, abandoned the kunai lodged in the Reikage's back and swiftly retreated, his wings of black sand iron carrying him out of reach. The third Reikage's attempt to counter failed. Pain radiated from the wound on his back, forcing the chakra of his lightning release armor to dissipate, exposing his now vulnerable body. A hurriedly stepped forward to support his father. But in that brief moment, Orochimaru reappeared, using the kunai still embedded in the third Reikage as a marker for the Flying Thunder God technique. A flash of light gleamed in Orochimaru's crimson Sharingan as the Kusanagi sword appeared in his hand, its blade aiming directly at A's heart. The third Reikage, now able to clearly see the angle of Orochimaru's strike, realized too late how the kunai had penetrated his armor. "Get out of the way," the third Reikage roared. But A, distracted by his father's injury, was too slow to dodge. The sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed across the battlefield as blood splattered into the air. However, the body the Kusanagi sword had pierced wasn't A's, it was the third Reikage's. "Father!" A's voice trembled with fury and disbelief. Orochimaru's blade had struck deep into his father's chest. The third Reikage had thrown himself in the way to protect his son. "Orochimaru, you bastard! I'm going to kill you!" A bellowed, his voice filled with rage. The image of his father being stabbed in front of him ignited a storm of violent emotions. He wanted nothing more than to tear Orochimaru apart. But Orochimaru wasn't about to give him that chance. With the Kusanagi sword still dripping with blood, he swiftly retreated, disappearing with a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique. "You all have speed." "So do I," Orochimaru murmured to himself with a cold smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Raza, using his gold dust to block an attack from one of the Susanoo, quickly assessed the situation. Upon noticing the third Reikage's dire state, his expression hardened. "Reikage, retreat! There's no point in continuing this fight," he called out. Without waiting for a response, Raza turned and fled the battlefield. With Inoki already gone and the third Reikage critically injured, staying any longer would mean certain death. "Bastard, bastard." A's voice cracked as his anger consumed him. "Leave, now," the third Reikage commanded, gritting his teeth against the pain. I hesitated for only a moment before obeying. As much as he wanted to kill Orochimaru, his father's life came first. He hoisted the third Reikage onto his back and ran, retreating as fast as his legs would carry him. Running already? Orochimaru muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched them flee. He debated chasing them but quickly realized the limitations of doing so alone. Both the Reikage and Raza possessed formidable defenses, and killing them outright would require far more time and effort than he currently had. Still, a parting blow seemed appropriate. Although I can't kill them, I can give them something to remember me by. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. At his command, the remaining 4 Susanoo constructs, each one heavily damaged but still functional, rose from the ground. Each took the rocket launcher from its back and aimed at the retreating figures of Raza and A. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 chakra-powered rockets launched simultaneously, streaking toward their targets. Boom! 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 The resulting explosions rocked the battlefield, their devastating force shaking the earth. Captain Raza! Lord Reikage! The surviving guards from both sides screamed in alarm, rushing to shield their leaders from the aftershocks. Orochimaru smiled faintly, dismissing his would-release clones and Susanoo. But before he could speak, a sudden, resounding crash echoed through the valley. Boom! Orochimaru's gaze snapped toward the source of the noise. The entrance to the valley, previously blocked by debris, had been shattered by a single punch. Standing at the opening was a woman in a white shirt and purple coat, panting heavily. Orochimaru, are you okay? Tsunade? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. With Tsunade's unexpected arrival, the remaining forces from the 3 great ninja villages swiftly evacuated. The ambush was over. It was hard to believe, but the 3 great ninja villages had joined forces to kill Orochimaru and still been repelled. Even with a lineup that included shadow-level experts from every village, they had failed to take him down. This mission, designed to eliminate one man, had been nothing short of unprecedented in its scale. Yet even with such elite forces, the ambush had ended in complete failure. No one could have predicted Orochimaru's mastery over techniques like the Flying Thunder God, Mangekyo Sharingan, and Wood Release. No one had expected him to break through Dust Release or pierce through the Reikage's near-impenetrable defenses. It was the kind of battle that would be talked about for years. On the peak of a mountain under the bright moonlight, a wooden house stood quietly. On the roof of the house, Orochimaru and Tsunade sat side by side. Orochimaru leaned against the corner of the roof, his gaze fixed on the stars above with a calm expression. Tsunade rested her head on his shoulder, her demeanor soft, almost delicate. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in the village? Orochimaru asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. In his plans, it was safer for Tsunade to remain in Konoha, far away from danger. And let you face this alone? Tsunade snapped back, her tone filled with frustration. Why didn't you tell me what you were planning? What if something had happened to you? Did you ever think about that? Did you ever think about me? What could possibly happen to me? Orochimaru replied casually, lying back with his hands behind his head. Even if I couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be an issue, he added confidently. With his ability to fly and the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru was practically untouchable. Very few ninja in the world could keep up with him. Orochimaru sighed, brushing past the topic. Does the third Hokage know you're here? Forget him, Tsunade grumbled. If he hadn't kept the mission details from me, I wouldn't have gotten here so late. She clenched her fists in frustration, recalling how she had been forced to track Orochimaru through the land of frost. If it hadn't been for the sheer noise of the battle, she might still be searching for him. I see, Orochimaru said with a small chuckle. In that case, I think he made the right call. Tsunade blinked, momentarily stunned. Then her face darkened in anger. Made the right call? Orochimaru, you bastard, are you saying you didn't want me here? Are you afraid I'd hold you back? I'm plenty strong, you know. Don't laugh at me. Tsunade growled, raising her fist in warning. Chapter 245. Seeing Tsunade raising her fist, Orochimaru didn't even bother to acknowledge her threat. Tsunade was indeed strong, but her strength primarily lay in her medical abilities. When it came to combat, she wasn't at the level required to contend with people like the Raikage, Anoki, or even Raza. Raw strength alone wasn't enough to handle such opponents. "Hey, are you really not hurt?" Tsunade asked, her tone skeptical. "No," Orochimaru replied flatly. "I don't believe you." "Let me check." "Check? What's there to check? I gain nothing by lying to you." True." Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, then unexpectedly lay against Orochimaru's chest. "By the way, what are your plans now? Are you going back to Konoha? What do you think?" Orochimaru asked rhetorically. "You're not going back? Then I won't go back either." Regardless of the outcome of this battle, the third Hokage's decision to throw Orochimaru into the jaws of 3 major villages had irreparably severed the bond between them as master and disciple. To return and continue working for Konoha? That was out of the question. It was something Orochimaru couldn't see happening, not in this lifetime. Initially, he had hoped Tsunade would remain in Konoha, far from his conflicts. But now, not going back? "You'd better think carefully," Orochimaru said, his tone unusually soft. "I'm a rogue ninja now. I don't care what kind of ninja you are." Tsunade shot back without hesitation. "They went too far this time. If you're not going back, then neither am I." Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but reach out and gently ruffle Tsunade's hair. "Your words move me, truly, but have you thought about your younger brother?" he asked. Tsunade froze, her mind flashing to her brother, Nawaki. Yes, she was willing to give up everything for Orochimaru. But her little brother. "So," Orochimaru continued, his voice quiet but firm, "you should go back tomorrow morning." He understood the weight of her love for her brother. As much as he appreciated her loyalty, he couldn't allow her to abandon Nawaki and Konoha entirely. Even if the third Hokage no longer trusted her with important responsibilities, staying in Konoha would still be better for her than defecting with him. Tsunade hesitated for a long moment before finally sighing in resignation. "All right, fine. I'll listen to you," she murmured reluctantly. After a night of discussion, Tsunade eventually agreed to Orochimaru's request. As much as she didn't want to leave him, her responsibility to her brother outweighed her personal feelings. "By the way, Orochimaru, why did you kill Kato Dan?" Tsunade suddenly asked, breaking the silence. She had pieced together the timeline of Dan's death and the scent of blood on Orochimaru's body that night. She was almost certain Orochimaru had killed him. "No reason. I just needed a pretext to sever ties with the village," Orochimaru said nonchalantly. "And the experiments? Didn't the third Hokage tell you?" Orochimaru asked. "No." "Then go back and ask him," Orochimaru replied casually. "What? Why don't you tell me? You want me to tell you?" Orochimaru smirked. "All right, but I'll have to see how you perform first." "I've always been a good girl," Tsunade retorted, indignant. "Tsunade," Orochimaru said with a faint chuckle, "the cute girl act doesn't suit you. You bastard, I'll send you to hell." Tsunade growled, raising her fist again. The two bantered back and forth, their dynamic more like a couple still in the throes of young love than one who had been together for years. Though they had only been apart for a few days, the intensity of the last few events had left Tsunade with so many questions. She wanted to know everything Orochimaru hadn't told her. For his part, Orochimaru answered what he could, but there were some things even he wouldn't share. The two spent most of the night talking. The news of Orochimaru's defection from Konoha spread like wildfire the day after Tsunade left the village. Such an event was impossible to conceal, and the third Hokage had no intention of hiding it. He officially declared Orochimaru a rogue ninja, a traitor to the village. This wasn't just about severing ties with Orochimaru, it was about protecting Konoha's reputation. By branding Orochimaru as a traitor, the third Hokage sent a clear message to the other villages: Orochimaru no longer represented Konoha. The decision, as always, was made for the greater good of the village. But many people couldn't understand why Orochimaru, one of Konoha's most brilliant shinobi, had chosen to defect. His contributions, his reputation, his status, everything about him had been exemplary. Why would someone like him betray the village? For the average ninja, this was a question they couldn't hope to answer. Speculating about it was dangerous, so most simply turned a blind eye to the matter. It wasn't their business, after all. But for some, it was deeply personal. In Konoha, aside from Tsunade and Nawaki, another person had been heavily affected by the news: Uchiha Mikoto. Not long ago, she had shared an intimate moment with Orochimaru. Now, hearing that he had left without even saying goodbye, she felt a pang of bitterness. Still, Mikoto quickly reminded herself that their connection had been purely physical. There had never been any emotional foundation between them. It made sense that Orochimaru wouldn't care enough to inform her. And besides, he had left her with 3 unique potions before his departure, a gesture she chose to focus on instead of dwelling on her feelings. A few days later, the Hokage's conference room. The 4 highest-ranking officials of Konoha sat in tense silence. Hiruzen read through the latest intelligence reports, his face growing grimmer with each page. The others, Hamura, Kohari Udatane, and Danzo, also remained silent. Danzo, in particular, was struggling to keep his composure. When the leadership had decided to sacrifice Orochimaru, Danzo hadn't dared to speak out against the plan. For one, sacrificing Orochimaru had seemed necessary at the time. For another, Danzo had his own connections to Orochimaru, connections he didn't want exposed. Risking his own position to defend someone already marked for sacrifice had felt pointless. But now, he survived against all of them? How is that possible? Danzo muttered, breaking the silence. It's not just survival, Hiruzen corrected, his voice heavy. According to reports from the Land of Lightning, not only did he kill or incapacitate many shinobi, but he also left the third Raikage critically injured. His current status is unknown. How is that possible? Koharu whispered in disbelief. Danzo clenched his fists. How much did he hide from us? How could we not know his true strength? The room fell silent again as they absorbed the implications of the battle. Although they hadn't been able to witness the fight themselves, the intelligence from Kumogakure painted a shocking picture. Orochimaru, ambushed by 3 villages, had not only survived but left a trail of devastation in his wake. The Mangekyo Sharingan would release. Magnet release. Each ability alone was enough to shift the balance of power, yet Orochimaru wielded them all. Is it possible? Hiruzen finally said, his voice weary, to obtain abilities like Mangekyo Sharingan, would release, and magnet release, through research? His words hung in the air, heavy with regret. As he exhaled, Hiruzen seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Chapter 246. The conflicts between the 5 great villages had always been cyclical, either one struck first, or the other retaliated. But Orochimaru's unexpected strength had forced a temporary alliance between them. Konoha, unwilling to risk fighting 3 major villages at once, chose to sacrifice Orochimaru to protect itself. Yet, no one could have foreseen that Orochimaru wouldn't just survive the ambush, he would defeat the combined forces of 3 ninja villages on his own. This was something that would go down as a legend in the ninja world. Sunagakure. In the medical bay, Chiyo stared solemnly at the heavily bandaged Raza. How did you get hurt so badly? Did the IWA or Kumo ninjas betray us and attack you? It was Orochimaru, Raza replied, his voice strained as he clutched his chest, forcing himself into a sitting position. As the interim leader of Sunagakure, Chiyo still handled most of the village's affairs. However, Raza had already been chosen as the next Kazekage, given Chiyo's lack of interest in politics following her son's death. This meant Raza had represented Sunagakure in the ambush on Orochimaru. But the mission had gone horribly wrong. Orochimaru? Chiyo's eyes widened in shock. Yes, Raza said with a pained nod. I used my gold dust to shield myself, but the force of the explosion was overwhelming. As Raza recounted what had happened, Chiyo's expression grew darker with each word. Susanoo? Orochimaru's power was far greater than anyone had imagined. Why would Konoha willingly hand over such a powerful ninja to the other villages? If Orochimaru's abilities were so formidable, even a coalition of 3 villages would need to think twice before challenging him. This is troubling, Chiyo muttered, shaking her head as she tried to process the news. Luckily, your injuries aren't fatal. If they had been, the village would have been left without a leader. She glanced at Raza, her tone softening. Focus on recovering. I'll handle the village in the meantime. Thank you, Raza said, bowing his head slightly. Chiyo waved a hand dismissively. It's my duty. With Raza's life no longer in danger, Chiyo's immediate concerns shifted. The village's leadership wasn't the primary issue, there would always be someone to step into the role. The real problem was Orochimaru's potential revenge. Ordinarily, no matter how powerful a shinobi might be, they couldn't single-handedly pose a threat to an entire village. Chakra had limits, and a prolonged battle of attrition could eventually exhaust even the strongest ninja. But Orochimaru was different. His mastery of wood release gave him absurd chakra reserves and unparalleled recovery abilities. Coupled with his raw power, he wasn't someone who could be worn down with typical tactics. The possibility of Orochimaru retaliating had everyone in Sunagakure on edge. And they weren't the only ones. Kumo and Iwa were just as anxious. They had already failed to kill Orochimaru once, even with their combined strength. Now that he was no longer in Konoha, finding him would be almost impossible. With the lack of advanced technology in the ninja world, searching for a single person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if they did find him, what good would it do? 3 villages had been unable to defeat him when working together. What hope did any one of them have on their own? Their only option was to wait, brace themselves, and prepare for the day Orochimaru came for them. In the newly built residential area of the Sound Village, Orochimaru lay on a bed, staring at the ceiling. Next to him, Tsunade reclined lazily, wearing nothing but her underwear. Orochimaru had initially asked her to return to Konoha the next day, but she insisted on staying longer. Unable to refuse her, he reluctantly agreed. Your abilities have been exposed, Tsunade remarked, breaking the silence. If you face them again, it won't be as easy as last time. Of course, I know that, Orochimaru replied calmly. But who's to say I won't have something new to show them next time? A faint smirk tugged at his lips. I promise, when we meet again, they'll pay the price they deserve. Tsunade sighed. I don't agree with you seeking revenge, but I understand. Still, about Konoha. You're worried I'll turn on Konoha, aren't you? Orochimaru said, cutting her off. He knew what she wanted to say before the words left her mouth. Well, after all, it's where we grew up, Tsunade admitted quietly. Orochimaru had no lingering attachments to Konoha, but Tsunade's feelings were different. For her, Konoha wasn't just a village, it was her home. It was the legacy of the Senju clan, the place where she was raised. Her grandfather, the first Hokage, had founded it. Her granduncle, the second Hokage, had protected it. And her teacher, the third Hokage, now led it. Even though the third Hokage's actions had been deeply flawed, she understood his intentions to protect the village, no matter the cost. If Orochimaru were to target Konoha, Tsunade would undoubtedly stand in his way. Seeing the conflict in her expression, Orochimaru sighed and said, All right, I'll think about it. Thank you, Tsunade said softly. There's no need to thank me, Orochimaru replied. Not between us. Tsunade smiled faintly. I knew you'd say that. With that, she leaned over and straddled him. What are you doing? Orochimaru asked, raising an eyebrow. Doing what I love, Tsunade replied with a teasing grin. I'm too tired to move. Then just lie there. I'll take care of everything, she said, her voice playful. Though it wasn't their first time, Orochimaru couldn't deny the genuine affection behind her boldness. Betraying one's village was no small thing. For most shinobi, such an act was tantamount to treason against their homeland, a last resort in the face of unbearable circumstances. But for a village to betray one of its own? That was far rarer. Orochimaru's situation was one of the few exceptions. Tsunade stayed in the Sound Village for 7 days before finally agreeing to return to Konoha. Accompanying her was Jiraiya, who had decided it was time to leave the 3 children he had been training. At 11 years old, they no longer needed constant supervision. Neither Orochimaru nor Tsunade told Jiraiya about the ambush. They felt there was no point in dredging up something that couldn't be changed. When Jiraiya eventually returned to Konoha and learned of Orochimaru's defection, he was stunned. His first instinct was to confront the third Hokage, but instead, he sought out Tsunade for answers. Without holding anything back, Tsunade explained the full story. Jiraiya was left feeling both angry and helpless. He understood the injustice done to Orochimaru, but he also grasped the third Hokage's reasoning. As the leader of Konoha, the Hokage's duty was to the village above all else. Sacrificing Orochimaru had been a way to avoid war and save countless lives. In the end, Jiraiya came to the same conclusion as Orochimaru and the third Hokage. No one was entirely right. No one was entirely wrong. The true villain in all of this was the era they lived in. Alright, Nagato. Drink this. Let's see what your Rinnegan can really do. Chapter 247. Although Orochimaru was powerful, he couldn't recklessly storm an enemy village. An enemy's base camp was filled with secret passages, hidden traps, and most critically, sealing techniques. While Orochimaru feared no shinobi, seals and barriers were an entirely different matter. In the ninja world, the most miraculous and dangerous power wasn't ninjutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu. It wasn't forbidden jutsu or summoning techniques either. It was sealing techniques. Seals were a form of power that defied conventional logic. They didn't require immense strength to wield and were, in fact, the most efficient way for a weaker ninja to defeat someone stronger. No matter how powerful a shinobi was, if they were caught in a seal, the outcome was the same: they would be trapped, rendered powerless. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, the supposed progenitor of all chakra, had been sealed. If someone like her couldn't escape it, then Orochimaru had to tread carefully. Revenge for the sake of killing a few weaker ninjas wasn't worth the risk. For this reason, after Jiraiya and Tsunade left, Orochimaru decided to lie low for a while. His focus shifted to building his strength and assembling an army before making his next move. As for improving his own power, the path forward was clear. With his sage body now granting him exceptional life force and physical capabilities, his physical development didn't need further enhancement for the time being. That left pupil power, the spiritual aspect of his strength, as the next area for growth. Orochimaru had already incorporated the genes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Bito into his experiments. However, neither of them was a direct blood relative of each other, or of Orochimaru, so the fusion of their abilities hadn't been enough to push his spiritual power to the level of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This limitation meant Orochimaru still couldn't manifest a fully realized Susanoo. It was one of the main reasons why, during his battle with the 4 Kage-level shinobi, he hadn't used his full power. But Orochimaru knew he was close, just a hair's breadth away from unlocking the complete Susanoo. He needed one more breakthrough. There were many ways to bridge the gap: obtaining the chakra of a tailed beast, acquiring the empty shell of the Ten Tails, mastering Senjutsu from Mount Maiboku or Ryuchi Cave, or even integrating the genes from another Mangekyo Sharingan user. Unfortunately, his experiments in Konoha had been interrupted before he could gather these resources. Of course, Orochimaru knew that enhancing pupil power didn't have to be a slow, step-by-step process. If sufficient genetic material was obtained, it was theoretically possible for someone to leap from a basic 3-tomo Sharingan all the way to the Rinnegan, as had happened with the Sage of 6 Paths. But Orochimaru wasn't an Uchiha. He wasn't the reincarnation of Indra. His path to power was fundamentally different from theirs. Even with his talent for gene fusion, advancing his pupil power required careful, methodical progress. This was like creating a series of experimental serums, basic, intermediate, and advanced. Rushing to combine them could cause rejection, destabilization, or outright failure. It was for this reason that Orochimaru hadn't yet forced Nagato to awaken the full power of his Rinnegan. Back in Konoha, Orochimaru had already developed a serum to stimulate the Rinnegan's latent abilities. But without the strength of an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan himself, Orochimaru knew integrating that power prematurely could lead to failure. This wasn't just about genetics, it was about synchronizing with the fusion process itself. Now, with Nagato ready, Orochimaru decided the time had come to begin. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's instructions, Nagato didn't hesitate. He took the potion and drank it in one gulp. To Nagato, Orochimaru was their savior. Doubting him was out of the question. Minutes later, Orochimaru motioned Yahiko and Konan to step aside with him. Bang! The glass test tube fell to the ground and shattered. Ah! Nagato clutched his eyes, letting out a guttural scream as immense spiritual power surged from his body. The force was so overwhelming it felt tangible, radiating outward in waves. Nagato! Yahiko panicked and rushed forward, trying to pull him back. Boom! A powerful repulsive force exploded from Nagato's body, sending Yahiko flying backward. Orochimaru didn't react, but Konan quickly caught Yahiko before he hit the ground. What is this power? Yahiko muttered, his eyes wide with shock. Relax, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. He's fine. Despite Orochimaru's reassurance, Yahiko and Konan couldn't help but worry. Nagato's Rinnegan had been transplanted into him by Uchiha Madara when he was a child. At the time, the power of the eyes had been sealed, as Nagato's young body wouldn't have been able to handle their immense chakra. Now, Orochimaru was helping him unlock that dormant power. In the original timeline, Nagato's Rinnegan had only fully awakened after Yahiko's death. But now, while Orochimaru wasn't sure how much of the Rinnegan's power this potion could unlock, it was already clear that Nagato's abilities, like Shinra Tensei, were beginning to emerge. Fascinating, Orochimaru murmured. As powerful as Nagato's Rinnegan was, he had never been able to fully harness its true potential. The eyes were originally Uchiha Madara's, and much of their power remained untapped even in the later stages of Nagato's life. But that didn't matter to Orochimaru. Once the Rinnegan's power was unsealed, he would be able to extract and replicate it for his own purposes. Even if Nagato couldn't wield their full power, Orochimaru was confident he could create a fusion serum to integrate the Rinnegan's abilities into himself. Minutes passed, and the chaotic energy surrounding Nagato began to settle. In the open field outside the Sound Village, Nagato slowly regained his composure. Seeing this, Yahiko and Konan glanced at Orochimaru for approval. When he gave a small nod, they rushed forward. Nagato, are you okay? Yahiko asked anxiously. Are you hurt? Konan added, her voice filled with concern. Nagato shook his head, though he still seemed slightly dazed. I'm fine, but my power. Your body isn't strong enough to fully support the Rinnegan's potential, Orochimaru said as he approached. However, at this level, you should be fine. How does it feel? Powerful, unbelievably powerful, Nagato admitted, still trying to process the change. Good. Learn to control it slowly. If you need guidance, come to me, Orochimaru said, turning back toward the village. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Yahiko and Konan said in unison. Orochimaru didn't look back, merely raising a hand in acknowledgement as he walked away. Meanwhile, in a dark underground chamber. Madara's eyes suddenly snapped open. Though he had given his Rinnegan to Nagato long ago, he still retained a connection to their power. What is it, Madara? Asked White Zetsu, noticing the sudden shift in his demeanor. The Rinnegan, its power has awakened. Chapter 248, Madara's low words made White Zetsu freeze in shock. The Rinnegan's power has awakened? Madara could sense the awakening of the Rinnegan's abilities, and White Zetsu wasn't entirely surprised. After all, the Rinnegan was not only Madara's own creation but was also connected to the Geto statue. The link between the Rinnegan and the Geto statue transcended physical limits, capable of spanning the enormous distance between the moon and the earth. Now that the Geto statue remained tethered to Madara's body, it was natural for him to feel the shift in the Rinnegan's power even across vast distances. But still, at Nagato's current age, the Rinnegan shouldn't have fully awakened. Zetsu murmured. Who knows? Madara's voice was calm as he closed his eyes again. It doesn't matter. Keep an eye on him. His current body won't be able to handle the strain of such power for long. Understood. White Zetsu nodded. The land of lightning. The country was known for its towering mountain peaks, constantly surrounded by roaring thunder and lightning. It was this perpetual stormy atmosphere that gave the land its name. Damn it. Orochimaru, I swear I'll kill you one day. In the infirmary of Kumobikure, I stood next to the hospital bed where his father, the third Raikage, lay injured. The ambush against Orochimaru had been a complete disaster. Not only had Orochimaru managed to escape their combined forces, but he had also humiliated them in the process. His Susanoo had even fired 2 chakra rockets at them during his retreat. I hadn't reacted quickly enough, putting distance between himself and the center of the explosion, and if his lightning-release chakra mode hadn't absorbed the aftermath, both he and his severely injured father might have died. But even with his swift actions, the third Raikage had been gravely injured. The kunai wound in his back was deep, cutting down to the bone and damaging internal organs. Even worse, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword had dealt a critical blow, piercing dangerously close to the third Raikage's heart. Brother, how is father? A voice broke through the tension as a young man walked into the room. The boy had dark skin, short yellow hair, wore black sunglasses, and carried twin swords strapped to his back. Although his usual demeanor was laid back and even playful, at this moment, he was deadly serious. I looked up at him. He's stable for now, but it will take time for him to fully recover. Orochimaru, is he really that strong? The young man, Killer B, asked incredulously. A's expression hardened. Yes, B, he is. He then detailed the events of the battle for B, recounting Orochimaru's use of space-time ninjutsu, the Sharingan, would release, and even magnetic release. Every single ability Orochimaru wielded was troublesome on its own, but together, they had made him nearly untouchable. B, adopted brother and partner of A, listened intently. Despite being young, B was already the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails and a prodigious ninja. Though they weren't related by blood, B viewed the third Raikage as a father figure. Hearing about the extent of his injuries filled him with anger and disbelief. So many people surrounded Orochimaru, and he still managed to injure father that badly? Are you serious? B asked, stunned. A's face darkened. That's not all. He used a kunai to pierce father's lightning release armor. B's jaw dropped. A kunai? How is that even possible? Father's armor is stronger than most defensive jutsu. It can even withstand a small-tailed beast bomb. I nodded grimly. I don't know. From the angle I saw, I couldn't figure out how he did it either. The truth was, even A found it hard to believe. The Thunder Release Chakra mode was renowned for its unmatched defensive properties. How could something as basic as a kunai bypass it? But there was a reason for this, Orochimaru's right Mangekyo Sharingan. The technique wasn't flashy or destructive like some of the other space-time abilities, but it was devastatingly effective. Orochimaru's right eye could tear space itself. This ability, while seemingly passive, had immense utility. Unlike other Mangekyo techniques such as Kamui, which required a buildup of power, Orochimaru's space-tearing technique worked instantaneously and allowed him to bypass energy barriers and chakra defenses. It didn't matter how strong the armor or barrier was, his eye would create a rift in the chakra flow, opening a gap that could be exploited. The lightning release armor, despite its incredible strength, had been no exception. The technique worked within a range of 5 meters and could only affect chakra-based constructs like barriers or energy shields. While it lacked offensive power on its own, its utility in breaking through defenses was unmatched. Orochimaru had used this ability multiple times during the ambush, tearing apart the energy of dust release, ripping through the lightning release armor, and summoning kunai from his separate space during his battle with Inoki. The ability to summon kunai from a pocket dimension was especially advantageous. Combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, it allowed Orochimaru to teleport instantly without worrying about placing or retrieving kunai on the battlefield. This dual use of space tearing and teleportation had made Orochimaru almost untouchable during the fight. Even someone as experienced as Inoki, with his battlefield awareness and ability to sense space fluctuations, had barely managed to avoid being killed outright by this combination. The one limitation of Orochimaru's technique was its range. He could only summon kunai or manipulate space within a 30-meter radius. Beyond that, his Mangekyo Sharingan lacked the power to access his separate dimension. Back in the Sound Village, Orochimaru stared at a test tube in his hand, its contents swirling faintly under the light. Shaking the liquid gently, he murmured, "Next, enhanced clones and Edo Tensei." Chapter 249, The strength of a ninja resurrected through Edo Tensei depends largely on the quality of the sacrifices used. Because of this, Orochimaru decided to upgrade his sacrifices. Using clones as sacrifices might seem wasteful, especially given that his current facilities could only produce about 100 clones every 6 months. But there weren't that many strong individuals who required clones as sacrifices, so Orochimaru didn't mind using them sparingly for this purpose. The process for enhancing clones was straightforward. He would create an injection solution using cells from the first Hokage and then infuse the clones with it via specialized instruments. This allowed him to strengthen a batch of clones in a single day, quick, efficient, and effective. After strengthening the clones, Orochimaru implanted them with new memories and replaced the previous, weaker Edo Tensei sacrifices. Much of his time in the Sound Village was spent refining this process. "Lord Orochimaru, is Nagato really going to be okay?" In Orochimaru's office, Yahiko asked hesitantly, his expression filled with worry. Beside him stood Konan, her purple hair adorned with her signature origami flower. Nagato's sudden surge in power had left both of them uneasy. It felt almost unreal, his strength had grown so quickly that they feared his body might not be able to handle it. At the time, Orochimaru had been discussing the future of the Sound Village with Chana, one of his assistants. Hearing Yahiko's question, Orochimaru turned and smiled lightly. "Don't worry," he said reassuringly. "As long as he doesn't experience any extreme mental stimulation, he'll be fine." Both the Sharingan and the Rinnegan required a robust body to fully wield their powers. But the Rinnegan, being on an entirely different level, demanded an even stronger physique. Fortunately, Nagato was an Uzumaki, a clan known for their exceptional vitality and stamina. And since the power currently awakened in him wasn't yet at its full potential, Orochimaru saw no cause for concern. I see," Yahiko nodded thoughtfully, though the unease in his eyes lingered. Both he and Konan were aware that Orochimaru had been conducting research on Nagato's eyes. But they didn't mind. Nagato hadn't suffered any harm from Orochimaru's experiments, and as part of the Sound Village, they felt it was their responsibility to contribute however they could. "Is there anything else you wanted?" Orochimaru asked. "No, nothing else." "Then you may go," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. "Yes, sir." "Oh, one more thing," Orochimaru added as Yahiko was about to leave. "When helping Nagato get used to his powers, take him outside the village. Use the open area we visited before, it's safer." "Yes," Yahiko replied firmly before leaving. As the door closed, Orochimaru turned to Chana. "How have they been doing recently?" he asked. "Lord Jiraiya was here not too long ago," Chana replied. "They seemed happy, I suppose." "Good," Orochimaru said with a nod. "Chana, I'll leave the village in your hands for the time being." "You're leaving again, my lord?" "Yes." During this period, Orochimaru had been focused on improving his clones. Although they still couldn't fully utilize the first Hokage's powerful wood release, the infused cells gave them enhanced physical abilities and better compatibility with Edo Tensei. Moving forward, every clone produced would be this upgraded version. Now that the Sound Village was operating smoothly, Orochimaru decided it was time to bring this technology to his other base, the orphanage. Half a month later, the orphanage. When Orochimaru arrived at the orphanage, Nono greeted him warmly. Despite the news of Orochimaru's defection from Konoha, Nono didn't seem to mind. She still treated him as a valued ally. Orochimaru, as always, remained indifferent to her hospitality. During his inspection of the experimental base at the orphanage, however, Orochimaru noticed a glaring issue. The pace of building his army was far too slow. Between the two bases, the Sound Village and the orphanage, his facilities could produce only 300 enhanced clones every 6 months. That translated to about 600 clones a year, or roughly 6,000 in a decade. The orphanage's base, being newer, had fewer resources and personnel. It had only produced about 1,000 clones so far, bringing his total army to just over 3,000. This was a far cry from the manpower of a major ninja village. If Orochimaru wanted to rival the great nations, he would have to scale up production significantly. But the ninja world was suffering from a shortage of talent. Finding people capable of aiding in his research or contributing to his goals was becoming increasingly difficult. For now, Orochimaru realized he would still have to rely largely on himself. May, Konoha Year 40. Orochimaru decided to begin researching human modification. Unlike cloning, which relied on existing cells for cultivation, human modification involved creating entirely new life forms through genetic engineering. In a sense, it was a more practical solution than having a child with Tsunade. Back when Orochimaru had been in Konoha, he knew his precarious situation made fatherhood impossible. He'd even crafted excuses to placate Tsunade on the matter, and she had reluctantly accepted his reasoning. Now, with his current circumstances, having children was even more out of the question. He wouldn't risk leaving Tsunade in Konoha with a pregnant belly, nor did he want his child to be born there. Instead, human modification would provide him with children of sorts, artificially created soldiers with accelerated growth and enhanced abilities. If clones were mass-produced foot soldiers, then modified humans would be Orochimaru's carefully crafted generals. Because Orochimaru had already laid the groundwork for human modification back in Konoha, the process didn't take as long as when he first began his cloning research. Konoha Year 41. The initial attempts at human modification ended in failure. Orochimaru had tried to grow modified humans the same way he cultivated clones. But the increased vitality in their bodies caused them to develop too quickly, resulting in death during the growth process. It was only after repeated experimentation that Orochimaru finally identified the correct growth parameters. Konoha Year 42. Orochimaru successfully cultivated his first generation of modified humans. These weren't the patchwork creations of spliced organs and transplanted body parts like those used by other scientists. Instead, every organ in the modified humans Orochimaru cultivated was carefully engineered to perfection. This method produced beings far superior to their haphazardly assembled counterparts. Konoha Year 43, The Orphanage. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the lights in the orphanage had gone out, Orochimaru appeared silently in the front yard. Lord Orochimaru. Nono greeted him with a respectful bow. She still looked every bit the part of a kind, gentle headmistress, her glasses and serene demeanor adding to the image. "You've done well, Nono," Orochimaru said with a faint smile. This is nothing, my lord." "It's my duty," Nono replied with an awkward laugh. In truth, her role had been simple, occasional inspections of the experimental base. The work was far from taxing. Orochimaru reached into his coat and pulled out 4 small vials filled with a pale liquid. "Take these," he said, handing them to her. "What are they?" Nono asked, looking at the vials in confusion. "The world outside is becoming increasingly dangerous," Orochimaru explained. These will help you better protect the orphanage. Protect the orphanage? Nono echoed, still trying to process his words. Orochimaru gave her a brief explanation of how to use the vials and their effects before turning to leave. As he disappeared into the darkness, Nono stared at the vials in her hands, still dazed. Magnet release, she murmured, recalling Orochimaru's parting words. Did he say these potions could grant magnet release? Chapter 250, Nono had spent most of her life as a spy. When she finally returned and asked Danzo to let her resign, she opened the orphanage and distanced herself from her previous life. Naturally, this meant she was completely unaware of recent events in Konoha, let alone the battle in the Land of Frost. Therefore, when she heard Orochimaru claim that using the potion he provided would allow her to gain magnet release abilities, her initial reaction was utter disbelief. By the time she snapped out of her shock, Orochimaru had already vanished. That night, as she stared at the scalpel floating in front of her, she was completely bewildered. Is this really magnet release? There was no doubt about it. The potions Orochimaru gave her included 3 enhancement serums, basic, intermediate, and advanced, along with a genetic fusion liquid that combined 5 elemental chakra natures and granted the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. With these 4 potions, Nono could acquire a powerful body, mastery over all 5 chakra elements, and a Kekkei Genkai in a short period of time. With such immense potential, a little practice could elevate her strength to roughly the Kage level. Speaking of the Kage level, it's worth noting, it's just a concept. Having a Kekkei Genkai doesn't guarantee Kage level strength. Without sufficient combat talent, even someone who possessed both Sharingan and would release could still end up being useless in a real fight. Although such individuals are rare, they do exist. Fortunately, Nono wasn't one of them. Her exceptional talent was what allowed her to become a high-ranking spy in the first place. Orochimaru, however, couldn't expose the existence of the gene fusion liquid during his time in Konoha. Given his relationship with the 3rd Hokage at the time, if the Hokage had discovered it, would Orochimaru have been able to refuse if asked to hand it over? Unwilling to surrender something so critical, Orochimaru chose to keep it hidden. But now, as a rogue ninja, a free man, he no longer answered to anyone. He could decide for himself who received his creations. No one could restrain him anymore, nor did anyone have the right to. He could share his Kekkei Genkai research with whomever he wished. Both Chana and Nono worked under him. To minimize risks, Orochimaru decided to help them improve their strength. However, Chana, despite being from the Uzumaki clan, was not a ninja, and Orochimaru didn't have the time to train her in using these abilities. So, he didn't grant her any enhancements. Nono, on the other hand, was different. As a skilled medical ninja, she could make full use of any ability Orochimaru bestowed upon her. Of course, Orochimaru wasn't naive. Trusting someone entirely was always risky, and granting someone too much power was a gamble he wasn't willing to take. Thus, he had a limit. An advanced enhancement, mastery of 5 chakra natures, and a single Kekkei Genkai was enough. After leaving the orphanage, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory to pack up. He was preparing to relocate and establish a new lab elsewhere. "Dad, you're back." As Orochimaru entered, a young boy who looked around 10 years old ran up to him eagerly. Orochimaru had lazily named the boy Mi, which meant snake. The child bore a striking resemblance to Orochimaru as a youth, pale skin, golden slit pupils, and delicate features. The only difference was his short gray hair. But what stood out the most wasn't his appearance. Despite being only a year old in reality, he looked like he was 10. Moreover, his memories and genes had been meticulously designed by Orochimaru. Not only did he possess independent thought, but he also had extensive knowledge and combat prowess far superior to a clone. In his mind, Mi believed he was not an artificial creation but Orochimaru and Tsunade's biological son. He remembered a happy childhood and receiving the full legacy of his parents. Orochimaru had poured more effort into creating him than any clone. Crafting a believable and detailed memory alone took him half a year. Hearing Mii's words, Orochimaru affectionately patted his head. "Pack your things. We're leaving early tomorrow." "Yes, Dad." Watching the boy dart away to gather his belongings, Orochimaru found the whole situation amusing. A son, huh? And being called Dad, how peculiar. The night passed without incident, and the next morning, Orochimaru left the orphanage with me and a group of 20 clones. His plan was to establish a new laboratory in the southeastern region of the Land of Fire. Orochimaru was quietly building an army using cloning technology. Meanwhile, the major ninja villages remained entangled in their fight for resources, seemingly oblivious to Orochimaru's movements. The Third Ninja World War had been triggered when Sasori of the Red Sand killed the third Kazekage, prompting Tsunagakure to declare war on Konoha in the name of revenge. This time, however, things were different. The war erupted because Kumogakure declared war on Konoha, claiming they sought to avenge the Third Reikage. They suspected that Konoha's expulsion of Orochimaru had been a ruse, believing that his defection was a cover to secretly shift him to clandestine operations. After all, who would willingly drive someone as skilled and intelligent as Orochimaru to his death? To Kumogakure, Konoha's actions didn't make sense unless it was all part of a larger deception. But in truth, Konoha was entirely innocent in the matter. Even Hiruzen and Danzo were unaware of the full extent of Orochimaru's capabilities. What he had revealed to the village was merely the tip of the iceberg. Konoha was furious at Kumogakure's baseless accusations. Having been forced to disband an alliance and hand over valuable resources, Konoha's patience had worn thin. The third Hokage, already under pressure from internal matters, finally snapped. "If you want war, then war it is. Do you think we're afraid of you?" Thus, in the early days of Konoha's 44th year, the Third Ninja World War officially began. Kumogakure's forces launched attacks on Konoha, while Konoha mobilized its own troops in response. However, neither side anticipated what awaited them. As their armies clashed in the neutral territories between the two nations, they encountered an unknown force. This mysterious group wore black cloaks and masks. They were not only formidable but also numerous. Both Kumo and Konoha were stunned. "Ninjas from foreign nations who have entered the Land of Sound without authorization, leave our territory immediately." The cold, emotionless voice sent chills down their spines. As the warning ended, dozens of masked figures bearing Sound Village forehead protectors raised their kunai in unison. The Kumo ninja gripped their swords tightly, eyeing the imposing group warily. "Hey, this is a conflict between major powers. What are you small-timers doing here?" "Stay out of it," one Kumo ninja snapped arrogantly. First warning issued, the clone leader responded without a hint of emotion. "What?" The Kumo ninja froze, then burst into anger. "Are you deaf? If you don't back off, we'll destroy your little ninja village right here and now." Second warning issued. "Bastard! You're asking for death," the Kumo ninja roared, charging forward with his blade drawn. "The target is hostile. Enemy confirmed. Kill without mercy." "The target is hostile. Enemy confirmed. Kill without mercy." Chapter 251, the clone's voice was mechanical and emotionless, repeating the same line 3 times as the Kumo ninja closed the distance. Since the clones lacked the ability to think independently, they simply repeated the commands Orochimaru had programmed into them. The Land of Sound had a strict policy: no foreign ninjas were allowed to enter. If someone wanted access, they needed an official permit, approval from the Land of Sound daimyo, or direct permission from Chana or Orochimaru. Otherwise, any entry was deemed illegal. Illegal entrants would be issued a single warning. Upon being warned 3 times, they would be expelled by force. And anyone who resisted during expulsion would be killed without hesitation. The outcome was predictable. When the Kumo ninja drew his sword against the clone, he crossed an unbreakable line. Thus, the clash between the Kumo ninjas and Orochimaru's clones erupted. Typically, ninjas from major villages held an advantage over those from smaller ones. They boasted superior combat skills, better equipment, and highly effective team strategies. But this battle left the Kumo ninjas shaken. They had the numbers disadvantage but believed their superior swordsmanship would let them triumph. Yet, as the fight dragged on, they realized something alarming. These Sound Village clones, armed with only kunai, were matching them in one-on-one combat. How is this even possible? Clang! Clang! Two metallic clashes rang out, and the Kumo ninja and the clone were forced backward simultaneously. Damn it! The Kumo ninja muttered through gritted teeth. What's with these guys? Yeah, they're not normal, another Kumo ninja replied, his expression tense. Hey, has anyone noticed something strange? What? Since when did this country have a ninja village? Huh? The others frowned as realization struck. Yes, when had this small nation ever developed a ninja village? And those forehead protectors, none of them recognized the emblem. Stay alert! Damn it, where did these guys come from? Less talking, more fighting. We need to break through first. They're physically strong, and they outnumber us. Wait! Look over there! The group turned to see reinforcements approaching from the distance. A dozen figures, dressed in identical black gear, were charging toward them at high speed. As soon as they arrived, they didn't hesitate. They drew their weapons and dove straight into the battle. The eerie silence of the barren mountains and ridges was soon broken by the echo of anguished screams. Meanwhile, Konoha's forces received similar treatment from the clones. However, unlike the Kumo ninjas, the Konoha teams handled the situation with caution. Upon being warned by the clones, most of them chose to retreat without further confrontation. After pulling back from the Land of Sound, the Konoha teams didn't immediately withdraw. Instead, they stationed reconnaissance squads along the border to monitor the country's movements and began strengthening their defenses along other lines. Additionally, they sent messengers to negotiate with the daimyo of the Land of Sound. As for Kumo's forces, they had sent more than one team into the Land of Sound. But due to their more aggressive nature, several of those teams inevitably fell to the clones. Word of the situation quickly reached the upper ranks of Kumo. What? The Land of Sound? Yes, Lord Raikage. So far, 3 teams have gone missing. It's likely they won't be coming back. The third Raikage frowned deeply. By now, he had fully recovered from his injuries sustained in the Land of Frost. But while his body had healed, his pride had not. As a ninja who had remained unscathed for so many years, the wound inflicted during that battle, caused by his own hand, was a mark of humiliation. How could he forget? Orochimaru had not only injured him but had also come close to ending his life. The memory burned in his mind, but he had no time to dwell on it now. After learning about his force's losses in the Land of Sound, the third Raikage quickly summoned his son and the village's senior officials for a council. The resistance from the Land of Sound demanded a cautious approach. The situation reminded the council of the Second Great Ninja War, when 3 major villages had attempted to invade Amagakure. Despite their superior strength, they were forced to retreat as soon as Amagakure, led by Hanzo of the Salamander, resisted. Even a small village could become a significant threat when they had a capable leader. Engaging a minor nation in full-scale conflict could lead to unnecessary losses. It was like battling a powerful boss in a game while ignoring a smaller one nearby. If you didn't deal with the smaller threat first, the distraction could wipe you out. Previously, Amagakure had stood its ground thanks to Hanzo. Now, with the Land of Sound displaying similar defiance, who was to say they didn't have a comparable figure leading them? After careful deliberation, the council reached a decision. First, they would adjust their route to avoid direct conflict with the Land of Sound. Second, they would send envoys to negotiate with the country's leaders and gauge their intentions. How bold, the Raikage muttered. An unknown, insignificant nation, daring to strike down the ninjas of a great power during wartime? Do they have a death wish? What the Raikage didn't know was that the current daimyo of the Land of Sound was paralyzed with fear. The 5 great ninja villages dominated the world, and smaller nations could only bow their heads. Let alone killing ninja from a major village, most small nations wouldn't even dare to offend them. And yet, Chana, upon hearing the news, was utterly panicked. After all, she was just an ordinary civilian from Yuzushiobikure, a woman who had stumbled into this role. Despite years of experience managing the village, she still lacked the confidence to handle such high-stakes situations. Faced with the intimidating pressure of negotiations with Kumo, she felt completely out of her depth. What do I do? What do I do? Chana paced back and forth in her office, as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. With Orochimaru absent, she couldn't bring herself to make a decision. What if she angered Kumo, and they decided to retaliate against the Sound Village? This wasn't just a minor skirmish, it was a matter of survival for the entire village. Fortunately, Yahiko stepped up to the plate. Upon hearing the news, Yahiko rushed over with Nagato and Konan in tow. We killed ninjas from a great power. Yeah, this is a tricky situation. But don't worry, sister. Let me handle the negotiations. You? Chana's eyes widened as she stared at the teenage boy. Can you really do this? Yahiko grinned confidently. Heh, you'll find out soon enough. Trust me. Chapter 252. Yahiko had short orange hair and a lively, cheerful personality. His demeanor naturally drew people in. It was a type of charisma reminiscent of Nawaki or Naruto, as if his very presence radiated sunlight. He had an energy so inviting that others couldn't help but feel a connection with him. In the original timeline, he was meant to lead Akatsuki in Amigakure. However, fate had taken a different path. Orochimaru had brought him to the Sound Ninja Village, where he had lived ever since. Some people in this world had talents that set them apart, and Yahiko was one of those rare individuals. His combat ability wasn't exceptional. Even after years of training in ninjutsu under Jiraiya, his skills were at best comparable to an average jounin. But his true strength wasn't in physical prowess, it was in his mind. Yahiko had an innate ability to inspire others and make decisive, effective judgments. He had been the emotional backbone of his trio since childhood, possessing leadership qualities that neither Konan nor Nagato could fully match. Yet, he was only 15. It wasn't surprising that Kana doubted whether he could handle the weight of negotiation, especially with someone as powerful as the Fourth Reikage. But with no one else available to consult, she reluctantly brought Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan to the negotiations with Kumogakure. A woman? A frown, his sharp gaze settling on Chana, who had appeared as the leader of the Sound Ninja Village at the border of the Land of Sound. He hadn't expected this. A frail woman leading the village? But something quickly struck him as odd. Chana's behavior and speech didn't carry the commanding aura of someone in charge, nor did she exude the presence of a powerful shinobi. Are you seriously the leader of the Sound Ninja Village? A's confusion was evident. How could someone like her command such formidable subordinates? It simply didn't add up. Chana stammered, unsure how to respond. But Yahiko smoothly stepped forward. My sister may not be the leader of the Sound Ninja Village, but she has full authority to handle the village's affairs. If you have questions, you can talk to us, and it'll be just the same as talking to the leader. It was proof of Yahiko's natural leadership talent. Even when standing before the intimidating A, Yahiko managed to maintain composure. Although his heart pounded nervously, outwardly, he appeared calm and confident. A man usually inclined to assert dominance, saw no reason to waste time on posturing. He cut straight to the point, addressing the prior incident involving Kumogakure's teams. Yahiko handled the situation with a straightforward proposal. 1/3 of the Land of Sound would be seated as a battlefield for the ongoing war between Kumogakure and Konoha. As for the Kumogakure ninjas who had been killed, Yahiko promised their village chief would provide an explanation upon his return. Surprisingly, A accepted the arrangement. At the moment, Kumogakure was locked in conflict with Konoha and couldn't afford to split its forces to deal with the Sound Ninja Village. Engaging in an unnecessary war with an unknown village, especially without solid intelligence, would only lead to avoidable losses. And so, the residents of the Land of Sound were evacuated, and the area was turned into a battlefield for the two great nations. The situation was bizarre, two major countries waging war on the land of a small nation, but neither dared to provoke the Sound Ninja Village directly. The Sound Ninja Village didn't display overwhelming strength, but it had clearly made an impression on both sides. The war between Konoha and Kumogakure, however, was of no concern to Orochimaru. For him, the more chaos in the world, the better. Even if the shinobi villages tore the earth apart, Orochimaru wouldn't be bothered. In the southeastern region of the Land of Fire, hidden within a dense forest, lay a secluded underground base. The entrance was narrow and well concealed, appearing as nothing more than a small well. But once inside, it opened into a vast, fully equipped laboratory that seemed like an entirely different world. The lab housed cutting-edge equipment, fluorescent lights, experimental chambers, clone pods, computers, silent generators, and a monitoring room. The monitoring room alone had 24 screens, each displaying critical points within a 5-mile radius. 4 clones worked in shifts to ensure constant surveillance. This base was significantly larger and more concealed than the current Sound Ninja Village headquarters. "Dad, are you heading out?" Mi asked, looking up at Orochimaru with curious eyes. "Yes. There's a small town about 5 kilometers from here. If you're bored, you can spend some time there, but make sure to check in at the base occasionally," Orochimaru instructed. "And remember, don't let anyone follow you back." "Okay, Dad." Mi nodded obediently, before hesitating. Dad, when will Mom come to visit me?" Seeing the child's wide, expectant eyes, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. "She'll come next time we meet." "Really?" "Of course." Orochimaru patted Mi's head affectionately before turning to pack his belongings. As Orochimaru donned his black cloak and left the base, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Talking to the child he had created was oddly entertaining. With a quick set of hand seals, Orochimaru performed his summoning jutsu. Boom! A puff of white smoke rose, and a sleek black snake materialized at his side. "Master," the snake hissed respectfully. "Yamada, tell me about the flora, geology, environment, and weather around Ryuchi Cave," Orochimaru ordered. "Oh? Master, are you finally heading to Ryuchi Cave?" "Yes," Orochimaru replied with a slight nod. He had been planning to visit Ryuchi Cave for a long time. But plans often fell victim to the demands of war, personal strength development, and expanding his army. Now that his immediate tasks were complete, he was free to pursue it. For most, finding Ryuchi Cave was a daunting challenge. But for Orochimaru, the process was relatively simple. By summoning snakes from the cave, he could estimate its location. Systematically eliminating the wrong areas, he was confident he would find the cave soon enough. Once he mastered Sage Mode, he could take the next steps in his plans, obtaining the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and eventually the Rinnegan. With the Rinnegan, he could unlock abilities far beyond his current scope. Guided by the Black Snake, Orochimaru moved methodically, narrowing down the possible locations for Ryuchi Cave. After a day, one area was ruled out. After 3 days, 2 more were eliminated. On the 7th day, standing in front of a range of rugged mountains, Orochimaru crouched down, sifting soil through his fingers. "Hey, you there! Stop right now!" A shout suddenly cut through the quiet. The voice, though youthful, carried a steely edge. Orochimaru paused and began to turn around when another voice spoke up. "Kakashi, do we really need to mess with this guy? It's wartime." "Anyone with a suspicious identity could be an enemy," Kakashi replied firmly. "You there, remove your cloak and identify yourself." Chapter 253, During a time of war, a nation's heightened vigilance often puts everyone on edge. So, when Kakashi spotted Orochimaru wearing a black cloak, his suspicion was immediate and intense. At this point, Kakashi was almost 10 years old and had been a chunin for nearly 4 years, a true prodigy. He had entered the academy at age 5, graduated the same year, and became a chunin by the age of 6. Throughout Konoha's history, no one had broken his record. Not even geniuses like Orochimaru or Uchiha Itachi could match his precociousness. While Kakashi's rapid ascent was partly due to the ongoing war, it didn't diminish the fact that he was an undeniable genius. His mission in this war was simple yet dangerous: eliminate any enemy ninja who infiltrated the Land of Fire. When Orochimaru heard the voice behind him, his lips curved into a faint smile. Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi? Slowly, Orochimaru turned around, his sharp gaze falling on three young shinobi. One had silver-white hair and a mask covering his lower face. Another had black hair and wore goggles, exuding a nervous energy. The last was a petite girl with soft eyes and red markings painted on her cheeks. All three were staring at him with expressions full of wariness and tension. Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin. Orochimaru's smile deepened slightly. He knew the stories of these three all too well. Their futures were nothing short of extraordinary and devastating. One would become Konoha's most skilled technician and eventually its sixth Hokage. One would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan through love and loss, only to descend into darkness, orchestrate a massacre, and nearly destroy the entire ninja world. And the last, through her death, she would become the catalyst for it all. It's remarkable how fate can twist people's lives. Orochimaru mused to himself. It seems, you must be Hatake Sakumo's son. Kakashi's eyes widened when he heard the man mention his father by name. Why you? Who are you? His voice wavered slightly, and his grip on his sword tightened. How could someone recognize his father's name so easily in the wilderness? When Orochimaru calmly pulled back his hood to reveal his unmistakable features, the three children froze. Lord Orochimaru? Uchiha Obito's voice cracked, and he audibly swallowed, his throat dry with fear. No way. Is this a joke? Rin whispered, her voice trembling as she tried to process the situation. Rin had only ever heard of Orochimaru by name. He had defected from the village long before she met him. But his reputation preceded him, and it was terrifying enough to rattle her nerves. Even Kakashi, who had met Orochimaru several times as a child, couldn't stop the shaking in his hands. His grip on his sword was unsteady. Back when Kakashi was an ANBU operative in another timeline, the mere sight of Orochimaru had paralyzed him with fear. Even as an adult, Kakashi hadn't stood a chance against Orochimaru. Now, as a 10-year-old, his fear was amplified tenfold. Standing face to face with one of Konoha's most infamous traitors, all three of them were doing everything in their power to remain upright. This man was not just any missing nin. Orochimaru was classified as an S-rank criminal, wanted by the entire ninja world. He was considered more dangerous than the Kages of enemy nations. Seeing their petrified expressions, Orochimaru's smirk widened. What's this? Are you all so frightened of me? I. Kakashi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to steady his nerves. But his trembling sword betrayed his facade. Kakashi knew Orochimaru too well. His father, Sakumo, had spoken about Orochimaru, and Kakashi had met him in the past. But precisely because of this familiarity, Kakashi's fear only deepened. Hey, you! Are you really Orochimaru-sama? Obito's voice suddenly broke the tense silence. Although he stammered, he deliberately spoke louder, as if trying to muster courage. Idiot! Shut up! Kakashi snapped at him, his tone sharp and low. Do you want to get us killed? Kakashi, despite his young age, knew his limits. He was confident in his abilities, but against Orochimaru? Even if there were 100 of him, it wouldn't make a difference. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, finding their exchange amusing. Get you killed? Don't worry, I have no interest in any of you. For Orochimaru, the three before him were insignificant. Even though he recognized Uchiha Obito's potential to influence the entire shinobi world, it simply didn't matter to him. Orochimaru's focus was elsewhere, on learning Sage Mode and advancing his personal goals. Hearing this, Obito exhaled a shaky breath and turned to Kakashi. Let's go, Kakashi. There's no way we can fight him. We're lucky he's not interested in us." Obito's voice was laced with fear, but also relief. He wasn't willing to risk his life in a pointless confrontation, especially when it meant never seeing Rin again. Kakashi opened his mouth, but before he could respond, a blur of yellow suddenly appeared in front of them. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Standing before him was none other than Namake's Minato. "You, Lord Orochimaru?" Minato said, his tone calm but tinged with surprise. Orochimaru frowned. "Is this endless interference?" he muttered under his breath. Minato didn't draw his weapon or show any aggression. His surprise was genuine, but there was no hostility. Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, confused by Minato's lack of hostility. According to the information he had from Tsunade, Konoha had labeled him as a rogue ninja. Typically, a shinobi encountering a missing nin from their own village would either attempt to kill or capture them for interrogation. Yet, Minato made no move to attack. After a brief exchange, Orochimaru finally pieced together the situation. Jiraiya had taken Minato on as his disciple, just as Orochimaru remembered. Moreover, Jiraiya had told Minato about Orochimaru's past, though the specific reasons for Orochimaru's defection had been classified as a Konoha secret. It seemed Jiraiya's attitude toward him had influenced Minato's view as well. Shaking his head, Orochimaru dismissed the thought with a wave of his hand. "Forget it. You can go." "Yes, my lord," Minato replied respectfully, before turning to the trio. "Let's go, Kakashi, Obito, Rin." "Why yes," they stammered in unison, relief flooding their faces as they followed Minato. Watching them leave, Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Kakashi's sword. "That's not Tsukumo's blade. Could it mean Hatake Tsukumo is still alive? And where's Kushina? She didn't follow Minato?" A faint smile tugged at Orochimaru's lips. "Interesting," he murmured. While the shinobi world waged war, Orochimaru's mind was on immortality. For him, heading to Ryuchi Cave to learn Sage Mode was simply part of his quest for eternal life. If he wanted to improve his spiritual energy, he could capture a tailed beast or even return to Konoha to find Uchiha Itachi. But learning Sage Mode was the safer and more efficient route. He had always wanted to master Sage techniques. Enhancing his spiritual energy while gaining new powers was a win-win scenario. "Master, the scent here feels unusual," said Yamada, the black snake at his side. "HM? Could this valley ahead be it?" Orochimaru mused, his gaze falling on the misty forest before him. The ground was littered with bones, creating an ominous atmosphere. The corners of his lips curled into a faint smile. Chapter 254, Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 legendary sacred grounds for learning sage techniques. It is a place that only those with the right destiny can reach, let alone survive its trials to practice its unique form of senjutsu. But Orochimaru was clearly among the chosen few. After all, without a fated connection, he wouldn't have been able to sign a summoning contract with the snakes of Ryuchi Cave in the first place. Unlike most people, Orochimaru had a deeper understanding of Ryuchi Cave. Firstly, he was certain that Ryuchi Cave existed within the physical world, not in some separate dimension. His reasoning? His memories of Mount Myaboku, the petrified human statues found there. If Mount Myaboku, another sacred place, was accessible within the ninja world, then Ryuchi Cave must be as well. Secondly, Orochimaru was confident Ryuchi Cave was located within the Land of Fire. Why? The 3 legendary Sannin, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and himself, had all come from Konoha, a village in the Land of Fire. If the sacred places were scattered across various lands, surely other countries would have had their own representatives inheriting their power. With this analysis, combined with the clues provided by the snakes he summoned, Orochimaru had managed to pinpoint Ryuchi Cave's location in a relatively short time. It took him just a month and a half after his encounter with Minato and the young team of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. And, ironically, the cave was only a few dozen kilometers away from Nono's orphanage. Hidden near the border of Konoha, far off the beaten path, and buried deep within a dense jungle, the location was isolated enough to avoid detection. Orochimaru's research even uncovered reports from nearby villages about giant pythons attacking humans, a further confirmation of Ryuchi Cave's proximity. Hiss! Hiss! As Orochimaru entered the jungle, the sound of countless snakes slithering filled the air. Their hissing came from the trees, bushes, and underfoot. The ground itself was littered with human bones, a grim reminder that he was not the first ninja to attempt to reach Ryuchi Cave. Just as Mount Myaboku had its petrified statues, Ryuchi Cave had its victims. Humans, prey. Kill him! Kill him! The sinister whispers of the snakes echoed around him. But Orochimaru paid them no mind. His mental energy flared outward, and he continued forward at a leisurely pace. Master! Master! As the power of the summoning contract flowed through him, the once threatening whispers transformed. The snakes now greeted him with deference, addressing him as their master. For Orochimaru, walking through Ryuchi Cave felt like returning home. The further he ventured, the thicker the fog became. It was denser than the mist-hiding jutsu employed by Kirigakure shinobi. Visibility was reduced to less than 2 meters, but this didn't faze him. With his heightened sensory abilities and Yamada leading the way, getting lost wasn't even a consideration. As he walked, Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel at the obstacles surrounding Ryuchi Cave. No wonder ordinary people couldn't make it this far. The jungle itself was infested with venomous snakes, and the suffocating layers of fog would disorient even the most experienced ninja. Getting past the snakes was hard enough, but navigating the fog without guidance? That was nearly impossible. It wasn't long before the dense fog began to clear, and his surroundings became visible again. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted ahead. From within the mountain, a massive purple-patterned python tore its way out, its colossal body sending clouds of dust and debris into the air as it barreled toward Orochimaru. Who dares trespass in Ryuchi Cave without permission? Prepare to die, wait. Orochimaru? The aggressive voice halted mid-sentence as the python recognized him. Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile. Manda? Did you come out to stop me personally? Isn't the strongest supposed to appear last? Or are you just Ryuchi Cave's glorified gatekeeper? Idiot! Don't lump me in with gatekeepers. I just happen to be napping here. Oh? Is that so? Believe it or not, I don't care. Manda growled in irritation. Orochimaru chuckled softly, ignoring the python's indignation as he continued walking deeper into the cave. His goal was clear, to meet the White Snake Sage and learn Senjutsu. According to Yamada, the White Snake Sage resided in a temple at the deepest part of Ryuchi Cave. Manda slithered behind him, its massive body coiling and uncoiling as it followed. Hey, Orochimaru, do you still have any of that evolution serum? After 3 uses, the serum loses its effectiveness for major enhancements. Beyond that, it only grants minor, specialized abilities. You wouldn't benefit from it, Orochimaru replied without looking back. The evolution serum was designed to provide comprehensive genetic enhancements, boosting strength, speed, defense, and attack. However, it could only be used 3 times for maximum effect. While Orochimaru had dabbled in creating specialized abilities, he found them impractical for Manda. The larger the creature, the more serum was required to create any meaningful change. Trying to give Manda something like a chameleon's camouflage gene? Even with Orochimaru's ability to replicate genes, it would take an enormous amount of serum to affect a snake of that size. It simply wasn't worth the effort. Manda's strength lay in its sheer size and brute force. Fancy abilities would only dilute its natural combat potential. Fine. I don't need it, but other snakes might. Manda huffed. Orochimaru smirked. I didn't realize you cared about other snakes, Manda. That's uncharacteristic of you. This lord has to think about them sometimes. Anyway, someone's here. Orochimaru stopped in his tracks, raising an eyebrow. Who? Before Manda could answer, 3 figures descended from the mist, landing gracefully in front of him. The newcomers were women, each with pale, flawless skin and sharp, serpentine features. The one in the center was striking. She had long green hair, golden slit pupils, and black-red markings that stretched from her eyes to her nose. A golden crown rested atop her head, adorned with a jade-like orb. She wore a flowing white robe, her chest adorned with a green magatama. Behind her stood 2 others, one an elegant woman and the other a childlike figure resembling the leader. Humans in Ryuchi Cave? Orochimaru mused aloud, studying them. No, not humans. Snakes, I assume? Is this a form of transformation? The green-haired woman in the center smiled, her sharp teeth gleaming. A contractor of Ryuchi Cave? Interesting. Sister, this one smells different, said one of the figures behind her. Yes, I feel it too, she replied. What business do you have here, contractor? I've come to see the white snake sage, Orochimaru said bluntly. Her golden pupils gleamed. You're here for the sage? Then follow me. I'll take you there. Manda, you're not needed. Manda snorted but didn't protest as Orochimaru followed the woman deeper into Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 255, Orochimaru had always known about Ryuchi Cave and had gathered some information regarding its significance. However, he had no knowledge of its internal workings. 3 women acting as part of Ryuchi Cave's hierarchy? And Manda obediently following their orders? What kind of setup was this? None of this had ever appeared in any of the information Orochimaru had collected. Still, after living in the ninja world for so long, Orochimaru had grown accustomed to relying on what he saw and heard firsthand to judge any situation. He knew the general details about Ryuchi Cave but had never set foot inside until now. No matter. Once he observed it himself, everything would become clear. From Orochimaru's perspective, the 3 women he had encountered earlier each embodied distinct archetypes. One was a childlike girl, another carried the demeanor of a dignified older sister, and the last seemed to have the refined grace of a married woman. It was the last of the 3, exuding a poised, wife-like air, who appeared to be their leader. Under her orders, Manda stayed behind in the valley, and the other 2 women left with convenient excuses. She led the way while Orochimaru followed at a relaxed pace. I believe your name is Orochimaru, correct? It's listed on the blood contract, the woman spoke, her tone casual as if trying to pass the time. That's correct, Orochimaru replied evenly. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Taguriheim. I'm one of Ryuchi Cave's managers. Manager? Orochimaru's lips curved into a faint smile. I had thought only the White Snake Sage held authority here. Taguriheim replied smoothly, the White Snake Sage is indeed the leader. We, on the other hand, are like elders of Ryuchi Cave. Interesting, Orochimaru murmured, his expression thoughtful. Elders, she said. That meant their status was second only to the White Snake Sage but higher than that of Manda. Their position seemed equivalent to that of Fukasaku and Shima at Mount Maiboku. Yet despite his ability to summon powerful snakes like Manda, Orochimaru had never been able to summon figures like these 3 women. Why? If Jiraiya could summon 2 toad sages, why couldn't Orochimaru summon the elders of Ryuchi Cave? Take a rest here first. It's been a long journey, Taguriheim said with a gentle smile, gesturing toward an elegant castle filled with what appeared to be human food. Her demeanor was soft and reassuring. But Orochimaru's sharp instincts raised alarms. Staring at the magnificent structure, he asked curiously, how did you create such a convincing castle? Taguriheim's expression didn't falter. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, come now, Orochimaru said flatly. You know exactly what I mean. I don't understand what you're implying. Enough games. I don't know what your goal is, but this charade is tiresome, Orochimaru interrupted, his tone calm yet piercing. Taguriheim's polite smile didn't fade, though a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. What a perceptive man, she remarked, her tone amused. You're the first to see through the illusion before stepping inside. Is that so? Orochimaru replied dryly. Are most people really so clueless? Clueless? Obviously, Orochimaru shrugged. If someone can't spot such an obvious trap, what else could they be but weak? Tagiriheim's expression shifted slightly, her pride clearly stung. You call my trap obvious? Why? Raising his right hand, Orochimaru extended a single finger. First, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave are anything but friendly. The countless human bones outside make that perfectly clear. Even someone who isn't a contractor could piece this together. He extended a second finger. Second, a grand castle like this doesn't belong in Ryuchi Cave. And human food? You're all snakes. You don't eat human food. Finally, he raised a third finger. Third, combining the first 2 points, your overly friendly behavior becomes suspicious. Cold-blooded snakes acting gentle and kind? It's obvious you're trying to lure humans in. I can only assume the human body is more suitable for consumption. Tagiriheim's expression hardened as her calm facade cracked. In the blink of an eye, her beautiful features morphed into a sinister, snake-like visage. Her voice became cold and venomous. So smart. You saw through it all. But you should have kept quiet. All you had to do was step inside and be eaten, but no, you just had to act clever. Eaten by you? Orochimaru repeated, his expression unbothered. If you told me Manda wanted to eat me, I might believe it. But you? He chuckled dismissively. Don't make me laugh. You! Tagiriheim hissed, her snake-like eyes narrowing in anger. But she couldn't retort. Because Orochimaru was right. The summoning contract bound them. If she attempted to devour him, the contract's power would strike her with a severe backlash. The stronger the individual, the harsher the consequences. For someone at her level, the backlash could cripple her for centuries, far too high a price to pay. This man is clever, sister, one of the other women said, suddenly emerging from the shadows. Yes, added the second woman. At the very least, his intelligence is impressive. As they spoke, the grand castle vanished like smoke, revealing a desolate clearing littered with bones. Tagiriheim's face returned to her previous form, regaining her human-like beauty. Not just clever, Orochimaru said calmly. I'm also stronger than any of you. Now, take me to see the White Snake Sage. His tone was bold and unapologetic. Normally, anyone wanting to learn Senjutsu would first have to pass the Sacred Land's trials. But with Orochimaru's strength, he saw no need for such tedious formalities. What was the point of wasting time on tests when he was already a contractor of Ryuchi Cave? You're awfully arrogant, one of the women said, her tone sharp. You're not even human, added another, glaring at him. Sister, I want to eat him. I want to eat him too. Before the situation could escalate, an ancient, authoritative voice echoed from nowhere. Enough. Bring him in. The voice was distant yet commanding, as if carried across a vast expanse. Orochimaru smiled faintly. The White Snake Sage has summoned me, he said. Tagiriheim scowled but didn't argue. Turning sharply on her heel, she motioned for him to follow. Her displeasure was obvious, but with the White Snake Sage's command, she had no choice but to comply. Orochimaru didn't care for her mood and followed without hesitation. Before long, a grand temple came into view, its entrance marked with the words Ryuchi Cave. Inside, a massive white snake lay coiled lazily on an elevated platform. Its golden slit pupils locked onto Orochimaru as he stepped forward. Chapter 256. Among the 3 holy places for learning Senjutsu, there are 3 legendary creatures, the White Snake Sage, the Toad Sage, and the Slug Sage. These beings are ancient creatures that have existed since the time of Kagaya, thousands of years ago, living through the long ages of history. For example, in the Shikatsu forest, the Slug Sage is singular, all other slugs are simply fragments of its body. In Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave, there are numerous subordinates, each powerful in their own right. Famous examples include Gamabunta and Manda, two of the most well-known summoned creatures. However, above them are even more powerful beings, such as the two toad sages of Mount Maiboku, Fukasaku and Shima. These two are said to have lived for over 800 years, second only to the great toad sage in terms of age. Based on this, Orochimaru reasonably speculated that the three humanoid women in Ryuchi Cave had also likely lived for 7 to 8 centuries. In other words, they were ancient monsters. Not that this mattered much to Orochimaru. He hadn't come here to compare lifespans. He came to learn the Ryuchi Cave sage technique, nothing more. When discussing Senjutsu, Ryuchi Cave stands out as a far more dangerous place than the other two holy lands. Here, it wasn't just the ordinary snakes that devoured people, even the white snake sage herself consumed those who failed her trials. Many who came to Ryuchi Cave seeking strength never made it out. Some failed to master the Senjutsu and were consumed by nature's energy, while others fell prey to the snakes before they even got the chance. The tests here were as deadly as they were deceptive. For instance, the illusion of the castle earlier was created using Senjutsu chakra to tempt Orochimaru. Had he succumbed to the bait, whether by eating the food or being drawn in by the illusions, he would have been deemed unworthy and devoured. However, Orochimaru was no ordinary visitor. As a contractor of Ryuchi Cave, he enjoyed unique privileges. Not only was his entry unimpeded, but the White Snake Sage had sensed his arrival almost immediately. And given his current strength, Orochimaru had no fear of becoming snake food. "Are you Orochimaru?" The White Snake Sage's voice was raspy and ancient, carrying a tone that was calm and unhurried. "Yes," Orochimaru replied evenly. "I've heard of your exploits from Manda. You've come here to learn Senjutsu?" "That's correct." The White Snake Sage chuckled faintly. Normally, even those who inherit Ryuchi Cave's contract must pass a test before learning Senjutsu. However, since you've been acknowledged by Manda, I'll waive the test. "Thank you, Sage." "Tagiriheim, take him and teach him the methods of Senjutsu." "Yes, Sage," Tagiriheim said respectfully. She then turned to Orochimaru. "Come with me, Orochimaru." "Of course." As the supreme leader of Ryuchi Cave, the White Snake Sage's strength was undeniable. However, her treatment of Orochimaru was notably accommodating. Ryuchi Cave was, after all, a place where people came to seek power. Many had come before Orochimaru, and many had perished trying. Those who failed the tests became food for the snakes, while those who succeeded earned the chance to learn Senjutsu. As a recognized contractor of Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru was an exception. With the White Snake Sage's approval, he began learning Ryuchi Cave's sage technique under the guidance of the three women. The method of learning Senjutsu in Ryuchi Cave differed significantly from that of Mount Maiboku. At Mount Maiboku, practitioners applied a small amount of toad oil to their bodies to help absorb and sense natural energy. In Ryuchi Cave, the process involved a foul-smelling venom, which was applied to the forehead. The reason for this was tied to the nature of Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu, which, as Orochimaru had suspected, focused heavily on spiritual power. Thus, training began by strengthening one's spirit. You must think carefully before proceeding. Practicing Senjutsu is extremely dangerous, Tagiriheim warned after explaining the principles to Orochimaru. Her tone was serious, and her expression betrayed a hint of concern. Natural energy was immensely powerful, but it carried significant risks. Absorbing too much or failing to control it properly could lead to irreversible consequences. At Mount Maiboku, this meant turning into stone or a frog-like creature. At Ryuchi Cave, failure meant becoming a snake, or worse. However, Orochimaru merely shrugged. "No problem. Let's begin." "Very well. I'll give you a taste first," Tagiriheim said. She dipped a bamboo stick into the venom and carefully brought it to Orochimaru's forehead, applying it between his eyebrows. Orochimaru remained still, offering no resistance. He wasn't concerned about any ill intent from Tagiriheim or the others. As he had surmised earlier, the contract binding him to Ryuchi Cave prevented them from harming him directly. Even if they wanted to, the repercussions from the contract would outweigh any potential benefit. Not to mention, they wouldn't dare defy the White Snake Sage's orders. Your skin tone and pupils aren't so different from ours, Tagiriheim remarked with amusement. There's still a fundamental difference, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile. Before he could finish, however, his expression shifted. The moment the venom was applied, a torrent of violent natural energy surged into his brain through the point between his eyebrows. The flow was intense and unrelenting, far stronger than he had anticipated. Even with Orochimaru's formidable mental strength, his head felt heavy and disoriented under the overwhelming pressure. Buzz! His golden slit pupils momentarily shifted to a blood-red hue, and the tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly before forming a kaleidoscope pattern. Those eyes! Tagiriheim said with a hint of admiration. Haha, I'm starting to take you seriously now. His eyes contain incredible spiritual power, added one of the other women. Indeed, the third agreed. Orochimaru ignored their commentary, focusing entirely on stabilizing the chaotic energy within him. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, entering a meditative state. He realized that if he didn't calm his mind and take control of the natural energy, the sensation of dizziness would quickly escalate into something far worse. As he guided the flow of natural energy, his condition began to stabilize. Chapter 257, Sage Mode is a combat state that amplifies one's power several times over, or even dozens of times, compared to their normal state. It is widely known that achieving Sage Mode requires an exact ratio of chakra to natural energy, 2:1. The more precise this ratio is, the more flawless the resulting senjutsu becomes. In general, regardless of which holy land one practices senjutsu in, the more chakra a person has, the easier and faster their training will be. For instance, Jiraiya required 20 minutes to prepare to enter Sage Mode. Naruto, on the other hand, needed 5 minutes. The first Hokage, by contrast, could activate Sage Mode instantly. This alone demonstrates the advantages of having an abundant chakra pool. Not only does it make learning faster, but it also allows for quicker activation of Sage Mode. As for whether Orochimaru would end up like the original Yakushi Kabuto, with his body becoming heavily snake-like due to Ryochike's senjutsu, Orochimaru wasn't concerned. Yakushi Kabuto's transformation had far more to do with his transplantation of foreign cells than the effects of senjutsu itself. Turning into a snake through training? That would only happen if one's body was too weak or their mastery of senjutsu was flawed. In Orochimaru's case, he was confident this wouldn't happen. While Orochimaru focused on mastering senjutsu within Ryochi Cave, the outside world descended further into chaos. Kumo's forces were embroiled in a fierce conflict with Konoha when they were suddenly ambushed by IWA ninjas. The reason? During their previous clash with Konoha, Kumo had taken advantage of IWA, and now IWA wanted payback for their losses. When news of the attack reached the third Raikage, he was furious. He ordered his son to continue fighting Konoha while he personally led a counterattack against IWA. Though Kumo and IWA had cooperated briefly in the past to deal with Orochimaru, that had been a situational alliance with no lasting trust. The conflicts between the ninja villages ran deep. Once a fragile truce was broken, it was every nation for itself. Without a shared enemy to unite them, war was inevitable. Fortunately for Kumo, despite being attacked on two fronts, their battle lines didn't overlap. IWA and Konoha were not allies and had no intention of cooperating, which prevented Kumo from being sandwiched between two coordinated forces. Meanwhile, Tsunagakure chose to stay out of the conflict. Raza, having recently ascended as the fourth Kazekage, opted to wait and observe the situation rather than rush into battle. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Suna was the weakest. Their barren land had stunted their economy, which in turn left their military resources and equipment lacking. Their population was small, second only to Kirigakure in its bloody mist days, and the number of active ninjas in the village was limited. Adding to their hesitation was the death of the third Kazekage during the previous war. Still reeling from the loss, they couldn't afford to act recklessly. The chaos of the Third Ninja World War reached its peak within a month. Yet back in Konoha, life inside the village remained deceptively peaceful. On one sunny day, the village basked under the warm glow of sunlight, and the iconic faces of the Hokage monument stood proudly under the clear sky. At Orochimaru's former mansion, Tsunade sat sipping tea in the yard. Nearby, Mikoto was hanging clothes to dry. Tsunade's lips curved into a small smile as she turned to Mikoto. "Mikoto, thank you for helping out during this time," she said warmly. Each time Tsunade thought back on how she had brought Mikoto into Orochimaru's life, she couldn't help but feel it was one of her better decisions. Mikoto's personality was the polar opposite of her own. Where Tsunade lacked patience or interest in certain tasks, Mikoto excelled. In many ways, they complemented each other perfectly, and Mikoto's presence had saved Tsunade from much of the hassle she normally would have had to endure. "It's no trouble, Lady Tsunade. I'm just doing what I should," Mikoto replied softly. "What you should do?" "Heh." Tsunade chuckled lightly, setting her teacup down before strolling over to Mikoto's side. "By the way, you're 24 this year, right?" Tsunade asked, a playful glint in her eyes. "Yes, that's right. Why do you ask?" "Oh, no particular reason," Tsunade said with mock casualness, taking another sip of tea. "I just couldn't help but notice you're always alone. Aren't you interested in finding a boyfriend?" The sudden question caught Mikoto off guard, and a deep blush spread across her cheeks. Lady Tsunade, what are you talking about?" "Lord Orochimaru and I have already—" Mikoto stammered, trailing off before she could finish her sentence. Her words didn't need to be completed, both women knew exactly what she meant. After all, it had been Tsunade herself who had orchestrated Mikoto's relationship with Orochimaru. Tsunade's expression remained calm, her tone nonchalant. "Orochimaru? That guy. He's a rogue ninja now. Why bother waiting for him?" "Please don't joke with me, Lady Tsunade," Mikoto said with a soft smile. "If Lord Orochimaru were truly a traitor, I think you'd be far more upset than you are now." Mikoto's smile radiated quiet confidence. She was certain that Orochimaru wasn't truly a traitor. If he were, Tsunade wouldn't be living so comfortably. Tsunade laughed, shaking her head. "You see things clearly, Mikoto. You're right, he probably isn't a traitor. But still, I haven't seen him since the last time we parted ways. I wonder what he's up to now. Probably off with some other woman," she added teasingly. That can't be true," Mikoto protested, her voice flustered. "Why not?" Tsunade smirked. "You don't know him as well as I do." Really?" Mikoto stammered. "How about we make a bet?" Tsunade suggested. "A bet?" Mikoto hesitated, then smiled knowingly. She didn't respond but left the challenge unanswered. Meanwhile, at Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru was deep in meditation, seated cross-legged in front of the temple. He was shirtless, his long black hair draped casually over his shoulders. To the casual observer, there didn't appear to be anything unusual about the scene, except for the fact that a petite figure, with a long, dark blue hair and a golden crown was sprawled across his back. Despite her small frame, her actions were anything but innocent. She rested her chin on his shoulder while trailing her fingers across his chest in a manner that could only be described as suggestive. Orochimaru remained still, his eyes closed, though his raspy voice broke the silence. Chapter 258, The three women of Ryuchi Cave each had their own distinct identities. In addition to Taguriheim, the graceful and mature one, there were Tagetsuheim, the dignified elder sister, and Ichikishimaheim, the mischievous one. For centuries, they had been living in the cave, their days marked by monotony. Most of the time, they entertained themselves by playing with the snakes that roamed Ryuchi Cave. Occasionally, a human would arrive, only to unwittingly become their next meal. The three women had a low opinion of humans, seeing them as greedy and utterly worthless. A rare few would capture their attention, but that was the extent of their interest. They weren't the type to change their opinions because of a small exception. That was, until Orochimaru appeared. In all their centuries of existence, they had never encountered someone like him. This made Orochimaru particularly fascinating to them, and they found great amusement in teasing him. Unfortunately for them, Orochimaru was not so easily swayed. Feeling the ticklish sensation on his ear and body, Orochimaru's patience reached its limit. He slowly opened his eyes, raised a hand, and pushed Ichikishimahime's head away from him. "Don't make jokes like that with me," he said coldly. Without hesitation, he moved her aside, his tone firm and unyielding. While the three women's appearances did align with Orochimaru's tastes, and they had been quite close to him during his stay, he hadn't forgotten their true nature. To him, they were snakes through and through. The idea of anything more than an alliance between them never crossed his mind. "Ah! That hurts." Ichikishimahime pouted, clutching her forehead and feigning grievance. "You're so rough. Can't you be gentler with a lady?" Her petite form and aggrieved expression made her look undeniably cute, but Orochimaru remained unmoved. To him, having Ichikishimahime lying on his back felt no different than having a snake coiled around him. Even though her transformation made her appear human, her cold, unnatural touch was a stark reminder of her true nature. Though she could use senjutsu to warm her body to mimic human skin, Orochimaru was well aware of the reality beneath the illusion. For that reason, he couldn't muster any interest in her. If it had been a real human woman in her place, Orochimaru, who hadn't been with a woman in quite some time, would have acted without hesitation. Emotional attachment wasn't a requirement for him. Hearing Orochimaru's blunt words, Ichikishimahime smiled mischievously. "Now, hand me my clothes." Ichikishimahime pouted but reluctantly complied, picking up his shirt from a nearby rock and handing it to him. "You really are something else," she muttered. "You practice the senjutsu of Ryuchi Cave, yet you look down on us as snakes. Are those two things related?" Orochimaru said dismissively as he put on his shirt. "Enough chatter. I need to leave. Take me to say farewell to the White Snake Sage." Leaving already?" "Of course. I've learned nearly everything I needed. Staying here any longer would be pointless." "Ugh, what a heartless man," Ichikishimahime said with a feigned look of disappointment. She looked as though she had just been abandoned, making Orochimaru feel as if he were burning bridges the moment he no longer had use for them. "What's the matter? Don't want me to leave?" Orochimaru asked with a teasing smile. "If you don't want to part ways, you could always become my summoned beast. That way, we could see each other any time in the future." "Huh. That's an idea." Ichikishimahime's eyes sparkled, though it was hard to tell if she was serious or just playing along. "I'm sure my sisters would agree to it as well." Orochimaru was momentarily speechless. He had only been joking, but her response left him wondering if she was actually serious. The thought lingered in his mind. If he could summon the three of them during battle, they would undoubtedly be an incredible asset. The idea of having such powerful snake girls as his summoned beasts amused him. When Tagurihime and Taijutsuhime heard Ichikishimahime's suggestion, they were equally stunned. Become his summoned beast? Seriously? We've never considered such a thing. Despite their arrogance, the proposal intrigued them. "Well, it's not a bad idea," Taijutsuhime finally said. "I agree," Tagurihime added. "While we don't think much of humans, something about him, he's different. Fighting alongside him could be interesting." With the unanimous agreement of the three women, Orochimaru unexpectedly obtained summoning contracts with them. The contracts, however, were exclusive, only Orochimaru would be allowed to summon them. They refused to be bound to anyone else. Although Orochimaru was surprised by how things unfolded, he didn't complain. The outcome was advantageous, after all. After bidding farewell to the White Snake Sage and leaving Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru felt a sense of lightness. Power always brought confidence. Though he wouldn't claim to be invincible, he now believed that few in the ninja world could match him. If he were to face a siege by the Kages again, the outcome would be vastly different. Looking up at the clear sky, Orochimaru smirked, casually choosing his next destination. He began walking toward Nono's orphanage. Now that he was in the area, it would be a waste not to pay a visit. As he approached the outskirts of civilization, Orochimaru suddenly stopped. In the distance, he spotted 3 familiar figures. Night had fallen, and the orphanage was quiet. The soft chirping of birds could faintly be heard in the surrounding forest. Inside one of the rooms, a dim candle burned on a small table, its flame flickering gently. Sitting at the table was Nono, her expression unusually serious. Behind her stood 2 individuals, a portly woman and an older man wearing glasses. However, they weren't the source of Nono's solemn demeanor. Across from her sat a man with one eye covered by a bandage, her former superior, Shimura Danzo. "Who would have thought?" Danzo said with a faint smirk. "The wandering Miko, reduced to being a nanny. Long time no see, Nono. You're looking a little worn out these days." "I gave up that title a long time ago," Nono replied coldly. "I've already negotiated aid funds with the village." "What are you doing here?" Chapter 259, Yakushi Nono, trained by Danzo from a young age, had become one of Konoha's top spies under his tutelage. Her espionage missions were exemplary, and in less than 2 years, she earned the title of Wandering Miko. However, she never shared Danzo's ideology. When the Second Shinobi War ended prematurely due to Orochimaru's intervention, Nono resigned from Danzo's Rude Division without hesitation. She moved to the western border of the Land of Fire and established this orphanage to care for war orphans. Running an orphanage was no small feat. Raising children, even during times of war, required significant resources for food, clothing, and shelter. While Orochimaru had given her 10 million ryo, Nono viewed that money as a last resort and refrained from using it unless absolutely necessary. As a result, most of the orphanage's funding came from Konoha. Danzo, hearing Nono's blunt refusal, didn't show anger. Instead, he spoke with measured calm. "You were once the top elite of the intelligence department, Nono. After you left Root, did you stop keeping up with the world? I'm not here just to talk about aid money." Standing behind Danzo, Aburame Ryoma, a Root ninja, took over the explanation. "We've received intelligence that Suna may be preparing to attack Konoha. We need you to infiltrate Suna village again to confirm whether this information is accurate. If it is, you're to gather details on the time, location, and nature of the attack." Nono's expression remained firm. "You've come to the wrong person. I already..." Before she could finish, the older woman and bespectacled man standing behind her spoke up, their voices filled with anger. "You can't be serious," the older woman snapped. "The director has dedicated everything to this orphanage and the children. She worked tirelessly to raise funds and build this place from the ground up. Surely, you have plenty of people en route who can handle such dangerous missions," the bespectacled man added furiously. "Why does it have to be her?" Danzo ignored their protests entirely and continued, his tone low and authoritative. "Nono is the only one qualified for such a long-term infiltration mission. There is no better spy en route. Sending an inexperienced or average agent will only result in failure. They'll either mentally break or defect to the enemy." "But Nono! I know she won't betray Konoha." Nono's eyes wavered slightly at Danzo's words. "She wouldn't betray Konoha, of course not. Her commitment to the orphanage and the children she raised wouldn't allow her to." Danzo smirked faintly, sensing the shift in her demeanor. "It seems you understand, Nono. If you refuse, the orphanage will lose all future funding." "What? That's impossible," the older woman exclaimed, horrified. "The third Hokage himself approved the funding. He would never allow such a thing to happen." Danzo's voice grew colder. "This orphanage doesn't seem particularly secure. Thieves could easily break in. Perhaps you should hire some bodyguards, though you'd need money for that." Aburame Ryoma added pointedly, "Be careful, though. Money isn't the only thing thieves might target. Children of unknown origins, they might find value elsewhere." The thinly veiled threat sent a chill through the room. The bespectacled man slammed his hand on the table, his voice trembling with rage. "You call yourselves Konoha shinobi? How dare you speak of stealing children? Danzo's lone visible eye narrowed as he barked back, "You ignorant fools don't understand what it means to protect Konoha. Sacrifices must be made." Nono took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions. "I understand," she said quietly. "Dean, no," the older woman pleaded, panicked. Danzo cut her off sharply, his tone colder than ever. "You've always lacked the ruthlessness required, Nono. That's why you were never truly suited for Root. You're shameless," the bespectacled man shouted, his hands trembling in anger. Danzo ignored him and turned back to Nono. "Good. Now that you've decided." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him, calm yet cutting. "She isn't going anywhere." The sudden intrusion startled everyone in the room. Aburame Ryoma and another Root operative named Aoi instinctively tensed, their eyes darting toward the entrance. Even Danzo's face briefly showed surprise before his composure returned. How did someone get so close without us noticing?" Aoi muttered under his breath, his voice laced with unease. The door curtain was pushed aside, revealing the last person any of them expected to see. "Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru?" "Long time no see, Danzo-sama," Orochimaru greeted casually, his presence immediately dominating the room. The reactions in the room were mixed. For Aoi and Aburame Ryoma, Orochimaru was both a figure of admiration and caution. Though one was his senior and the other his junior, neither could deny his overwhelming strength. However, as members of Root, they had no idea why Orochimaru had defected. Seeing him now, their instincts kicked in, and both assumed defensive postures. Nono, on the other hand, was more surprised than anything. Though she had been quietly helping Orochimaru, she hadn't expected him to appear at this moment. Danzo, however, quickly recovered from his initial shock. "Orochimaru, why are you here?" he asked, his tone steady but wary. Orochimaru smirked faintly, stepping further into the room. "Do I need to explain myself, Danzo-sama? I wasn't aware I had to report my movements to you." His words carried a mocking edge, reminding everyone present of his current status as a rogue ninja. Though Danzo and Orochimaru had worked well together in the past, the events that led to Orochimaru's defection had irreparably severed their relationship. Danzo's visible eye narrowed. "That decision wasn't mine alone, it was made by Konoha's leadership. There was nothing I could do to stop it." Despite his calm exterior, Danzo's feelings toward Orochimaru were complicated. In the past, it had been Danzo who encouraged Orochimaru's research, and the two had benefited greatly from their partnership. Danzo often felt that he gained far more from the collaboration than Orochimaru did, though he was always careful to hide his guilt. That guilt vanished, however, during the Battle of the Land of Frost. Witnessing Orochimaru's true power had left Danzo shaken. It was then he realized just how much Orochimaru had hidden from him over the years. The man he thought he had controlled had, in fact, been far beyond his reach all along. Still, Danzo couldn't entirely suppress a sense of unease when facing Orochimaru. Orochimaru, however, seemed entirely unbothered. Taking a seat on a nearby stool, he smiled mockingly. "That? I've long since forgotten about it. Let's focus on Nono instead." He crossed one leg over the other, his demeanor relaxed yet commanding. "Nono is mine now," he said, his voice soft but resolute. "She won't be undertaking this mission." Danzo frowned. "Is that so? If she doesn't go, Konoha—" "What happens to Konoha is no longer my concern," Orochimaru interrupted, raising a hand to silence him. "What matters is that she isn't going. Find someone else." Chapter 260, Orochimaru's movements were unhurried, and his tone matched the same casual demeanor. But beneath his words lay an undeniable sense of authority. It didn't matter the reason or the consequences. If he said no, it simply wasn't going to happen, and that applied to anyone who might try to argue otherwise. Hearing his declaration, Aburame Ryoma and Aoi couldn't help but frown. The Orochimaru before them seemed entirely foreign. What did he mean by saying that Konoha's fate had nothing to do with him? What could have possibly happened to make one of Konoha's legendary Sannin say such a thing? Meanwhile, the older woman and bespectacled man standing nearby looked at Orochimaru with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Wasn't Orochimaru still part of Konoha? How could he speak to someone like Danzo with such confidence and disdain? Even if he was one of the Sannin, Danzo's status and influence far exceeded his own, didn't it? Nono, however, remained silent, her thoughts in turmoil. From the conversation between Orochimaru and Danzo, it was clear Orochimaru was no longer affiliated with Konoha. But what exactly had happened? And why was Danzo, of all people, tolerating such defiance? For a moment, the room was thick with unspoken tension. Everyone's thoughts were racing, their eyes darting between Danzo and Orochimaru. Finally, Danzo let out a sigh, breaking the heavy silence. "Very well," he said in a resigned tone. "Since you've made yourself clear, I'll find another way." Danzo's voice carried a hint of helplessness, though his expression remained as cold and composed as ever. "Ryoma, Aoi, let's go." In truth, Danzo had little choice. Despite their complicated history, Danzo knew Orochimaru's current strength was beyond what most could handle. Even he had no desire to provoke the man unnecessarily. "Thank you, Danzo-sama, for your understanding," Orochimaru said, his playful smile deepening. Danzo's only response was a curt nod. Without another word, he turned and left, followed by Abdurrahim, Ryoma and Aoi, who cast cautious glances back at Orochimaru as they exited. During their departure, Danzo refrained from speaking further to Orochimaru. While he was curious about the nature of Orochimaru's connection to Nono, now was not the time to ask. Orochimaru's status as a rogue ninja and his sheer unpredictability made him far too dangerous to confront directly. Danzo silently decided that any lingering questions would have to wait for a more opportune moment. With Danzo gone, the room now felt oddly still. The older woman and the bespectacled man stood stiffly, their gazes shifting nervously toward Orochimaru. Neither dared to speak, fearing that they might somehow disturb him. The air was heavy with tension once again. "Why don't you go to bed first?" Nono suddenly spoke, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "Huh? Oh, yes, of course," the older woman stammered, quickly nodding. Sensing that Nono and Orochimaru needed privacy, both she and the bespectacled man wasted no time in leaving the room. Neither of them wanted to linger any longer in the stifling presence of Orochimaru. Once the two had left, Nono turned to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, what exactly is going on?" she asked, her voice filled with confusion. From their earlier exchange, she had pieced together that Orochimaru no longer worked for Konoha. But Danzo's attitude had been telling, this wasn't as simple as a standard defection. There was more to the story, and Nono was desperate to understand. Orochimaru leaned back slightly in his chair, his demeanor still calm. "It's a long story," he replied. "Why don't you sit down? I'll explain everything." "I'll brew some tea first," Nono offered, her tone polite and measured. Orochimaru gave a small nod, silently agreeing. After Nono returned with a fresh pot of tea, Orochimaru began recounting his story. He spoke simply, laying out the events that had led to his defection from Konoha. Since Nono had left the village before everything unfolded, this was the first time she was hearing about it. By the time Orochimaru finished, Nono's expression was one of utter disbelief. "A victim," she muttered, her voice barely audible. How could that be? The Orochimaru she knew, the one who had contributed so much to Konoha, had been discarded by the village he had served. It was unthinkable. Unbelievable? Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smirk. "What exactly are you finding hard to believe?" "All of it," Nono admitted honestly. The fact that Konoha had abandoned him. The fact that he had survived a siege by 3 of the 5 great nations. It all sounded like something from a legend. And yet, it had all happened to Orochimaru. So, Orochimaru's voice interrupted her thoughts, his tone calm but piercing. "Are you still willing to work for me, now that I'm a rogue ninja?" His golden eyes locked onto hers, unblinking. Though Nono had known Orochimaru since she was young, he was under no illusions about her loyalty. Her allegiance, like that of most shinobi, was deeply rooted in the village. Accepting someone labeled a traitor was no small matter. Nono, however, gave a faint smile. Why would you even ask me that? Of course, I. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed something unusual. Your eyes. Her voice trailed off as she stared at Orochimaru's scarlet pupils. The Sharingan. I gave you magnet release, Orochimaru said casually. It shouldn't surprise you that I have the Sharingan as well. As he spoke, his scarlet eyes faded, returning to their usual golden hue. Then, his tone shifted, becoming colder. No, you know more of my secrets than most. Regardless of how you feel about my status as a rogue ninja, I need to ensure your loyalty. Lord Orochimaru, what do you want me to do? Nono asked hesitantly, her voice tinged with unease. Trust was a rare and fragile thing among shinobi. Having worked under Root, Nono knew better than most how easily trust could be broken and how swiftly those who weren't trusted could be eliminated. The idea that someone she respected so deeply might now view her as a potential liability weighed heavily on her. Her discomfort was palpable, and Orochimaru could see it clearly. Rather than answering her immediately, he stood and walked toward her. I need you to dedicate your entirety to me, your body, your mind, and your soul. Nono's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, she was completely still, her breath caught in her throat. Are you serious? She finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Of course, Orochimaru replied. But... Nono stammered, clearly conflicted. Although you're an excellent shinobi, Orochimaru interrupted, you're still just one person. There are things you can't handle alone. Like what just happened with Danzo. Nono bit her lip, struggling with the weight of the decision before her. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I just have one question. Go ahead, Orochimaru said. If I refuse, will you kill me? Of course not, Orochimaru replied calmly. At most, I would have to persuade you until I'm satisfied with your loyalty. Persuade me? That's right. Then. Nono hesitated, taking a deep breath. It seems I don't really have a choice, do I? No, Orochimaru admitted, his voice as steady as ever. You don't. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 11. Peace.